Good morning. It is 9 o'clock. Members of council are assembled. When you're ready to begin.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to call to order this council meeting, budget meeting day. Welcome everybody in the chambers this morning, and of course, anybody watching us by the live stream. Glad everybody's with us. Second item on the agenda is the land acknowledgement, and I will read that. We acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which consists of the Chippewas of Saugeen and the Chippewas of Nawash unceded First Nation. We understand this land holds immense significance to the people of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. We appreciate those who live and work alongside us today and who continue the traditions of their ancestors as stewards of the land we are privileged to inhabit. We thank them for the contributions they have made in both caring for the land and in shaping this community. We commit to truth and reconciliation, to acknowledging the truth about what happened to Indigenous peoples because of colonization, and to reconciliation which begins with each and every one of us. As a local government and public organization, we are dedicated to learning about Indigenous culture, to fostering a better relationship with First Nations and their people, and we commit ourselves to actions that move us forward on a path to healing along with the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. So the third item on the agenda is disclosure of pecuniary interest. Ask any member if you have one of those you'd like to declare at this time. Seeing none, of course, you can do so any. Oh, sorry, Councillor Grace. Oh.
It's the piece about the municipal accommodation fee. I'll have to look up the specific reference for that.
Yeah, well, in the nature of the pecuniary interest.
Oh, I own a cottage, which is sometimes rented as a short-term rental. And so that's my direct pecuniary conflict.
Okay, so when the matter arises, we'll make sure to draw attention to that. So we have no minutes to adopt today, so we're into the budget overview. And I just want to say thank you to all members of staff who are with council here this morning. Thank you all for all of your work in putting together this draft document and a huge amount of work. And I know council's eager to hear your reports and discuss what you're presenting to us. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to the CAO for the introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's hard to believe, but just 9 months ago, we all gathered here in this room to work through council's priorities for the 2023 year so we could set our goals and the plans to achieve those goals. The result was the 2023 business plan and budget. Since those meetings, we put additional frameworks in place to help steer the municipality to meet some tremendous short-term and long-term opportunities. Those frameworks include fulfilling our commitment to show accountability and transparency by making the business plan available to the public, as well as showing our progress in real-time updates on our website. Last week, council received the draft strategic plan to serve as a roadmap for the direction of your council term. Today and next Wednesday, we are asking council to use that roadmap to guide staff through the ambitious task of setting the 2024 business plan and budget. In order to better manage the town's priorities and assets, while helping to buffer the town against economic headwinds, we've produced a 10-year budgeting plan. We believe this will be a major advancement for the town and for this council, as it offers a long-term perspective for decision-making. What we propose today and next Wednesday is to work through operations and reserves, and of a particular note, a long-term capital outlook. This process will allow us to then set the 2024 priorities in the business plan and budget. On the operations side, global inflation is putting pressure on costs. For example, inflation will impact wages for the town by 4%. It's worth noting that every 1% increase represents just over $200,000 within the town's budget. Meanwhile, our town is growing, and while that presents wonderful opportunities for our community, it also means the revenue from that growth goes towards serving that growth. On top of that, as the Corporate Services Director mentioned last month in his report, a drop in our Westerio dividend means we're working with $100,000 less in revenue this year. Staff have prepared a list of major initiatives and division highlights for 2024 based on council requests as well as staff assessments of operations. We know that inflationary pressure plus new projects and improved services means pressure on taxation levels and debt levels. If we were to do everything in the plan, it would likely mean a double-digit tax increase to fund operations. So we've begun the work of grounding that list in some base level changes coming from areas that we don't control. Beyond that, staff have identified each action with a high, medium, and low service priority. This will allow council to spend these 2-day sessions identifying which services will best meet residents' needs while managing costs. Long-term, we have created a 10-year capital plan based on the 10-year asset management plan, and we are incorporating it into the budget for the first time. Right now, we're focusing on our core assets, our roads, bridges, water, wastewater, et cetera. And we recognize that there's still work to do on what's classified as our non-core infrastructure, meaning items like our facilities, parks, and recreational assets. In the past, municipalities have limited how they addressed and replaced infrastructure in order to keep taxes low. The result, delayed infrastructure maintenance, which has then led to increased costs down the road. Like Saugeen Shores, all municipalities are now grappling with this challenge under the legislative framework of Ontario Regulation 588-17 for asset management planning. In these meetings, like our operating plan, we would look to council to consider life cycles for each capital asset class, acceptable service levels for those assets, and the priority level for them. In other words, council can consider what level of service they are comfortable funding and our residents can afford. The benefit of this long-range planning is that it shows where our tax dollars are going. Instead of arbitrary increases to a reserve fund for a so-called rainy day, we want to look at which assets will need replacement funding and by how much, and then allocate the funding today within that 10-year time frame. It also allows council to balance the needs of the community versus the cost of maintaining and or replacing that asset. Furthermore, this framework becomes embedded in the town's budgeting and planning processes for future councils and staff. As the Director of Corporate Services explained last month and will introduce further today, we will ask council to consider the new asset lifecycle replacement levy to cover these infrastructure lifecycle costs, as well as the actual rate amount based on their service choices. In conclusion, we all acknowledge that there's some challenging conversations that will occur in these next 2 days as council debates the priorities that need to be considered. However, I'd like to take a moment to point out that there's some definite achievements in this year's proposed plan. Council members will see their plans for the Aquatic and Wellness Center come alive as it's built and operationalized. And there are several plans to grow and strengthen our underground infrastructure to keep pace with our growing population. As well, the plan contains a suite of environmental initiatives spread over several divisions that will allow the town to maintain the natural heritage we care so deeply about. You'll see plans to upgrade the financial reporting system so that we can make all of our systems talk to each other and provide more accurate and efficient information. We've included a plan to build a fire training center so that we can build our emergency response capabilities and keep our residents safe. And we've included plans to celebrate the town by recognizing the 25th anniversary of the founding of our United Community. Lastly, our staff, and especially the management staff that's in the room with us today, as well as our finance staff and asset management teams, have worked tremendously hard and diligently to bring you the information in a timely, relevant, and accurate manner. We believe this framework will move the municipality into a place where council, both present and future, will have better tools to make impactful decisions for their constituents and their community. We look forward to working with you over the next couple of days to set the path forward for the 2024 business plan and budget. And I just want to thank you all for the time as we get into these 2 days. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll turn it over to the Director of Corporate Services.
Thank you, Kara. John, if we can pull up the PowerPoint now. You can advance to the next slide. So there's on the highlights, you'll see the items that Kara mentioned during her introduction, and she went into far more detail than that even. So I won't hit anything on there, and we'll move on to the next slide. With this business plan, we're going to have better decision-making via a long-term perspective. Our council's done an excellent job being forward-thinking and preparing for the future. The Legacy Fund, they gave us Lamont Sports Park, and will be giving us the Aquatic and Wellness Center, is an excellent example of that. This plan builds on that success and further refines the planning that has already been done. A 10-year plan refines council's vision of the future, providing more detail than a plan via reserves would do on its own. This long-term plan is informed by the asset management plan that Mark and his team have been leading. Planning for core assets is complete, and this will be followed up by non-core infrastructure to enhance the detail of future business plans. Similarly, future plans will further be enhanced by long-term perspectives to operating as well as reserves and debt. In other words, or to summarize, this plan is going to, through the asset management plan, will be addressing the infrastructure deficit. You've seen the numbers; they're significant, but I want to keep in mind that council has options. In this plan, there are service levels that council can consider, and just like when you're managing something in your own household, you decide what's affordable. And you buy something that's at a service level that you can afford. And we're in that same situation here as a town. We can advance the next slide, please. So an issue that's common across Canada and at all levels of government, and it's probably worldwide for that matter, is that governments in the 80s and 90s enjoyed the benefits of investments that were made after the Second World War. It allowed governments to keep taxes low, but they avoided making necessary investments as a result. This resulted in increasing the amount of investment required in future years. In fact, it even increased the total investment needed, because if you don't maintain something if you don't maintain your assets, it will cost you more in the long run because they will age prematurely. Next slide, please. This business plan is introducing a different way of viewing the trade-off with taxes. We need to determine service levels that are affordable. And you've probably heard me use this example before, and I think I did it on the prior slide about your own household. And in your own household, if your roof was aging and you're looking at replacing it, you've got choices. You could do a fancy steel roof that looks like slate. You could do nothing. You could find something in between. If you can afford it, that slate roof is going to look awesome. If you can't, not doing anything on that roof is going to cost you more money, because in the end, you're going to have to replace the shingles, but also the plywood and the structure beneath it, because rot has set in. And we have that same thing that we see in our roads, in our bridges, in our overall infrastructure. If we don't invest on a timely basis, it will cost us more in the long run. So ideally, at a minimum, the town needs to address the base required needs. And in this plan, you'll see where we've identified actions that we as staff believe are our base actions. Of course, council can question that and redirect us to view it in a different way. We've also set service priorities as high, medium, and low. Again, this is a starting point for council's consideration. So in the end, it makes sense that council makes those decisions on service levels relative to their tax impact, so that council can find the right mix that will work for our residents. Next slide, please. With this, I'll turn it over to Mark to take us through some details on the asset management plan.
Thank you, Jim, and through you, Mayor. The roadmap that's been set out here shows the key milestones for asset management going out to 2030. We established a good base in July of 2022 with the asset management plan for core assets. And this year we did condition assessment for facilities, recreation facilities, and buildings, which we'll be incorporating into the system next year. And in 2024, we will be reviewing the policy and the strategy. The next kind of major milestone is in 2025, which is a life cycle financial strategy. And then ultimately, culminating in the end of 2030, we'll be doing another review. And so this is an ongoing cycle of asset analysis that the town is undergoing. And next slide. This is just more detail on the regulation that triggers these milestones that were set out. Next slide. And the main point of this slide is it sort of puts the framework around the town council being at the top, and it's the town council's visions and priorities which direct the policy framework on down to the capital program, the long-term financial plan that's before us today and extending into the future. And next slide. Similarly, this is the asset life cycle. I won't spend a lot of time on that. I think it's fairly self-explanatory. We can go to the next slide. And this slide is a visual illustration of what Jim's talking about with the roof and the plywood, where we see the midlife overhaul or the routine maintenance of an asset, extending its lifespan and reducing the risk of the rate of decline. And that's a sort of a guiding principle of asset management that we wanted to illustrate with this slide. And next slide. And so this is shows what would happen without the maintenance. You see that the condition declines more quickly and reaches that failure point sooner than with the midlife overhaul in the previous slide. And next slide. This is provided just as an example. This is from our asset management plan for stormwater. There's a number of tables for all the core assets that are similar to this one. And it's really just introducing the idea of customer need versus condition and posing the question, where on the scale do we fall, and the role of KPIs in that kind of analysis. Next slide. And this is, again, it's just a visual illustration. We've got sort of two different conditions of a road that showed different levels of service. And the decline of that road leads to a reduced level of service that road can provide. And so that's another principle of asset management that this slide is showing. And next slide. One of the aspects of our asset management that's had a real focus on the asset management work has been in the fleet. And we wanted to explain how the fleet system works now. It's been reformed substantially over the last several years. And it starts with the life cycle starts with a purchase of a vehicle or a piece of equipment. Typically, the average is 7 years with the original purchasing department. The exception is police, which is typically average of 3 years. After 7 years for a typical town asset, it then is transferred to another department that can use it at that more advanced age that the previous department couldn't use it at that condition. So it stays as part of the town asset in a different department. And then when it gets to more of an end of life condition, it goes to the community services team, who continue to maintain it until it reaches the end of its life span. And then it's at the end, it's posted on Gov Deals, or depending on condition, it might be scrapped. So this is just give a bit of a feel for how a piece of equipment moves through the town over time. Next slide. So in this case, we've got the recommendation that came to council was based on the fleet committee going through a number of scenarios to understand the implications of that connection between service level and the time frame that we can use a vehicle. And so in the poorest scenario, we look at an average age of the fleet of 16 years, 15.8. In the next slide. In a fair scenario, the average age of the fleet would be 12.9 years. And in the next slide, the good scenario, which is the basis of the recommendation, the average age of the fleet is 10 years. Next slide. So this is summarizing the condition of the fleet as of right now. We see that 36% of the fleet is in very good condition. The next category in good condition is 8%. There's a 15% in fair condition. And then as we go around, we have 14% in poor condition and 27% in very poor condition. And so this is an input to the fleet recommendations that were developed and were being brought forward through this budget and the 10-year capital as well. Next slide. So we wanted to illustrate some of the what does the fleet consist of in sort of two ways. One is pointing out the type of vehicle, and just sort of the main point of the slide of the chart on the left is quite a bit of this is about equipment, not just vehicles. And we wanted to show on the chart on the right side is this is sort of showing the value of the fleet as it goes through those parts of the life cycle. So at the top, we see the value of those internal transfers. We see the proposed spending for new additions, and we see the cost of replacing existing fleet, and a recognition at the bottom that we do get some revenue from disposal of the fleet at the end of its life cycle. Next slide. So we wanted to illustrate here, as Jim was pointing out, the options that council has in terms of low, medium, and high scenarios, and how we've kind of shown this here as we have the good scenario, which is what's proposed at about 10.2. If council were to consider removing the medium, it would sort of be between that 10.2 and the 12.9 years. And if council goes to the medium and low option, that would mean we're holding on to fleet on average for 12.9 years. So it's just a visual illustration of that trade-off. And then next slide. And I guess I'll turn this back to Jim to set the stage for the rest of those slides.
Thank you, Mark. As you can see on this slide, and I said it previously, it's the role of council to set the strategic level, direction rather, and set the level of service. We as staff have taken a shot at it, but it's the view of council as representing our residents that are going to decide what ultimately happens. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see that the 2024 proposed budget includes is sitting at almost 72 million, and that includes significant investment for the Aquatic and Wellness Center, which is funded out of the Legacy Reserve. In 2024, 30 million of the $49.9 million project is budgeted within this year. You can see that the tax funded investment could potentially more than double from 8 million in 2023 to 19 million on average in 24 and in future years as well. This reflects the recommendations that are coming from the asset management plan that Mark just summarized. And again, I'll reiterate that still comes down to then what service level council chooses. So these investment numbers could be reduced if council chooses to eliminate low or medium service level priorities. Next slide, please. This slide shows the 2024 to 2032 average of capital investment by funding source. As I previously mentioned, 19.4 million is funded through the future capital reserve, which is supported by taxation. Water and wastewater includes spending of just over 10 million. The legacy reserve, of which the Aquatic and Wellness Center is the primary focus, is averaging about $5 million over the course of the long-term plan. From development charges, we'll be funding just under $1.5 million. And then from the reserves for landfill, tourist camp, and harbor, there's about $400,000. Next slide, please. The 19.4 million average capital expenses are supported by taxation, but revenue and other funding sources are supporting this as well. Grants make up about 2.8 million annually. There's funding from DCs of 2.5 million. We are looking for, we have included in the budget a level of grants and donations of about $3.5 million, which on the average in the plan translates to just under 400,000. And we have transfers from water and wastewater, and that is equal to $3.5 million on average annually. That leaves about $10 million that needs to be funded by taxation. Historically, our level of taxation support has been in the neighborhood of about $3 million. That means that to fund the complete plan as presented, a further $7.2 million of new taxation would be required. Next slide, please. So options for council to consider are the service levels that can bring the $7.2 million down to what council deems to be an affordable level. And after we determine what the service level should be and the incremental funding required to support that service level, we then have some further choices for council to consider. One would be that it could be funded through a regular tax increase, or the other is that it would be that we would create an asset lifecycle replacement special levy to make it more visible how much is being invested in maintaining our infrastructure. Next slide, please. As each department presents their capital needs, they will highlight how they've categorized the service needs. And as I've said before, that's just the starting point for discussion, and it's ultimately will be council's choice as to how to prioritize our projects. Based on staff's categorization, the 19.4 million can be broken down as follows. We have approximately $10 million in base, close to $4 million prioritized as high, 3.7 million as medium, and $1.5 million as low priority. Moving to the next slide, please. Given the magnitude of funding needed to address the infrastructure deficit, council will likely want to use reserves and debt in the short term to allow residents time to adjust to the new funding need. That would allow the full annual funding level to be achieved by 2032, as we're presenting here today, with a small increase being phased in between now and then. If council determined that only base and high priority projects are affordable, as an example, it would require a 1.9% incremental increase on the regular levy annually each year from 2024 through 2032. At that point, then taxes would have been raised to a level to support the ongoing capital investment needed to maintain our infrastructure. Alternatively, if we were to implement a special levy, that levy would start at $23 on an average home, and we would increase it by that amount each year, so that by the time we get to 2032, it would be just over $200 of special levy to maintain our infrastructure. If council determined that only base, high, and medium projects are affordable, then the numbers would be 3% for an incremental levy. Or alternatively, the special levy would start at $65 in the first year in 2024, and by 2032, it would need to increase to $600 in order to maintain that level of service and to maintain our assets. Another consideration that is not on this slide is to take a look at the waste management special levy, which sits as a $62.50 charge per property. And council may want to consider converting that to a CVA assessment-based rate. Converting that from a fixed per property charge to an assessment-based calculated charge would make it more affordable for less affluent households. And it would allow us then to combine that with the infrastructure special levy so that there would just be a single special levy as it relates to the two of them. If it was combined, then the charge would be, if we were to do just base and high priority, would be about $85 special levy in 2024 on an average home. If council's interested in this, considering this option, we can bring back a little more detail for next week's meeting. Now, Mayor, I don't know if you wanted to pause to discuss that, or should I continue on?
Why don't we just go to the end of the introduction, and then we'll take questions on the whole thing.
Okay, excellent. Next slide, please. So the Aquatic and Wellness Center will be taking on debt of $24 million in 2024 and another $18 million in 25. Other large tax funded projects are going to require debt of up to $28 million, and you can see those listed there on the slide. Water, wastewater, and landfill will require $60 million. And in order to achieve that, we'll be needing then to increase the rates for those services in future years once the studies are complete. In 2024 through 32, measured increases in special levy will require the use of reserves and debt in order to fund this delayed increase in taxes. And that could then potentially add another $20 million that we would have to place on certain projects in order to get us from that time period to between now and 2032, when we finally would have taxes at the level required to support the infrastructure program. This combined debt will get us very close to our annual repayment limit, with payments of approximately $13 million compared to an annual repayment limit of $16 million. Interest rates obviously play a factor in that, and those numbers could change over the years as interest rates fluctuate. Next slide, please. Now we'll be moving into an overview on operating. Here, the 2024 budget provides $10 million of net revenue, which increases our reserves. This surplus is primarily used to fund our investment in capital, as you can see with the amounts going into future capital and fleet, as well as the legacy water and wastewater. In 2024, the net income is being reduced in this plan as presented to $8.9 million. As we discussed on the capital side, in addition to this, there is then also an incremental tax related to the infrastructure or the asset special levy, the infrastructure special levy. Next slide, please. The 2023 tax stabilization reserve was budgeted for a deficit of $900,000. Historical levels of year-end operating surplus have been sufficient to cover this historical deficit, meaning that we typically, at the end of the year, when we bring in the final year-end report, there's a surplus to budget. It makes up for this deficit so that we have not been running into a negative reserve on tax stabilization. But I do want to point that out, that there's always a risk that if we do in future years where we don't achieve those same levels of surplus, there's a risk we could start running that reserve into the negative. It was less of a risk in 2023, but in 2024, you can see that deficit on the tax stabilization reserve is growing to $2.5 million. And that is primarily due to the funding of the transition plan for the Aquatic and Wellness Center playing a role. But some of these numbers will change as we are updating the transition plan numbers. So you'll see that come down slightly, but it'll still be close to $2 million. Next slide, please. The $8.9 million of net income in 2024 is based on growth of 2.3% and a tax levy increase of up to 6.6%, again, depending on what level of service council chooses to go with. Next slide, please. If only base priorities were approved, the tax increase could be as low as 3.5%. versus the 6.6% if all of the priorities are approved. Of that 6.6%, inflation contributes 3.5%. Changes in personnel is 2%. The Westerio dividend that Kara mentioned at the beginning of this presentation is 0.5%. Service enhancements that we're doing on the municipal housing allowance and for donations adds a further 1.1%. And changes in police is 0.5%. Beyond that, you'll see other major initiatives and division highlights being presented by the various departments during the course of the day. Those add a further 1.2. Offsetting that is growth, which will be providing 2.3% offset to those increases. Next slide, please. This slide gives you a visual representation of what that represents on an average household. Base priorities will increase the tax on an average home by $76 from the 2023 level of $2,181 up to $2,257. If high service priority items are also included, this would add a further $45 in taxes. Medium priorities would further increase that by $16. And if all priorities were approved, the tax on an average home in 2024 would be $2,324. Next slide, please. As with any plan, we can be guaranteed that the end result will not match the plan. That does not mean or does not diminish the importance of developing a plan, but it does highlight the importance of trying to understand the factors that might cause the plan to deviate. The following 4 slides will take you through an assessment of the risks and opportunities that might impact our plan. Common themes that you will see every year as it relates to risk to a plan would be inflation, interest rates, and growth rates. In addition, the pace of sale of lots for Innovation Park could have an impact on the cash flow of our plan. And service demands, as you see identified in the last bullet point on increasing pressures for park and recreational facilities, could also have an impact. Next slide, please. Landfill volumes it could be impacted by, it could impact the life expectancy of the facility and cause changes to the capital budget side of our plan. And it could be either to the positive or the negative. The development of technology may also give us some opportunities and efficiencies that we could use to improve the plan. Next slide, please. Some further areas where we have some good news is perhaps we could raise some further funds than we have in the budget right now for the Aquatic and Wellness Center in terms of grants and donations. Sale of surplus lands could bring in some extra dollars. We have a fee review project underway, and that could provide some recommendations that would allow us to increase some revenue. Next slide, please. The prior slide addressed opportunities. This slide shows where some of the areas of risks are. We are counting on a budget surplus to fund the budget reductions in the tax stabilization reserve that I mentioned earlier. So keep in mind that we had a budget deficit of $800,000 in 23, and that's going to be increasing to somewhere in the neighborhood of $2 million in 24. We're planning on the AWC delivering on an improvement in net cost by 2027. But with any new project, there are risks, and that could then impact future business plans. As we discussed earlier, the asset management plan has details behind our core infrastructure, but we're still working on the final details for the non-core assets, and that could cause a change in future capital budgets. DC funding is a key component of our capital financing plan. But that could also, DCs could impact us. There could be less revenue than expected, either because of changes in growth levels, or it could also be due to changes in provincial legislation, which could change how much money we can raise. So it's dependent on us to, and it's also dependent on us to identify growth-related components to our projects, and what we've put in as an estimate of what those growth-related components are at this time. Once we get into the final details of when projects are rolling out, we may find that growth component, we can't justify the levels that we've included in this plan. So there's a risk there as well that it could be different than what we've budgeted for. Next slide, please. I've mentioned it previously, but it's worth mentioning again that there's a significant impact potentially with interest rates in our plan, in particular as we're taking on significant debt with the Aquatic and Wellness Center and water and wastewater projects, as well as some other areas of debt. An upcoming facility audit may also identify some needs for increased investment that haven't been identified yet in the plan. And it goes without saying that climate change is going to be a potential risk to our plan or any plan, with as we've seen in past years, what the impact of storms can be. Next slide, please. So this slide will be taking us through reserves. At the last council meeting, we went through the updated reserve policy, and that policy recommended consolidation of a number of reserves. So at this time, I'm going to ask Dawn to open up the file, the 2000 reserve file. And while Dawn's opening that up, the question that I'll be posing to the floor is, are there any reserves that we've highlighted for being closed that we have deemed to be consistent with the plan, that we have identified that those reserves were covering projects that are now included in our long-term capital plan, and we're planning for it, we're reserving effectively via the long-term plan. So there's no need to also maintain an independent reserve for that. So we do have a number of reserves that we're proposing to close. Sorry, Dawn, that's the wrong one. Yeah, it's the reserves 2023. So we have a number of reserves here that we're proposing to close. These reserves will be brought forward in the December 11th meeting for council's approval, but we will be seeking any direction today if you would like to see a change in what we're proposing to close. But in our opinion, all of these reserves will be covered through our long-term plan. The other thing that I'll be highlighting is that we have a number of reserves, or a few reserves that we would like to convert to reserve funds. And those, by a reserve fund, the impact the difference between a reserve and a reserve fund is that reserve funds accrue interest. So the items that we would like to have as reserve funds are landfill expansion, water, wastewater, harbor, tourist camp, and building. So that money that we're setting aside in those reserves, we will be attributing interest to those which we deem is appropriate and is consistent with the reserve policy that we presented at the last meeting. The other thing I'd like to point out is on this slide, there's an error on the housing reserve. We reported an ending balance that was different than the beginning balance, and that will be adjusted in the version that you see on December 11th so that there is no change between the beginning and ending balance on the housing reserve. You also have in your package the 2024 reserve schedule. I won't go through that at this time because as we go through the presentations and council gives us direction on service priorities, we will reproduce this report at the end of that so that you can see then what the end result is on reserves after we've determined what the budgets will be by individual project. And we can go to the next slide, which will allow us to pass on to Kara to take us through, or do you want to pause, I guess, at this point before we go to the next slide?
Yeah, if that's the end of 5.1, I assume the introduction. So quite a bit there, and I'm sure there'll be questions or comments from members. So we'll ask if there are indeed questions or comments. The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And I do believe maybe the heat got turned up. Is that, it's all of a sudden it's warmer here. So if that's happened, thank you. If I could ask for a little further clarification from the Director of Corporate Services, the chart that's on page 31 of our package, which is setting out base, high priority, medium priority, and low priority. Could you just provide us with a little more information on how you initially have come up with the determination of how you put things into those 4 categories? Was there a criteria checklist or something like that that staff has used to put things in there? Like, are there definitions that would be helpful to us to understand why something ended up in base as opposed to just a priority and then the different priorities? Could you just say a little bit more about how those 4 columns resulted? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much for that question. The easy one to answer on that is the base. Base is something that we believe is a requirement. It's not setting a service level. It's just something that needs to be done regardless. As it relates to the service priorities between high, medium, and low, each department director took a look at the actions they had in front of them and tried to divvy it up between a high, medium, low, trying to make their best assessment of where they felt residents would come out on rating these projects in terms of their affordability.
So there's not a matrix of any kind that.
No.
Okay. And my other, I have quite a few questions, but do you want us to ask questions about the reserve funds right now?
Oh, I think the director was interested in hearing your thoughts on which reserve funds were identified to be closed. So I think we can take those comments now. Sure.
Okay. Well, my understanding about all of this is that a lot of work went into this. It's a lot to digest in terms of a different way of looking at things. But my understanding is that rather than showing in individual areas that, something is tax funded, it looks to me like a lot of the emphasis is on funds going into the tax stabilization fund and then activities being funded from that. So having said that, then when I look through the reserve list, and you can correct me if I misinterpreted that, I have some concerns about items that have cemetery in them. And I'm sure somebody has really looked at regulatory requirements because, we have responsibilities associated with the cemetery. So one cemetery fund associated with Sanctuary Park seems to be intact, the Sanctuary Endowment Obligatory Fund, but there's some other cemetery related activities that seem to be moving over into other categories. I had a concern about that. I'll just say them all up front. There's a rather large sum of money in other non-obligatory reserves, which we don't have a lot of definition about that. So I wanted to ask a question about that. I also want to ensure that the areas that I view and that I think there's a general understanding, again, I can be corrected on that, the areas that are more business enterprise activities like harbor and the tourist camps, and I would put the airport in that category too, although the airport reserves seem to be disappearing and absorbed into something else. But I believe harbor and tourist camps, those reserves are staying intact because in my mind, they should be separate because there should be a sense that those activities have a different way of being funded and taxpayers have a limited involvement with those. So I just wanted to confirm that my understanding of that, and the airport one does concern me because it appears as though there's about $100,000 worth of expenses associated with the airport that I'm not sure taxpayers should be on the hook for those funds. It should be more of a user thing. I'll mention one more and then I'll turn it over to maybe a comment or to somebody else. The Parks Reserve, there is a parkland in lieu reserve that's staying, but the Parks Reserve seems to be being absorbed into future capital. If someone were to make a rather large investment, either perhaps from a will situation or something like, say, somebody was providing $250,000 or more to the town, and it's very specific to an interest in doing something specific. Would we, and there has been money put in that parks line in the past related to that specifically. If that reserve fund disappears, we would still have the ability, if someone were to make that sort of in their own lives, a legacy investment with perhaps some ties attached to it, we would have a way of addressing that, even if in particular the parks line is not there anymore. So I have a few more, but I'll just leave it at that right now. Thank you.
Any comments to that? Any of that, the director?
I'll start with the donation example. If a donation came in and we had some spending planned over the next couple of years to use that donation, we would set up a project, put the revenue into that project, and put the expenses against that same project and be able to track it through the capital project. We would not need a reserve to track it. We could track it via the project system. If this was a very substantial donation and we'd be using it for the next 20 years, at that point, I would recommend, yes, we should set up a parks donation reserve to manage that, because it's beyond the scope of our planning. So that would be on a case-by-case basis. On the cemeteries, and Don, if you can pull up the reserve. If you just pull up the reserve 2023, so we have it in front of us so everyone can see it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So on the cemeteries, the one cemetery endowment fund that you see there that holds a balance of just over $100,000, that's related to a past donation that had restrictions on it. And that's why that is recommended to stay. The care and maintenance funds for this cemetery, which are highly regulated, they're not shown at all. They're actually within a separate fund of the municipality, totally separate from our own books, and we have mandatory reporting on that. So the smaller cemetery funds that you see are just operational cemetery funds that are completely within the control of the municipality. What was the question on the airport precisely?
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to confirm that the three areas that I view as business operations of the town, they're not technically core services. The tourist camps, the harbor, and the airport, that they are trackable and maintained has separate lines, because technically in the past, particularly with the harbor and the tourist camps, they have represented revenue to the town. I found it very difficult to understand what that revenue is at the moment, and I'll save those questions for when it comes up later. But certainly there was an interest in previous renditions of councils to make sure that expenses associated with those three aspects were being covered by fundamentally the users, albeit there was some debt involved at various times. But in the way that it seems to be represented in here, I'm finding it hard to make sure that there's clear distinctions, that taxpayer funding is not supporting the operations of the tourist camp, or the harbor or the airport. And again, with the airport, it looks like there's almost $100,000 worth of expenses being suggested, and I'm not able to determine how that's being funded. So I had questions about, and to me, I think that the harbor and the tourist camp, those reserves are still existing, but the airport ones are being absorbed into the general sort of way of looking at this, I think, going forward. And that's concerning to me because I don't believe that taxpayers should be on the hook for massive investments at the airport when it's an extremely limited operation with an extremely limited usership. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. The airport reserve, we are keeping an airport reserve, so there will still be that ability to track those funds separately. I would say the airport setup is fairly unique in that there is an annual operating grant that goes to the airport committee. Council has discretion over that grant through this business planning process, but they are somewhat mixed in terms of where the funding is coming from. There is an item for a larger operating or potentially even capital spend for the airport this year. And when we get to that area of the business plan, I think council can make direction on where that funding should be coming from. So I would say they're not completely separate in terms of tourist and harbor camp. Tourist camp and harbor. We do have the ability to separate those spending, and I think in 2024 we'll begin looking at master planning exercises for those business areas, and we'll ensure that we're following the direction of council in terms of how we're where the profits of those areas are going and how the projects are being funded.
Okay, yeah, the deputy mayor.
Just can you please just make a comment generally about, there's about $25.3 million sitting in other non-obligatory reserves. What are they related to? Because they're still sitting there. That's not closing, that's not moving somewhere else. Can you just give us an idea of what is sitting in that fund? That value.
If you're referring to the non-obligatory reserves, that is the sum of all of the reserves above. So it's just a subtotal.
No, she's referring to the line above that. It's in italics, other non-obligatory reserves, $25.3 million.
That is a sum of the items above. So that's a subtotal.
Okay. So what is the total non-obligatory reserves then?
The total that includes then the three at the top being tax stabilization, future capital, and legacy.
Okay. All right, thank you. Further comments, the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Jim. Jim, page 26, 2024 to 2032 average future capital funding. You talk about the incremental capital levy could be option A, option B. Is that an all or none? Is that an A or a B, or is it could be a combination of both? Is that up to council to make that decision, or is it an A or a B?
It certainly could be a blend. I'm not sure how we would communicate that blend if the purpose of the special levy is to provide some clarity as to the incremental investment that we are putting into our infrastructure. I would think it would make sense to leave it whole as opposed to splitting it. But if council had a rationale for splitting it and wished to do so, mechanically there'd be no issue with us handling it that way.
You talked about the legacy reserve, and on page 31 we talked about 2.5 million, 2,055,000, and you talked about legacy, and early in your comments you mentioned the legacy would be funding projects to the tune of $5.3 million per year. I don't just to explain that to me, because I think our annual contribution is about 2.3 million per year to the legacy reserve, I understand. So what is the balance in the legacy reserve? And how do you come to that 5.3 million when we're contributing 2.3 million per year? It's probably a simple answer, but I just don't quite understand that.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Don, can you pull up the reserve 2023 schedule again? You're gonna slap me if I ask you to do it one more time, aren't you? No, this is the document that's the reserve 2023 that you've opened previously. All right, thank you. So you can see there the line for legacy. It's the third from the top. If you can scroll back to where you were, Don. Right there, perfect. So at the beginning of 2023, the legacy reserve was sitting at $7.2 million. Council had approved, as in prior years, a budget transfer of $2.4 million. There was also then a capital budget transfer of 1 3/4. And then we had some projects that were going directly, expenses going directly against that on both a minor amount on the operating and 4.8 million on the capital. That would be predominantly from the pool. That leaves us a closing balance of 6.2. So your question about the $2 million or the $2.4 million that is normally contributed, you can see that in the normal operating transfer.
In the yearly, but you mentioned about a yearly contribution of 5.3 million? I wrote it down.
Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, I see where you are. So that is not contribution. Those are projects being charged against the legacy in 2024.
Understood that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, that's good. And
yeah, so we're continuing to put in money into the legacy reserve, but then there's drawdowns as well. And that pie chart,
understood.
that was showing the drawdowns, the capital expenses being charged against the legacy reserve.
Thank you. And I just want to go right back to the CAO's opening remarks and about the 4.4% wage increase number. I have good luxury of being a part of the OMERS pension plan, and our Ontario Consumer Price Index increase for January 1 is 2.2%. And I'm just wondering where the 4.4%, I know other unions and other corporations are in between there. Ours is 2.2. Ours is 4.4 in the municipality. So, okay, where did the 4.4% come from? Union negotiations, others, I suppose?
I'm just trying to find the slide with the 4.4. Which slide number?
It wasn't a slide, it was my introduction.
Turn that over to the CAO.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was 4% on wages. That was a report that came to council in the summertime that was recommending a wage increase, and to summarize that report, the wage increases being provided to staff are in effect in arrears. And so it's a catch up from the inflation from this year that will be paid in, it will be granted in the 2024 increase.
And I don't begrudge at all. 4.4%.
4%, it's 4.
Okay, wrote down 4.4. But I don't begrudge that at all. I think passing on to staff is a good thing. I just, I wonder about the difference between what I'm seeing elsewhere within Ontario Consumer Price Index for 2023, 2.2%. But we long ago approved that 4%. So, okay.
The CAO.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So as you'll remember, there was a policy passed this summer. I don't have it in front of me to speak to it directly, but the salary, we call it the cost of living, or COLA. We'll take a rear view look at the previous 12 months. And I think I'm just looking at the director of HR. It's based on July or August. And we look back to the previous July or August and look at that 12 months and the impact on salary and wages related to that 12 months period. So while today's consumer price index might be at a different level, what we're doing is looking at keeping our compensation levels relevant with what's occurred in the year previous.
Understood. I just, yeah, I understand.
Okay, further comments from members? Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first is just a clarification on a typo that I did ask you a question about this, but just really for the benefit of the media or the public who may be looking at, I think this was on page 32, if you do the pages at the bottom, or 28, if you look at the one in sort of the buff at the top. Under base, high, medium, 2026, the figure 1954. Some people might be alarmed at that. And it should be, I believe, 194. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. Thank you.
Okay. And then this is just a general question. I know that in your opening comments, Jim, you talked about how our council has tried to be progressive and forward-thinking and preparing us for the eventualities of keeping our assets, capital assets, up to try to do what we can to make sure that they're in good repair. But I wondered if you could provide some perspective on how our situation compares to other municipalities, other either in our region, province. I mean, are we typical of what's going on? Are we exceptional? I think it's important also for the public to get that perspective.
Thank you, Councillor Grace. We are very much typical, and it's not only typical at the municipal level, it's typical at the provincial level, it's typical at the federal level. That governments have underinvested in infrastructure. They rested on the investments that were made in the 50s and 60s. And that's why the province then passed the asset management planning legislation to address this issue, so that all municipalities are now in the same boat where we're developing these plans, as we should have always done, but now we're required to. Within those plans, you still have lots of leeway as a council to make decisions, but we are at least setting the information forward as it's defined in legislation, so that you can then make informed decisions.
Okay, further comments? Councillor Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is similar to the one asked by the Vice Deputy Mayor, which is about tax increases versus special levies. And in the past, when we've had a special levy, it's been one that has been applied equally to every household, like the landfill levy or the police building levy, things like that. And what you're proposing is that we would be asked here to decide between a levy that is actually indexed based on the value of the property, right? So that then to me looks like just a tax. Is it, how do we differentiate between a simple tax increase and a special levy that is indexed based on your value?
First off, we certainly could also do this on a fixed rate per property. And if council wished us to do that, we would come back with those numbers. But they would be somewhere in the magnitude of what you're seeing here, because we're doing it on the average household. So the average property would differ slightly, but not significantly. To your question, Councillor Mayet, as it relates to how do you differentiate between the two, I think the purpose of the special levy in this case is to clearly communicate to our residents so they have an understanding of where their tax dollars are going to and why the increases they're seeing, what's behind it, what's the rationale for increasing it by this dollar amount. If we bury it in the base tax rate, ultimately it's going to get lost for most residents. They're just going to see a big increase. It's harder for them to understand why. So this is really a tool for communicating clearly and transparently why they're seeing the taxes that they're seeing or would be seeing.
Just further clarification. So, but to me, like for say the police building special levy that we have currently, once the police building is finished being paid for, that levy will disappear. And to me, that seems to be a differentiation between a tax increase and a special levy. So could the same principle be applied here that once these special levy specific expenses are covered off, that the levy would go down again?
That's a very good example, but the end result is no, it would not go down because our need to maintain our infrastructure does not go away. So what we presented in front of you, and you saw what the average annual was each year going all the way out through 2032. In 2033, it's still going to be sitting at that level. We need that in order to maintain our roads at the condition that they need to be maintained at, so that we have the lowest life cycle cost. So it is not a direct comparison to the police building, because that was a new asset that we were adding. Here, we're not raising this to add a new piece of infrastructure that we're paying for. It's to maintain the infrastructure that's already here. So using that rationale that you put forward, that would be an argument that you might say, I'm not in favor of a special levy. I think it's more appropriate because it's going to be ongoing to put it into the tax rate. And that's a sound argument.
Yeah, that's right. And if it was clarity that we were seeking for the taxpayer, we could break out the tax rate into dozens of different special levies then, right? So that people know how much of their taxes is going towards snow plows and how much their taxes is going toward wages and so on and so forth. So yeah, you've kind of made my mind up for me that I don't think the average citizen, I don't think really needs or is interested in that clarity. They just want to know what the bottom line is on their bill, right? Thanks.
Okay, I think to be clear, the staff has presented us both options here, a tax impact of those and also a special levy impact. So council can see clearly what would happen in either scenario, and we can have that debate toward the end of this discussion. Are there further questions or comments on the overview? Councillor Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this would be a simple question, but it would certainly help taxpayers understand what's happening here. If you go to page 19 of the overview, the fleet condition summary. And I think all of us know that we may have cars or vehicles that are a little older than what's being described here. And I'm looking for a definition of a poor vehicle versus a very poor vehicle. This could be an area where we may have to tighten our belts and say, we got to keep them longer. I don't know. Could I get that definition? Thank you.
Through you, Mayor. I don't have in front of me the definition between poor and very poor. We do talk about the poor scenario on the slide 16, and which talks about it adds 6 years to the optimal useful life of the vehicle, results in higher operational costs, poor visual appearance of the fleet on the road, and a higher risk of breakdown. But I don't have the distinction between poor and very poor here, but we can certainly provide that.
Okay, thank you. And through you, that's fine. But sometimes the vehicles last much longer. We're lucky. We get a good one and what have you. Do we take that into account? I fear buying vehicles for vehicle's sake is somewhere where we could possibly save some money like taxpayers do every day with their vehicles.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. Part of the consideration would be as we extend the life cycle of the vehicles, the operating costs go up, and so that's part of the trade-off. And in terms of the first part of your question, yes, sometimes we are able to extend the life of vehicle. We try to keep them going, in a usable condition where they're providing the service that they need to provide safely, as long as we can. And so that's why it's presented as an average of years. Sometimes vehicles don't last as long as that average, and sometimes longer. Our mechanics do a great job of keeping them as long as we can, but there reaches a point where they need to be replaced.
One more question, Mr. Mayor. What about the electric vehicles that we have? How are they holding up as compared to gas fueled vehicles?
Yeah, through you, Mayor. I don't have that specific condition of those vehicles, but we can certainly provide that. We have two. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. And just, I guess maybe I just follow up quickly on the councilor's question. Do we have so we have three different condition scenarios, right? We have poor, fair, and good. Do we have a dollar value, an annual contribution difference between how much council would need to spend in the poor scenario, the good scenario, or sorry, the poor, fair, and good scenarios? Like, how much more are we asking between each of those levels?
That breakdown isn't in front of us. We did. We'll see it in the development services highlights for capital. We've set it out for council in terms of base, medium, and low. But we can certainly cross-tabulate your specific question the way you're asking it, Mayor.
Yeah, it's just if it's a choice council's going to make, would be helpful to know how much more it's going to cost. So I see the deputy mayor, and then I'll come to Councilor Grace.
Thank you. And two follow-ups. Somewhere later on in all of this, there's a request related to, I think it's for corporate services, and it has something to do with MPAC, an assessment, something's changing. Further to what Councillor Mayette said, I actually think some people really do like to see that pie chart that's in with the tax bills that shows where the money's going. So I don't know what the solution really is, but I know we've just started a new citizen engagement opportunity. I know there's something out there now that you can sign up for some kinds of surveys. That might be a good question, like what do people really want to know about the value of their tax bill? I wanted to ask though, I think recently also there's been some good education type promotion related to tax rates and MPAC and assessed values and all that kind of stuff. There is a perception, I think, by some people that when somebody's now building, their house is being assessed much higher because the rates of buying a house now have gone up, whereas somebody, because there hasn't been reassessments for a number of years due to COVID and other circumstances, they're sitting, but it's all based on a certain year, correct? So it's not that, these brand new houses are showing up on the assessed values as significantly higher just because they're newer, because it's all kind of baselined at a specific year. Having said that, also, and again, whatever messaging went out, I just can't remember when it happened or how it happened. It was about how the whole system will move when there's a reassessment. So that it's not, individual properties that get impacted. It's the entire thing. So the whole system moves up. It will be an interesting discussion when we get to that, because, should it be across the board, all properties assessed in a similar fashion or tied to assessed values? It's a good conversation to have. I did want to follow up though on one reserve. I was waiting to see if someone else kind of picked up on it. It's on page 57 of 354. There's waterfront enhancement reserve and waterfront master plan reserve. There's some numbers there, and both of them appear to be in the works to be closed off and transferred over to future capital. But then when you look at the other reserve list, let's see if I can find it. Then I get over to page 62. It would appear as though the waterfront enhancement reserve is still sitting there as valid, whereas the waterfront master plan reserve is floated over. I think it's very important. We have an opportunity happening at the waterfront that I believe one of these reserve funds very specifically has a connection to that opportunity. And I was concerned when I saw that one of them was both of them were just going to disappear into future capital. But then when I see the other list, it looks like the waterfront enhancement reserve is still being maintained as is. Is that correct? Because I think that would be very good because it would be very advantageous in terms of transparency related to the opportunity that is unfolding at the waterfront. So is it maybe just something didn't get picked up, or are they both being rolled into future capital? Because if they are, I think there's still merit to keeping one of them intact because it really does relate to something specific. Thank you.
The waterfront enhancement reserve shows an ending balance of $122,000 and is not showing as closed, but it does in error show future capital next to it. But it is staying open and with a closing balance of 122. The waterfront master plan reserve, which only started with $5,000, is being closed.
Thank you, Councillor Grace.
Thank you. I'm going back to the fleet condition and the definition of poor scenario. And I note that one of the characteristics or potential results that lists a vehicle as being a poor condition is poor visual appearance of fleet on the road. I guess what I'd say is one of the frequent comments I get from residents is much more resentment about newer vehicles driven by staff as opposed to older vehicles. I mean, people will make comments. I think in some of the comments we have just on the budget from the public, about how, staff are driving around in these wonderful vehicles. And so it's just, to me, I think safety and high operational costs are much more significant in terms of what should we should be using as opposed to poor visual appearance of the fleet. It's just a comment. Thanks.
Thank you. Anything further before we move on to our first department? Well, why don't we move on then? We'll go on then to 5.2 and we'll do the office of the Chief Administrative Officer, and we'll turn it over to the Chief Administrative Officer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Office of the CAO was created in 2022 and consolidates the former Strategic Initiatives Department, Human Resources, and also Health and Safety. Our department is responsible for implementing council's directed policies and programs, and also advises and informs council on the operations and affairs of the municipality. It is also accountable for performance across the organization, and as I mentioned, strategic initiatives and human resources, and those presentations will be done by the managers of each division. On the next slide, please, two actually. Slide 44 highlights the current organizational structure of the town of Saugeen Shores. I will make a note that in 2023, we executed the plan to separate community services and operations into two departments, and the 2024 business plan will be presented to reflect that change. It will be presented by Director Schreider for both of those, and I just thank her for doing the work and preparing two departmental budgets to prepare today. Within each department, you'll also note that there's there's individual divisions. And so the business plan will be presented to council and the public for each of those divisions. Next slide, please. This slide highlights for council the overview of the staff allocations in the 2024 budget. The staffing costs overall at the town represent a large part of our operating budget. Each director will be going through in more detail the asks related to their specific departments and staffing. Next slide, please. folks have seen this before, but the CAO's office has three main priority areas and objectives. And these are what we've used this year to set the key performance indicators for the CAO's office. I will be speaking more about KPIs later in my presentation. However, I did want to highlight the work of the management team that they've done in 2023 to baseline those KPIs for council's review. This means that in 2024, council will start to see trends through the quarterly reporting of these KPIs, and each director will review their KPIs for council today. So you'll see me review KPIs under the terms leadership and governance, organizational effectiveness, and communications and engagement. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, there's two distinct divisions within our department. Strategic initiatives managed by Jill Root, and Janice Stubbs manages human resources. The total headcount for our staff in 2024 has reduced from 14 to 10 employees, and this is due to the shift of the economic development division and tourism into planning and development. So as you review the plans between my department and development services, you will see the shift of that function between those two. The department has 9 full-time positions plus the new municipal solicitor position, and the temporary and seasonal employees that used to be reported on within tourism have also moved to planning and development. Next slide, please. This slide is a visual representation of the organizational structure for the office of the CIO, and I've already noted any organizational changes. So next slide, please. There are 11 major initiatives highlighted in the office of the CAO, and I'll briefly touch on them. Advocacy planning remains a top priority for the office of the CAO. It does not have a budget impact, but utilizes significant staff resources. It focuses on ensuring the town's interests and issues are addressed by other levels of government and organizations and groups. Subsequent to our efforts around advocacy, this year we've included a specific work plan item related to the Bruce C. new build impact assessment efforts just launched by Bruce Power last week. We recognize that the town of Saugeen Shores is home to the majority of Bruce Power's workforce, will need to play a significant role in the discussions related to the Bruce C. impact assessment, and that this work will start in 2024 and is planned to take several years. The outcome that I've outlined in this major initiative is to develop a joint white paper with the County of Bruce and Kincardine that outlines the priority areas of focus for our communities with regards to the impact assessment. We are hoping to secure funding in order to support that white paper work. This community economic development initiatives remains a priority of the Office of the CAO. It is led by economic development, which, as I mentioned, is in planning and development. 2024 will be the focus of the second year of that program, building on effective economic development partnership with Saugeen First Nation. There was a grant received for this work, and so there is no impact. Staff growth and development relates to the continued work to develop and support the workforce at the town of Saugeen Shores. The town is committed to developing staff to reach their highest potential. And by investing in people and offering ongoing learning opportunities for staff to develop their knowledge and skill, we create a more engaged, productive, and satisfied workforce. Next slide, please. The Aquatic Wellness Center engagement campaign is being coordinated through the Office of the CAO, and this is the fundraising efforts for the Aquatic and Wellness Center. The budget for these efforts was approved by Council in 2022 and continues to fund the efforts around the Quiet Ask campaign, as well as seeking other levels of government funding. Team Saugeen Year 1 is the continued work to develop and advance the internal culture of the town of Saugeen Shores. It builds on the work that we have done this year in building the Team Saugeen strategy. Growing people at the town of Saugeen Shores is who we are. So in 2024, $25,000 is being requested to continue this work and develop the implementation strategy. This work will be led by the Communications and Human Resources team, and it is an extension of our strategic plan, driving employee engagement, productivity, and retention of our high-performing and high-potential employees. The 25-year amalgamation recognition celebration. So January 5th, 2024 represents 25 years from when the town of Saugeen Shores, town of Southampton, and township of Saugeen were amalgamated into the town of Saugeen Shores. $25,000 is being requested to support the celebration of those efforts. Just want to make sure I said that right. I didn't say it right, did I? Port Elgin, Southampton, and Saugeen came together to make the data Saugeen Shores. Too many Saugeen Shores in one. The legal services initiatives. So with the approval of the municipal solicitor position for 2024, there are 2 strategic efforts that will be advanced, as well as the day-to-day operations. The first is a review of the town's capacity to offer fee-for-service to neighboring municipalities. And second is a council request to review parkland acquisition with a specific focus north of the river. Next slide, please. Succession planning has been highlighted as a priority for 2024. Workforce issues remain one of the single most pressing issues within the municipal sector, and that's no different at the town. The retirement of the baby boomers from the workforce will have profound impacts on the municipality. It is a priority for the town to start to develop a succession plan to identify and create a talent pipeline that prepares employees and supports career development and business continuity. The budget request to support this work is $5,000, and it has been designated as a medium priority for council consideration. The Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Plan. We saw the development of the action plan in 2023 and is a top priority for the town. In 2024, staff are proposing to start the implementation of this plan. The manager of human resources would be able to speak in more detail if council would like to that plan. However, there is a $10,000 request to start moving this work forward, and it's been designated as a medium priority for council consideration. Health and safety certification. The town prioritizes the health and safety of its workforce and has recommended that the town start the process to become ISO 45001 certified. By following the standard, the implementation of effective controls and measures to prevent accidents, incidents, and diseases is anticipated to reduce operational costs relating to WSIB claims, insurance premiums, and fines. Certification enhances our reputation and demonstrates the town commitment to providing a healthy and safe workforce. The 2024 budget ask is $10,000, and this is listed as a low priority for council consideration. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, there's the 2 divisions, strategic initiatives, and now each of those managers will overview their division. So I'll turn it over to Jill Root to present the strategic initiative priorities for 2024.
Thank you, Kara, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Strategic Initiatives is responsible for coordinating the strategic priorities set by council and the administration. The division provides strategic communications, planning for the organization and stakeholders, both internal and external. This includes coordinating public engagement and developing messaging for the mayor, council members, and the CAO. Under the Office of the CAO, Strategic Initiatives is responsible for the priority areas of leadership and governance, communications, and engagement. Next slide. The Strategic Initiatives Division operational highlights represents a net increase of 14,908. However, there are initiatives that add up to $74,000 being requested. This is a result of the transfer of economic development to planning and development. I'll outline the financial details as I go through the division highlights. The healthcare portfolio represents the annual physician recruitment and retention program and the ongoing work to make improvements in several key areas, including organization, marketing and communication, retention, education, partnerships, space, and advocacy. This is a base level initiative with no new budget ask. The Municipal Innovation Council. The municipality continues to play a significant role in helping to advance this collaborative approach to municipal innovation while working together with other municipalities across Bruce County. 2 projects identified for the MIC to work on next year are, one is the roadmap for electrification of fleet. This project will support the MIC partners to find a systematic and financially feasible approach to plan for the electrification of its vehicles. The second project is the municipal road condition assessment, and the outcome of this project is to find a streamlined, affordable, standard approach to assessing the condition of roads throughout the municipality. This will allow the municipality to have the necessary data to inform good decision-making for road repairs and maintenance. This is a base level initiative with no new budget ask. Next slide. The annual report is next. Since 2022, we have a standard practice of producing an annual report that shows progress made on the year's business plan and highlights progress year over year. This is a base level initiative with no new budget ask. The healthcare partnership, an improvement area highlighted in the review of our current healthcare program, was partnerships. In the next year, we hope to form a partnership with Kincardine that addresses our shared gaps for healthcare recruitment and retention. This has been designated as a high priority for council's consideration. The budget ask of $50,000 is to leverage that partnership. Citizen satisfaction measurement is a tool used to pull data in order to inform KPIs in several key service delivery areas. This has been designated as a high priority for council's consideration. The budget ask of $12,000 is to launch the survey in 2024 and get this valuable work underway. The Saugeen Shores brand refresh. This work builds on the existing visual identity guide, creating a full brand narrative and guide in order to support consistent key messaging and effectively communicate the right message to the appropriate audience seamlessly and always speaking on brand. This has been designated as a low priority. The $12,000 ask will support the development of the narrative and the associated guidelines for implementation. Next slide. The Strategic Initiatives Division capital highlights represents $25,000. It's housed within the IT budget, however, shown here for discussion. So the first one is the Saugeen Shores intranet. The current platform used for the intranet does not support the needs of staff. An improved platform will make the staff have easy access to the information they need to perform their work. This has been designated as a high priority for council's consideration, and the budget ask of $25,000 will support the cost of a new platform. The next piece is a new Saugeen Shores corporate website. The current website is not meeting the needs of the organization or the public. So in 2024, staff will begin to assess the website and identify areas for improvements. In 2025, staff will advance the necessary steps to a new corporate website. This has been designated as a high priority for council's consideration, and the budget amounts will be identified in 2025. I'll now turn it over to Janice Stubbs, through you, Mr. Mayor, the Manager of Human Resources, to present the business plan for human resources.
Thank you, Jill. Good morning. Human Resources is responsible for coordinating the strategic staffing priorities set by council and the administration. And my division provides core HR services, including recruitment, compensation and benefits, payroll, HR policy development and compliance, corporate training and development, organizational effectiveness, and health, safety, and wellness, aimed at promoting a positive workplace environment that engages staff. Coaching for performance rollout. We have been working on updating our performance management approach to replace the annual dreaded review and promote regular ongoing communication between leaders and their direct reports, timely discussions with managers on career path options and workplace or work plan status will support empowering people and fostering a growth mindset where staff can quickly identify challenges to resolve and opportunities to improve. There's no tax impact included in the budget. I will just highlight that there are only 2 items that I will speak to that have a operating budget impact. They include the recruitment process review as well as the cost of our annual employee engagement survey. So I don't have to keep saying there's no impact for the others. HR policy updates are a process that HR regularly engages to review our employment policies with employee input to put the right practices and policies in place to support our staff and to ensure we meet all current legislated requirements. Corporate training supports staff development and growth through initiatives to develop knowledge and skills needed to succeed. Our focus on effective leadership, process improvements, and other skills leading to service delivery excellence. Corporate training programs will continue to operate under the base budget. Our supervisor lunch and learn is a new program designed for leaders to gather and share experiences, discuss ideas, and enhance their knowledge of current trends and HR law updates. In 2024, HR will be focused on the Aquatic and Wellness Center staffing plan implementation, working with community services to advance the staffing plan in preparation of the opening of the new Aquatic and Wellness Center in 2025. The recruitment process improvements is also tied in with the applicant tracking software, where you'll see the request for a $15,000 investment. HR will be reviewing the recruitment process to identify improvement areas to ensure a positive customer experience for our applicants, including the introduction of an applicant tracking system to simplify and streamline our applicant experience and to increase the effectiveness of this process for all involved in hiring. This is identified as a high priority at a cost of $15,000. We will be partnering with the MIC for customer service excellence training, where employees will fine-tune leading practices in customer service excellence, including effectively communicating during difficult situations. And lastly, our annual employee engagement survey is an annual survey that we use that provides an important opportunity for employees to provide feedback to the organization on well-being, engagement, culture, and work performance. This feedback informs our vision to be a great place to work, and an increase of $6,000 in the budget is included to reflect the cost of administering this annual survey more accurately. And now I'll turn it back to the CAO to wrap up the presentation of the Office of the CAO.
Thank you, Janice. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The final slides of the Office of the CIO highlight the key performance indicators that the department has baselined for 2023. As the chart indicates, council will see quarterly updates on these numbers. Oh, sorry, the chart doesn't indicate. That's the intent, that you'll see quarterly updates on these numbers in 2024 that will highlight key trends for council's awareness. The KPIs represent our long-term goal as an organization to develop service level standards and to reach a point where we meet the clearly understand the day-to-day work of the organization and its impacts. As I noted at the beginning, the three priority areas, leadership, governance, organizational effectiveness, and communications and engagement, are highlighted with this year's KPIs. I won't go through the numbers, but I'm happy to answer any questions on that. I note also for council that with the creation of the municipal solicitor position, I will be taking a look at developing KPIs for this area of the budget as well. So just using my own presentation as an example, council and the public can now have line of sight to the department's major initiatives, their division highlights, capital highlights, 10-year capital highlights, as well as key performance indicators. Making this work visible increases transparency and accountability, but also provides clarity to our staff on the mission we are executing. And that's something we've heard lots of feedback from our staff on, that they want to see that line of sight for what's expected of them in the work plan. Management will continue to improve and report on these KPIs throughout 2024. I just want to circle back to my introduction this morning and take a moment to acknowledge the hard work of their management team that they did to put these KPIs together for council's consideration. On the last slide of my presentation is a summary of the true operational increase proposed. As I noted, there are some organizational impacts that are a little bit different or difficult to see directly within the budgets between our budget and planning and development. But just to highlight what was presented within the major initiatives, there is, through the projects outlined, there is a proposed $75,000 increase. As Jill highlighted, in strategic initiatives, there's a $74,000 increase. Human resources highlights were around $20,000, and that adds up to the proposed total of $160,000 increase. The capital expenditures of the Office of the CAO, as we noted, because they're information technology related, are contained within that IT capital budget. And we're happy to take any questions on what's been presented.
Thank you. So just as a brief comment at a high level, as we start to review these division by division, I think it's likely, I don't think I'm going out on a limb here to say that council is probably going to be looking to make reductions to this budget toward the end of the process. And we'll likely go to staff and say to staff, come back to us with some recommendations on things that can be reduced. And very likely they're going to come back to us with the things that are in here as low priorities. That's probably the list you're going to get back. So I think just as a note, as we review each of these, pay special attention to those priority areas. And I think giving staff direction at this point about how they have prioritized each of these major initiatives and whether or not you agree with that or whether you'd like to see changes is something that you ought to do at this point to inform what you're going to get back probably at our next meeting in terms of ways to make changes to this thing. So just a note, and we'll take questions or comments on the Department of the CAO, the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted to go back to our CAO's comment about it was on page 71, major initiatives, and it was good. It's good to see the $3.5 million for the Wellness Center. I'm sure Tracy in fundraising. I'm sure Tracy Murray and Robert Stanley will make that happen. I think that's a good thing. And but I did have a comment about the Wellness Center and fundraising, and we created a contract a year ago with a fundraising firm. And could you explain to me one more time, Kara? We'll see Lisa Billings is here today too. That firm that we contracted a year ago to try and secure some grants for the Wellness Center, how successful have they been?
Thank you for the question. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I am absolutely positive that our success would be reported to council directly. So I will acknowledge that we have submitted a couple of big grant asks, one to the tune of just over 13 million and the other is to the tune of just over 10 million. We have not resolved those as of yet. The contract that you're talking about, there are two contracts. The one contract that you're talking about is related to a company called Grant Match. They are contracted on and paid on a success basis related to those grant applications. The second contract was with an advocacy firm called Wellington DuPont, and they are the ones that are putting our applications in front of those federal ministers, again, to the tune of almost $23 million. So this table will be the first to know when I hear positive news back on either of those grant opportunities that we've submitted to date.
Thank you, thank you, Karen. I reluctantly, and I might have opposed it, but I reluctantly supported that $60,000 we were spending on wellness on DuPont. I'm still, the jury's out on that. I think we had to try, but $60,000 of taxpayers' money for a consulting firm as an advocacy group to open doors to the provincial federal government is a lot of money. I hope it works out. I really do. I really do hope it works out, but I'm just not sure about it yet. 60,000 is a lot of money. So I think we'll get to that 3.5 million though, which is a good thing. Couple things in the report. The website, $33,000 over 5 years. I've been here 9 years now, and I think the website's been updated 3 times in my 9 years in council, I think. And I heard the comment from a staff member that no longer meets the needs of the community. At what point in time do we get to the point where our website, we're spending another $33,000, and at what point in time do we get there? Yeah. Is it a yearly thing we update every year? Is it a firm we hire? Where's the $33,000 spent?
We've actually, through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question. We've actually designated sort of an upgrade to our website every 5 years is what's in the plan currently.
And that's what the 33,000 is?
That's right.
The annual engagement employee survey over 9 years, it looks like $6,000 a year, $57,000 to conduct annual engagement survey. Where's the $57,000 spent? Where's that go?
The CAO.
Yeah, if I may, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to answer just a comment on the format that you see in front of you. So what is being asked is for $6,000 in 2024. You'll see the small notation. And again, you're going to see these through every department's budget. This is why I thought I'd take a pause and just highlight it. the 2024 to 2032, because we have a 10-year operating plan in front of council, represents that $57,000 total would be spent on that over a 10-year period. So that's where it notes then too, so the required tax increase is 0.03% in 2024. We do, and if I may, on behalf of the manager, we do contract that work with a firm called Workwell, run by the YMCA, because they have a very statistically sound and robust survey tool that we have used for several years now, and it helps us see the trends with what is happening in the workplace.
Okay.
Further questions to the deputy mayor?
Thank you, and through you. Just as a follow-up on the comment about $60,000 for a consultant, and you've just mentioned now another firm that is contracted. What I don't see throughout these pages is an indication of how many times or where we're anticipating hiring consultants. So I would appreciate at some point some indication of who's actually intending to do this work. Is it going to be internal, or will there be outside consultants hired? Because there's no indication here about that. My other 2 points, and then you can perhaps respond, has a clarification on page 70 of 354, the staff development and growth line or category. There's an indication in there that it's a $55,000 a year annual program, and a nice little bracket there. Absorbing inflation has an efficiency, but then it says it provides a tax decrease. Can you just explain to me how you've put this together? Because it's not a budget ask, but it is a budget expense. So just how that sort of flows through this document, because as you said, there's lines that are showing up on quite a few things. And then I had a third comment question, but I'll just leave those two for now. And then if you want to respond, I'll mention the third one afterwards.
Thank you for the question. So with staff growth and development, this was funding that was put in place in the 2021 budget that we used to help grow the knowledge and skill of our workforce. What I mean by the absorbing inflation is because we have prepared a 10-year operating plan, a lot of the lines are increasing with inflation. There's my acknowledgement on this line that I didn't believe we needed to increase that, and that the 55,000 was acceptable as an annual program. So in the end, it provides a decrease to the tax rate because it's not rising with inflation.
I wanted to just the questions about or the interest in upgrading the website. I know communications fits in here. I don't know where the telephone system fits into all of this, but I do believe that there's still opportunities to improve that access for residents to the municipal network that we have here. And I know it works sometimes, but it doesn't work a lot of times. And I know this because when I choose on the limited times that I try and reach somebody, I phone in from outside just like a regular person would phone in. And I have to struggle sometimes to get through. And there's repetition in the way that messages are relayed. So and it's fine about the website, but I just at some point, that aspect of communication should be taken a good hard look at too, because I think that I know it's all automated, but it doesn't work very well from the outside world. And I know at times when I've indicated that something's not working, there's an internal comment, well, it works for us. Well, phone from outside, it doesn't always work from outside. So that's just a comment related to communications. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the comments. Members, Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Just back to this staff development and growth, the annual. How is that spent? Is that spent on staff or is that another consultant or? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. No, that is spent directly on staff through leadership and training opportunities. One example you've heard me report on is our Saugeen Shores Leadership Excellence and Achievement Program. Those numbers are in the KPIs. I just need to scroll down and have a look at them. So the KPIs, it's on slide 60, acknowledge that we have had 69% of our staff participate in lean training, and we are now at 72% to have completed that Saugeen Shores LEAP program. We also have partnered with Bruce County and Loyalist College, and we have a number, I believe about 5 of our management team are participating in training through Loyalist College. So there's a number of different leadership and growth opportunities that are available to staff that we are directly funding to staff in their participation.
Thank you. Team Saugeen, $25,000. Again, is this a consult, and then 15,000 ongoing? What is that money spent on? Again, is that like a consultant or how is that money used?
Thank you for the question. No, as I highlighted again, that will be led by our communications and human resources team. So it's funding in order to advance the internal pieces related to that strategy. And I do have a report on the 27th for council that outlines those strategy pieces and what will be going forward.
Thank you. It says, oh, just a second, the MIC, where was it? The Municipal Innovation Council, it said 0, but did we not just approve money? Like, I mean, we contribute to the, surely to the Municipal Innovation.
Yes,
MIC.
Thank you for the question. Yes, we contribute about $30,000 annually. So what this is a budget ask where new money is being requested is what we're highlighting in these tables. And so the town of Saugeen Shores does contribute $30,000. I believe the annual budget for the Municipal Innovation Council is just over $200,000.
Thank you. Just like, I know for me, this budget needs to be trimmed. And one of the things I've added up, that if you don't count Team Saugeen, because I wasn't sure in some of those, we have $319,000 in consultants fees in this budget. How does that compare to other years? 319,000.
Thank you for the question. Respectfully, you'd have to show me that so that I could confirm because I don't have that same number identified. I'd be happy to take a look at that with you directly.
Are you, Council Helping, are you talking across the whole budget or just in the department of the CAO?
The whole budget.
So maybe we could ask the Director of Corporate Services to have a look at that across the whole budget, come back to us with a number in terms of overall what we're spending on that.
And
back to you.
Okay. And just the way I've looked at it, there's tourism, there's 40,000, economic development consultants fee 50,000, environmental stewardship award 10,000, toolkit refresh, policy studies consultant 20,000. They just seem to go on and on and on. It seems like there's just wanting to know, are we continuing to increase this or have we always done this would be my question. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll get you some numbers. The director will come back with some numbers and we'll clarify that. Are there further, Councillor Stack?
Thank you. And I'll take my coat off. It seems to be warming up again now. The AC got turned off. So I just had a couple of quick questions for the KPIs. And maybe it's just my misunderstanding. So when you say we're going to baseline them, so are we going to track, or are you going to track for 24, 25, and 26 comparables against what was seen in 2023? Okay. And then just on the issue of consultants, I think what would be helpful for, at least for me, is if in some of them we could see perhaps a business, it doesn't have to be for everyone, but some of the larger expenses, perhaps a business case for what we're getting in return. Because I think what's probably lost in some of these budget discussions is there's a resource limit on the what staff can do in a week, in a month, and a year. And so I think, when I look at some of the consultant fees, and I do have some questions, but my assumption is part of these costs are based on just prioritizing work and expertise of the staff. So I think that's an important recognition, but I think for some of them, it would be useful to see the business. It doesn't have to be particularly detailed, but just some of the rationale for why we're opting to do consultants rather than in-house in some of those activities.
I think staff have heard council's concerns around that, so I would suggest as we go through the budget, there'll be moments arise where we see things that have consultants involved, and perhaps directors can highlight those and give us some comments on them as you make your way through your budgets. Are there further comments? The Deputy Mayor, and then, sorry, Councillor Dwinsky after that.
Thank you. One of the things that was interesting to me last year during this process, coming back into the meeting after a term off, was the number of activities and programs and projects that were carryovers that hadn't been finished. I would really appreciate if, as we go through different sections, if the intention is to get some of that stuff done, is it in here, or are some projects still in flux in terms of being carried over for another year? Because I see some items further along about some required repairs and upgrades to facilities which were invested in 6-7 years ago, but some of the items that were on the list then, which kept getting sort of pushed out, still haven't even been approached yet. So just let me ask you directly, Kara, does what you've presented to us, does it reflect that some of the stuff that was still hanging around from previous years, are you getting it done this year? Or are some things still going to be hanging for the future? Because we should try and get some things that have been approved in the past, or some things that were planned in the past. We should try and get those things finished. So are you confident that you've got that happening in a really meaningful way here, that we're not adding new stuff at the expense of not finishing stuff that's already been vetted and agreed to? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I'll probably provide 3 parts of an answer. One is in the quarterly updates that I do to council. I highlight in those the carryover projects that didn't get completed in the year previous. So you will see, and I think in the October update that I did, there was about 3 or 4 projects that were still carryover. One of the pieces of clarity staff have been working on is sometimes those are multi-year projects. So in this year's business plan, we've been really clear on highlighting what the annual outcome will be for that project. So if you're building, as an example, the Aquatic and Wellness Center, we know that's not happening in 1 year. So the directors articulated what council can expect in that year and what will be accomplished in that year. So we've done a better job at sort of ground truthing within the year. The other piece I would speak to is, you are correct. When I started here at the town of Saugeen Shores, there was a large capital backlog. Town council, I want to say 18 months or 2 years ago, created a permanent capital projects position within the organization. The sole goal being at this point in time to clear that backlog and also advance the priorities of that coming year. In one of the KPI section, and because I'm not familiar with them all in detail yet, I'll just ask the director who has that, I think Kristen's nodding at me, to pay particular attention to how much we've achieved on clearing that capital backlog. So yeah, the answer is yes. Every department head has looked at their budget through the lens of ensuring we can accomplish the work in the year that we're proposing it be done, but at the same time recognizing that there is some capital backlog that is, like you highlighted, 5 to 6 years that we're trying to clean up. It's still being undertaken. But we are making progress on that. So I believe what you have in front of you is a very realistic plan of what can be accomplished in 2024.
Thank you, Councillor Dwinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And many of my questions have been asked. I don't know that they've been totally answered, but that could be me. First of all, in staffing costs, what is a help desk analyst?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as I mentioned, the ones that are specific to a department will be spoken about by that director. So if I may, I'll defer that answer till when Jim presents the corporate services plan. He'll be specifically talking about the ask related to help desk. I just wanted one slide in the presentation that showed the council the entirety of the ask.
Can I ask, is this analyst above and beyond our employees? Is this another consultant?
Thank you for the question. It's not a consultant, it's a staff request.
Okay, thank you. Team Saugeen, I'd like to go back to that for a second. Says was developed as our internal brand. Can you define that for me? Is it just staff or is it outside as well?
Thank you for the question. This was a plan for our internal brand for staff, developed by staff. So all of our staff participated in a series of work this year to identify what our shared values and beliefs are as the team that runs Saugeen Shores.
And you're asking for an additional $25,000. I assume by what you just said, that work's been done. Now, why the additional 25,000?
Thank you for the question, because the answer is simply that there's pieces that need to be implemented related to it. And so again, around communications improvements and specific pieces related to human resources. So as an example, one of our goals is to become recognized as one of municipalities' top employers. And there's things that we need to look at doing within the staff environment to receive that kind or that level of designation. So we would return to council with that fleshed out, but we are putting together specific tactics that we would require funds to implement. And again, it would not be a consultant, it would be done by staff.
Excellent, thank you. If I may continue, on page 11, and I'm moving to page 11 as well. Community engagement. It just reminded me, community engagement. This is the first year that we've had the general public say what they want to say as well. And in our addendum, we got 17 replies, which I don't know if that's a good number. To me, it's not, but what they said was important, and it does show where the people are coming from. Are we going to, can we improve that? And that's not a question for budget. So let's just, I just think it's a good place to go.
CAO will speak to it.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think, like, I agree with your assessment. I would say 17. This is the first year we've done it. So I think I really appreciate the comments that have come in from the 17 individuals, because they've gone over and above to make sure that they commented and participated in this. But I do acknowledge that going forward, we want to grow that participation in it. One of the things that was mentioned earlier in the introductory section was an announcement that went out yesterday, where we're looking to build a panel of individuals that are interested in participating in various activities that the community or that the town is undertaking. So we've identified, I believe, around 20 projects next year in this work plan that you have in front of you that we believe require higher engagement with the public. And we're going to be looking at some specific tactics in order to help support participation on a broader sense. So my comment is that the next budget you see will have, I hope and guarantee, I don't know if I can guarantee because it's up to people if they want to participate, I hope would have more than 17 participants.
Excellent. If we go to page 13, citizen satisfaction measurement, this has already been talked about by Councillor Halpin. Why the $12,000? And why the $12,000?
Thank you for the question. This is related to your previous question. In order to solicit feedback from the public, we need funds to do that, to implement those tactics. I guess I would offer the previous approaches that may have worked. Even if you put an ad in the paper, it used to cost you money. But the tactics that we previously used, posting the agenda online, it doesn't work to reach out to people. So we need some funds in order to make sure we can communicate and engage with the public. And that's part of that citizen satisfaction survey. And those are related specifically to the key performance indicators that we've highlighted that we believe council is going to want to see trends that are happening in our community and hear feedback from the public on.
And does this 12,000 cover a consultant as well?
It covers a service. So much like you might
We
hear.
can't do it ourselves? I'm sorry.
Thank you. Sorry for the question. We can't do it ourselves, no.
All right, and page 14, we talk about intranet here. So that's internal. And the website is due to be, I guess this question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Jill. You said the website is updated every 5 years. Is that next year or?
Thank you for your question. And through you, Mr. Mayor, what we're going to do next year is take a deeper dive on our website just to really determine where the improvements can be made. And then we'll bring back kind of that analysis to council, and the amount for that would be brought forward in 2025. But our IT department has identified a potential cost, which is that 33K. For that work.
Okay, it's we have to do, I feel we have to do that sooner than later. When talking to citizens, and you say, oh, well, check the website, it's there, right? They want nothing to do with the website because it's so difficult to travel through it. I thought it was going to be easier by now, but I think that's what we have to do. I'll get off my soapbox now, as the mayor always says. AW staffing, page 16. Are we talking about that yet, or?
I don't, well, that will come as part of the Director of Community Services. So we'll
Okay.
talk about that as the
I'll
Director
wait.
of Community Services. Is that it?
Yep, thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. I was just looking at some of the worksheets, and the one is 1.2820. I suppose it's page 84. I was just noticing the materials and supplies. And so in 2023, it says the forecast use was 59,400, but for 2024, it's almost 140,000. Like, why would those materials go up so drastically?
The CAO.
Sorry, I just need to make sure we're all on the same page.
Page 84 of 354.
And sorry, what number are you referring to?
Under C, expenses, materials and supplies. 6 line C. Under that, it's entry 64100, materials and supplies.
Yeah. So that's a difference of $60,000. And so I think that Jill highlighted where those were coming from. So the majority of that is coming from the healthcare partnership, which was a $50,000 ask. The citizen survey, 12,000, and the brand 12,000. And I know it's not equaling exactly, which is why you're seeing probably that $10,000 change. And I don't know, I'll have to maybe turn to Jim or Dan to give me any assistance they have on that line.
So it isn't really for materials.
The Director of Corporate Services.
As Karis pointed out, it's the biggest movement is in studies and plans that Jill was outlining. And then there's a small piece for inflation as well. And that sums it up then.
Okay, I just had a couple of comments. One, in terms of the brand refresh, I think that is appropriately classed as a low priority. I think you should cut it. And in terms of the funding for the healthcare partnership. So we don't really have a partnership in place yet. And there's a fair bit of work yet to do in terms of actually establishing that program. And I just wonder if it's worth the administration having a look at that one and potentially considering a different funding source other than taxation in 2024. I recognize it'll be an ongoing expense if it happens, but it may only, frankly, may only even materialize partway through 2024. In fact, that's quite likely. So I think that it may be in 2024 that could be funded through some other means than taxation, and then in 2025 we could consider making it an annualized expense through taxation. But if you're looking for, I understand that that's listed as a high priority, and it is a high priority. I'm just not sure that, given how that's going to roll out in 24, that it's necessarily needs to be funded from taxation. So that could be a consideration for a taxation reduction in 24. So just a couple of thoughts from me on that. If there's nothing else, then what we will do is we will break for 10 minutes, and then we will come back and consider community services. So we'll reconvene at 25 after the hour. We got to keep moving here. We got lots to do. We lost the clerk though. We can't do anything without a clerk, so I guess we'll have to wait. There she is. We found her. I knew if I shouted loudly enough into the microphone, you'd come up. Okay. So we're all together. I think we're good to go. So we will move on now to the Department of Community Services and the Director of Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I doubt this will take too long, so. Slide 62, please, Dawn, if you don't mind. So I'd like to start out our presentation today by recognizing the last 20 months as Director of Community Services and Operations. The consolidation of these two departments has had many benefits, and we've experienced advancements and efficiencies along the way. We're confident that those advancements and efficiencies will not revert and that these teams will continue to work closely together as benefits of collaboration are far greater than the previous silo model that we experienced prior to the consolidation. So I'd like to introduce Matt Prentice, our Director of Operations. Matt started last week with the town, and we're very excited to have him join our bench and lead our Public Works and Operations team. Later in the agenda, the Operations Department Business Plan will be presented and you will hear all about the wonderful projects and operations from myself, Matt, Larry, and Pete. So on to the Community Services Department. So this amazing group provides the development and promotion of programs, facilities, and spaces for recreation and community activities. We maintain municipally owned facilities, both recreation and non-recreation, parks including trails and playgrounds, harbor, tourist camps, airport, and waterfront and downtowns in partnership with our friends in Public Works and Operations. So slide 63, please. The areas of responsibilities for the Community Services Department include, but are not limited to, 2 arenas, 1 pool, which soon will be the Aquatic and Wellness Center, 2 tourist camps, 2 harbors, 9 soccer fields, 10 ball diamonds, 4 basketball courts, skateboard park, 23 playgrounds, 8 beach volleyball courts, 33 kilometers of trail, 18 kilometers of waterfront, 17 seasonal washrooms, and over 30 year-round facilities. So our priority area and objectives that are tied to our KPIs, which will be highlighted later in the presentation, are shown on this slide. Our objectives are identified as priorities that can have a positive, significant impact on our performance and user experience. So the objectives are divided into service demand management, sustainable development and planning, and infrastructure asset management. The objectives included in those 3 priorities are manage demand for municipal recreation facilities and parks, beaches and trails, ensure beautification and cleanliness of public assets and spaces, including downtowns and waterfront, reducing energy consumption for facilities, maintain efficient and effective operations and management of tourist camps and harbor, parks and recreation planning and development, manage activation or active transportation needs, address state of good repair projects, and manage and maintain town-owned facilities. So slide 64, please. So how do we do all these wonderful things? The next 2 slides speak to the department structure and staffing. The Community Services Department has 2 divisions, Recreation and Parks and Facilities. So Lisa Billing, our Manager of Recreation, and Frank Burrows is our Manager of Parks and Facilities. You'll hear from them shortly on the division highlights and our upcoming capital programs. Our core customers are residents, visitors, businesses, council, and staff. Our core community partners include, but are not limited to, sports groups and leagues, service groups, BIAs and chambers, festival and special event organizers, adult groups, facility tenants, and developers. Slide 65, please. The town has many assets, but one of our greatest assets is our people. This slide outlines the org structure of the Community Services Department, including the 2024 requests. This is in line with the org charts that have been presented to Council on July 10th through the Community Services Review and Strategy Corp Recommendations Report and October 10th, when the transition and activation plans were presented. This structure in today's business plan presentation includes 5 new positions that are affiliated with the AWC and 1 new student position for Lamont Sports Park. The new positions are highlighted in white, and I will note that the slide indicates 2 new students for Lamont Sports Park, but the request is for 1 in 2024. So that will be corrected prior to final business plan. The Wellness and Program Supervisor, Recreation Facility Supervisor, and Aquatic Program Coordinator are projected to start in July 2024. The Fitness Coordinator, Program Coordinator, and Customer Service Coordinator are projected to start in October 2024. The Lamont Sports Park student is a summer position that will start in the spring and work until September. This position does not have an impact on the tax levy as it will be offset by the increased rental revenue at the park. A general description of the job functions for the AWC positions was provided in Addendum 1, and I'll highlight a few key areas. So the Wellness and Program Supervisor is responsible for the day-to-day Aquatic and Wellness Center customer service and delivery of all non-aquatic programs and services at the AWC. This includes procedure development, staff training, recruitment, budgeting, and community development. The Recreation Facility Supervisor is responsible for the day-to-day facilities, operations of the maintenance activities of the town's indoor rec facilities, including the Plex, the Coliseum, the Aquatic and Wellness Center, and the Municipal Hall. The Aquatic Program Coordinator, responsible for the planning, development, and implementation of high-quality aquatic programming and service delivery. This includes leadership, program instruction, educational initiatives, and on-deck coaching and supervision. The Fitness Coordinator is responsible for the planning, development, and implementation of high-quality fitness programming and service delivery. This includes schedule development, instructor and part-time staff coordination, wellness center orientations, and program direction. The Program Coordinator is responsible for the planning, development, and implementation of high-quality non-aquatic recreation programming and service delivery, including day camps and gymnasium programs. This includes leadership, program instruction, educational initiatives, and in-program coaching and supervision. And finally, the Customer Service Coordinator, responsible for the direct customer service delivery at the AWC. This includes performing all customer service functions along with responsibility of the organization of that reception area. So slide 66 and 67, please. And you can just scroll. The following 8 projects that I will present are the Department of Community Services major initiatives for 2024. All of the projects are important, but these 8 are deemed major initiatives due to their scale, significance, and high profile of our community. So 68, please. So the Aquatic and Wellness Center is the largest investment in recreation that our community has ever seen and likely ever will. There are 3 major initiatives tied to the AWC. The first 2 are the Transition Plan and Activation Plan. These plans were presented and approved by Council on October 10th. Lisa Billing, our Manager of Recreation, did an incredible job of developing these plans and presenting them to Council. We are excited to see the 2 plans take form in 2024 and 2025. The Transition Plan, which is the first major initiative, focuses on the staffing plan requirements in 2024 and 2025 to prepare, open, and operate the AWC. There was an error in the estimated cost of the Transition Plan. Addendum 1 highlighted that the 2024 cost for the Transition Plan is $220,000, not $656,000 as noted in the original business plan. When I speak to the operating budget summary at the end of the presentation, there are a few slides that have been added that I will speak to clarify the cost of the Transition Plan, the AWC operating forecast, and the cost recovery of the startup costs. As outlined when Community Services org chart was presented a few slides ago, there are 5 new positions affiliated with the Aquatic and Wellness Center in 2024. The Transition Plan further describes the Aquatic and Wellness Center staffing requirements for 2025. The positions that are forecasted to commence in 25 are 2 full-time operator 1 positions, which are unionized positions, 1 part-time operator, part-time fitness staff, part-time fitness instructors, part-time program staff, and part-time customer service coordinators. Other areas of focus included in the Transition Plan are customer management software, financial projections, primary and secondary markets, key performance indicators, fees and charges, and policies and procedures. So the AWC, the second Aquatic and Wellness Center major initiative is the Activation Plan. So the Activation Plan focuses on developing the operating and management plan for this amazing rec facility. The Activation Plan provides the framework for community engagements, marketing and communications, programming, participation opportunities, including membership options, accessible and affordable recreation, and facility operations. The public will see elements of the community engagement broken into 4 phases. Phase 1, community engagement, commencing May or June of 2024. Phase 2 is the program launch, February 2025. And phase 3, membership drive and engagement, March 2025. Phase 4 finally is growing that AWC community, which actually kind of starts now, and it will forever be ongoing with this facility. So the result of advancing these plans over the next 2 years will assist in the development of a comprehensive strategy for the town's AWC opening in 2025 and the successful operation and management in future years. As mentioned, addendum number 1 provided slides that I will speak to during the operating budget summary to outline the total costs of the AWC transition plan, operating forecast, and cost recovery startups. So slide 69, please. The town owns and operates 2 municipal tourist camps, one in Port Elgin and one in Southampton. Tourist camps generate revenue based on, or generates revenue on an annual basis. The majority of the revenue is generated from seasonal site fees. The 2 camps are mostly seasonal sites and do not have many transient sites. So the Port Elgin camp has 295 seasonal sites and 11 transient, and the South camp has 148 seasonal sites and 4 transient sites. The recommendation to complete a strategic assessment in 2024 is driven by future capital investments that are forecasted in projected revenue and expenditures within that business unit. Objectives of the assessment could include, but are not limited to, recommendations for approach to operating and managing the camps, revenue opportunities, optimum operating hours and staff complement, trends in seasonal camping business, future capital investments and related costs, and the cost analysis, so capital versus potential revenue of additional sites at Port Elgin if Lakeview Ball Diamond is deemed surplus. The evaluation of the overall business case for the operations of the tourist camps will cost $35,000 and requires a tax increase of 0.02%. So slide 70, please. The third major initiative for the Aquatic and Wellness Center is the construction of the facility itself. So construction has begun and the site will be extremely busy over the next 18 months. As council is aware, the town is utilizing the construction management method. This approach to project management differs from the traditional design bid build method. The CM method has provided town support and experience early in the planning and design phases of the project. We've all been working closely with our prime consultant, Salter Pilon and Lett Associates, and our construction management firm, Ball Construction, over the past several months to advance the design and construction. So projection of construction milestones for council awareness, tender packages to be complete December 2023, foundation works May 2024, the pool tank May 2024, slab on grade October 2024, the pre-engineer structure for the facility August 2024, the conventional structure, which will be over top of the natatorium, is July 2024, the building envelope to finish in December 2024, interior finishes along with mechanical, electrical, and site works June and July of 2025. So the approved budget for the AWC project is 49.9 million and is funded through the legacy reserve and development charges. The town is exploring and chasing funding opportunities for the projects. So we have applied for the GICB, which is the Green and Inclusive Community Buildings Program, and submitted our pre-application for the FCM, which is the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. The next submission we are working on is the Enabling Accessibility Fund opportunity. And as everyone is aware, the Just Add Water campaign kicked off with a $1 million donation from Brad and Kathy Pride. Brad and Kathy are no strangers to community projects, well-being, and generosity. So this is just another opportunity to thank them once again for their significant donation towards this legacy project. Slide 71, please. So I've delivered many budget presentations and project updates in my years, but this picture is likely one of the best visual aids that I've used and spoken to in a presentation. I think it's just incredible. So this picture was taken in early October, showing the progress of phase 2 of Lamont Sports Park, which has advanced since this photo was taken. So we've seen the finished product of phase 1 on the grounds, but what this does is this gives us a glimpse of how the 2 phases are creating one of the most beautiful sports parks in Ontario. The weather, a few minor delays and deliveries impacted the construction of phase 2. Therefore, the project will carry forward for completion in the spring of 2024. So similar to phase one, the field will sit and rest for a year before play begins. It's anticipated that play will commence on diamonds 5 and 6 at Lamont Sports Park in the spring of 2025 as planned. The approved budget for phase two is 4.2 million, with 1.7 million coming from community fundraising campaign. So there is no additional request in 2024 to complete this project. Slide 72, please. At September 11th, Committee of the Whole meeting, the Southampton Community Cenotaph Committee delivered a delegation regarding the Southampton Cenotaph Rejuvenation Project. The estimated cost is $250,000. The request from the committee was for 50% funding from the municipality and 50% raised through community fundraising. At the October 10th Committee of Whole meeting, Council approved the recommendation for Council to endorse the committee fundraising goal of $125,000 and direct staff to include the maximum municipal contribution of $125 in the 2025 business plan for consideration. If approved, the next step is to include the consulting responsibilities for the Cenotaph Rejuvenation Project within the Southampton High Street Streetscape Plan and Cost Estimate Project that is also proposed in the 24 business plan. Our Manager of Engineering, Rahul, will be leading this project and has already started collaboration with the committee members. It's anticipated that the project planning, design, and specifications will occur in 2024 and construction to occur in 2025. So the total cost of the project is $250,000 and the municipal contribution is $125 that requires a tax increase of 0.06%. Slide 73, please. At the June 26th Committee of Whole meeting, Council provided direction to advance the master planning process for North Shore Park. The 2 in-person public consultation sessions are planned for November 30th, and an online option will also be available. The public sessions will include consultation for North Shore Park, Halliwell Park, and Jubilee Park. It is anticipated that we will receive a draft report and recommendations in mid-January with a final presentation for council consideration occurring in February. The North Shore Master Park Plan, guided by public input, will offer recommendations for park restoration and development. It will carefully assess the community desires for items including but not limited to playground replacement, excuse me, playground or pavilion rejuvenation, eroding shoreline trail, tree planting and landscaping, defining open space areas and requirements, accessibility, parking, pedestrian and vehicle access. Through the creation of the master plan, we wanted to ensure that the North Shore Park facilities and uses complement the adjacent harbor and main beach. In 2023, Council approved $575,000 allocated to North Shore Park improvements, $25,000 for the master plan consultant and $550 for improvements. There is also $220,000 remaining from previous year approvals allocated for North Shore Park improvements and storm restoration. As mentioned, recommendations and associated costs will be brought forward to council for consideration in February. So at this time, there is no 2024 financial request relating to North Shore Park. Slide 74, please. So the final 2 major initiatives for community services is the master plan recommendations for Jubilee Park and Halliwell Park. So these 2 parks are jewels in the community of Southampton, and we are excited to see the community desires and consultant recommendations for their development. As mentioned, when describing North Shore Park, the community consultation is occurring in over 2 in-person sessions on November 30th and an online option as well. Jubilee Park is a well-established neighborhood park and is approximately 2.8 hectares in size. The park currently has 2 ball diamonds, a splash pad, an accessible playground, and a small washroom building and a shade pavilion. Considerations that will assist to create that master plan for Jubilee Park include but are not limited to analyzing the future trends and desires and needs identified during that public consultation, the lack of accessibilities within the existing washroom facility, repurpose of the back ball diamond, upgrade or enhancements to the main ball diamond, existing pavilion enhancements, define the current use and potential uses of existing green space located behind the Chantry Senior Center, desire for an off-leash dog park, desire for multi-use courts, trails, accessibility, parking, and tree planting and landscaping. So the budget request for the implementation of the master plan recommendations at Jubilee Park is $650,000 in total, $150,000 in 2024. Construction has started. For the new pool, yeah. And $500,000 in 2025. This requires a tax increase of 0.34%. Halliwell Park is located on Grenville Street and is approximately 5 hectares in size. A large portion of the site is woodland or field. The site is surrounded by existing residential housing to the west, and draft site plans of subdivision have been approved for the south and north boundaries of the lands. The park currently has a gravel parking lot, 1 full-size irrigated soccer field, 1 mini soccer field, and an accessory building or pump house. Considerations that will assist to create the master plan for Halliwell include, but are not limited to, again, analyzing the trends through public consultation, the addition of a washroom, change room, canteen facility, desire for lighting for the full-size soccer pitch, connectivity with existing and future surrounding residential neighborhoods, requirements for additional sports fields, playground, and multi-use courts. Define the use and permitted use of the woodlands and open spaces, desire again for an off-leash dog park, trails, accessibilities, parking, and tree and landscaping. So the budget request for Halliwell Park implementation is also $650,000 spread over 2 years, similar to Jubilee Park, and requires a 0.34% tax increase. So slide 75, please. So I think you've heard enough from me for now, and that I'd like to have Lisa introduce the Recreation Division. So she'll outline the 2024 division highlights, the 2024 capital highlights, and the forecasted capital highlights for 25 to 32.
So why don't we break this one up, because there's so many different sections to it. Before we move on to recreation, why don't we take questions on what you've just presented, those community services highlights, so that we can. Otherwise, if we try to work our way back across the whole thing, it could become confusing. So are there questions or comments on these major initiatives or other items that the director's just gone through, the Vice Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And question about, first of all, I'm going to start with the equipment purchase I saw in there for, I think it was $300,000 for new pool equipment for 2024. Is it, and $475,000 in office furniture? So $775,000. Is it reasonable to expect? Well, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say is that that's part of Lisa's presentation, is some of those, the purchases that you're speaking to, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, that piece is in recreation. So if you want to
Yeah.
hold that one till the next one.
That one. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Kristen, could you just quickly for me, as I read out the positions for the Wellness Center and their start dates, because I have a concern. I really have a concern about bringing staff in a year in advance of a building opening. And I'll give my reasons why, but could you just quickly, as I read out the name of the positions, there's 7 of them, give me their start date, like in terms of 12 months, 8 months, 6 months. I'm going to start with the Wellness and Program Supervisor.
Just give me 1 minute here, because later on in the presentation in the operations summary is that I do touch on the specifics of those positions, but I can
Just quickly.
I can go through them
So
here
what's-
again.
How many months? Wellness and Program Supervisor.
Wellness and Program Supervisor, sorry, hang on 1 sec. So the Wellness and Program Supervisor is scheduled for 24 weeks in 2024.
Okay. Could you give me the total number of weeks between the start date and July 1st opening? I'd like to know how far in advance they're coming in. Yeah, I mean, I can do the old math. There's 26 weeks
Yep.
and I can do my own math.
Yeah.
There's 26 weeks in 2025. And what was that 20, how many weeks?
So 24 weeks in
So
2024.
it's 50 weeks.
And
okay.
then for the first part of 2025, before the facility opens, 6 months.
Yeah, so 50 weeks. And the maintenance supervisor,
The same.
50 weeks. And fitness coordinator,
The fitness coordinator is a 12 or 8 week position, sorry. 8-week position in 2024,
okay, so 34 weeks.
8 or 12, Lisa, sorry.
30,
12, sorry, 12-week position, sorry,
26,
Mike. Yeah,
38,
12-week position in
30
2024, and then half of the year in 2025.
38 weeks. Program coordinator,
The same.
38 weeks. And aquatic program coordinator,
The same.
38 weeks. And the last one was the aquatic supervisor.
That's a current position right now.
That's current.
Yeah.
Right, of course. So, you know, it's true, I'm glad the correction was made, and one of the questions I sent was about the transition costs, and it's been made, and we went from 600 to 220,000, so that's good to see. I'm struggling with, I'm really struggling with bringing staff in, like a maintenance supervisor a year in advance. A building that opens up in July 1st, 2025, and a maintenance supervisor is coming in 50 weeks in advance. I'm in full support of the positions, and back, I listened to the meeting back in October, and Mayor Luke said this. Luke asked staff at the October 10th meeting to review the numbers. So there was supposed to be a review of the numbers. I supported those positions back in October 10th. I listened to the meeting yesterday. I supported the positions. I didn't necessarily support the number of weeks that people are starting in advance. So I just have a concern. I'm not trying to be too much of a stick in the mud here, but I am, I guess. I just think we're bringing people in too early. We've got a full, I'm taking a look at the position here. You know, the wellness and program supervisor, and I look at their duties: implement, configure membership software, develop land-based program structure, staff recruitment training, 1 year. But, you know, and we've got a program coordinator, 38 weeks. We've got an existing program up there that we're moving from the Centennial Pool over to the new wellness center. It's established, and we're going to expand it a bit. But I just wonder why it's taking that amount of time, a maintenance building supervisor for 1 year almost. And so I just think it's $220,000 in transition in 2024. And I just think we should tighten it up. I just think it's too long. I know you've got all your justification. You're going to give me both barrels here. I know that. But I just think we need to tighten it up. I think it's too far out. And I've had some experience with this in the past with opening up new buildings. And I think it's too far out, and I think it's too elaborate, you know, and agree with all the position names and titles, duties, responsibilities. But I think if we need to find some savings in this year's budget, we need to find a little bit here, I think. So
Does the director have some comments on that?
Yeah, and thank you for the questions and the comments for sure. I think I'll start by saying that, as I had mentioned, is that this is one of the largest facilities that we will operate, and it requires staff to operate it, but it also requires staff assistance to plan for it, and especially when we're looking at developing that activation plan, which includes the membership models and the programs that we're going to offer through this new building. So I can go through some of the positions if you like, and identify what their transition responsibilities would be for each position. If you like, if that would help.
I've read it all, but
Okay.
I guess my point, Mr. Mayor, was having worked in that profession for all those years, I just question that it takes that amount of time. I can see 6 months to 9 months. I can see that, but I can see one full-time person to assist Lisa in the transition team right off the top, 1 year, be by her side and Michael's side to help with the transition. I totally get that part. It's just the other ones, I'm just not sure it requires all that time. So I've read all the duties and responsibilities. So
Okay.
I'm not going to be able to support this later when we talk about the 220. And I just think staff should go back and take another look at this and tighten up that time frame. So I probably don't need to discuss any more than that unless any of the members of council have a comment on it, but I just think we need to tighten it up.
Yeah, I think that what we would need to do is, if that's a overall viewpoint of council, is for staff to come back with a model that cost less, or that implemented those positions later. I think it would be a little risky for council just to pick a number, right, and say, well, we're only going to fund $150,000 or something. I think we would need to see a different model that would do it with less people or for a shorter period of time. So I'm not exactly sure how you get there, but I think that certainly I would be reluctant to, and I'm sure you would be too, to just draw a number out of a hat. So anyway, just a little context, I guess, and maybe we can get some other comments from members about it. We'll get do you have one follow-up, the Vice Deputy Mayor?
Just, Mr. Mayor, to repeat, it'd just be nice if they take one more look.
Yep. Okay. So we'll go to the Councillor Davinsky and then the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I agree with the Vice Deputy Mayor's comments. Myself, I think it's way too early to start these transitionary things. And I would, in my world, I would like it to be eliminated from the 2024 budget. The AWC opens apparently, we hope, on July 1st, 2025. And if we brought these transition people in to me in March of 2025, or I guess I could be talked into January, but March of 2025, that's still 5 months before the place opens. And to me, that seems like plenty of time. I'm going to have a problem supporting this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And just one question about clarification before I bring up something else. I think the aquatic program coordinator, it's on the chart, has it would be 50 weeks, not 38 weeks when you look at it all together, or did the chart get changed? Yeah, but it was said 38. So it is correct. Okay. I wanted to bring up another area. The North Shore Park Master Plan implementation. I appreciate that it's on its way and look forward to a great public consultation on November the 30th, and hopefully lots of engagement online too. The carry forward budget of $575,000, or let's make it $550,000, that was fundamentally related to parking lot realignment that had a whole lot to do with a proposal that we've basically indicated no to. So I'm just concerned that there's $220,000 there that's coming forward after the major storm damage. That's still there, but the $550,000, I would think that this waterfront master plan process that's got a $130,000 ticket price on it, it should be looking at transportation and parking and active routes through that whole area. So that money is not really North Shore Park master plan related. It's related to that parking lot, and it had something to do with realigning the entrance. So I don't think that needs to still be sitting there as a possibility. I also would like to ask that going forward, there's a lot of items that show up along the way, either in 2024 or this 10-year plan is a great idea, so they show up at intervals along the way. It would be really nice to have itemized separate lists for both the Aquatics and Wellness Center and the Lamont Sport Park that have to do with expenses, revenues, operating and capital, because there is a sense that I hear from members of the public that we just keep spending more money. And particularly related to the baseball park, it's still there's no bathroom showing up in this year's budget for out there. And it's coming down the line, so that's good to know. But there's also a phase 3 big ticket dollar item in here, and at some point we just have to say that's it. We don't have any more money for this, and I would hate for that to happen without the bathroom being there. So hopefully the washroom facility will get its time, but it's very hard to keep track of where we're at in terms of the total cost of that facility. And, one of the members of the public who sent in a comment made mention of the pool cost. Now the Aquatics and Wellness Center cost now seems to be up in the $66 million range when, we started with 49 point whatever. I haven't quite figured out how he jumped to that high of a number, but certainly we're over $50 million now when you start adding in, this equipment and staffing charges and things like that. So it would be very nice if we could have some sort of very specific itemized lists for these two very big projects that one is just getting started and one is in the middle, but doesn't seem to, in my mind anyway, have an end point yet. And just to make sure that we're not continually just pricing these facilities higher when we told the public initially that this is what they were going to cost. Anyway, I did want to very specifically mention about the North Shore Park situation though, because that $550,000 was not, in my recollection, specific to improvements to the park. It had to do with the parking lot. Thank you.
Yeah, and I might just comment to that just because my recollection is a bit different. That was presented last year and council redefined what that funding was for, and it was for the reconstruction of the park and not about the parking lot. So that was explicitly stated as part of the 2023 budget. And of course, on the as a broad point, as I made earlier, as the deputy mayor rightly points out, this is a question of setting priorities. And so I say, as these things come up, things like those future investments in phase 3 of Lamont Park or whatever it is, we set those priorities. And if we push them down into the low priority category, likely they're going to come off the budget. So I think that's council has direct input right now to say these are things that are above and over and above our capacity. So I'd really encourage you all to give us that feedback now, and that'll help inform what we do next. I'll get helping, and then I'll come back and I'll come to Grace and Davinsky after that.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. I do have questions about if it's appropriate to ask them now, Jubilee and Halliwell Park. And I noticed that there was like 650,000 budgeted. And so is that correct to say that it was 500,000 each for implementation? So that means there's 150,000 for consultation and plans? No?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. The consulting funds were approved in the 2023 business plan, and those costs for each park of 650 each are for park restoration and development.
Okay, thank you very much. Just a broad statement on Lamont Sport Park. It's a great legacy project and everything, but I would really like to see phase 2 completed with washrooms and facilities and everything like that before you start moving into a phase 3. So what is done completely would be my broad feeling on it. Thank you.
Thank you. So I got Grace next and then Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Kristen. I just have one question or comment really about the tourist camp strategic assessment, and the budget asked there is 35,000. When you look at the forecast net revenue for 2023, that's about 850,000 with a projected profit of 894,000 in 2024. But year after year, this is a very profitable aspect of our community services department. I mean, it's probably gone up about 100,000 in the last couple of years in terms of profit. So I see this 35,000 as a good investment, especially if we're contemplating expanding the Port Elgin Park and how we can best do that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I guess I'm biased on this. If we go back to the Lamont Sports Park, I was on the fundraising committee, and I've written in my notes when I went through the budget for the first time, don't see any mention of washrooms for Lamont. You know, excuse the pun, we dropped the ball on this one. 2026, just too far away for what was supposed to be a top-notch provincial baseball park with other amenities. And the washrooms need to be moved up, I think, to 2024. Phase 3 of Lamont Sports Park, as you had alluded to, can go to low priority. But we have to get those washrooms in, or, well, we've already heard complaints about the lack of washrooms. We need washrooms, and we need them now. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that will come up a bit later again. And I think that's part of the recreation presentation. So that's good. We'll hear about that from staff again. Is there anything further on Councillor Stack?
Just a couple of questions, I guess, just the washrooms. When we were the accessibility advisory committee, we had a member depart, and part of the reason was a belief that there wasn't enough focus on accessibility. And one of the driving discussion points was related to the lack of facilities and the delay in the Lamont Sports Park facilities in particular. I also heard that after the ball tournament, particularly because the facilities were temporary in nature, they could get pretty unsanitary, and particularly for again, particularly for women, having those types of facilities not up to a reasonable standard can cause a lot of challenges. So I just encourage really focus it to Councillor Davinsky's point, making sure that that becomes a priority, because I think those facilities create an accessibility from both physical access, gender access. There's a whole host of issues that come with washroom facilities that I think is important. On the issue of the AWC, I just heard a lot of comments about the staffing duration. I think my only caution, if we revisit, and I think it was kind of alluded to, is there has been, so I've lived in Port Elgin for 11 years, my entire life in Port Elgin. I've heard about the need for a new pool and the desire and demand from the community. So I think what that tells me is it's an incredibly important facility. So I would caution cutting resources for short-term cost savings at the risk of an expense of a program that's not fully realized and ready to go. Because my belief is the expectations from the public for the amount of money we're spending on this facility will be an expectation of near perfection when those doors open. So we should just, I understand the need to look at costs, but we want to be very mindful that we're not cutting costs in the short term at a significant risk of not coming out near perfect, because I don't think the public will accept anything less than basic perfection when those doors open. There's been such a long wait for that facility that I'm just concerned about not being very, very mindful of the consequences of those types of decisions. But I understand it's a worthwhile exercise to look at. And I know we'll discuss it later in the parks review. And it is my east side of Port Elgin bias, but I tend to see I don't see a lot of focus on the east side of Port Elgin for some of the parks development. I would like to see that, if not in 2024, in future, to make sure that the other side of Highway 21 in Goderich is equally serviced by our focus on parks and recreation development, because I see a lot of focus on the west side of 21 and on the newer developments and in Southampton, but I'm not seeing enough focus from my perspective on that side of the community. And there are folks of a variety of backgrounds that deserve equal access to those types of parks. Thank you.
Thank you. You're going to give the chief a conniption. These east side, west side conflicts can really blow up. So I have a couple of comments on this piece. One around the Aquatics and Wellness Center item, and just sort of a riff off what the councillor just mentioned. Another piece of that is that our whole business model around the Aquatics and Wellness Center relies on selling those memberships. And the experience that people have as they enter the facility will determine our success around that. And it remains true that the funding to construct the facility does not require tax increases. It's funded already in the existing taxes that people are paying. And the operations of this facility are covered or will be covered by those incoming revenues, right? And we will pay back what we're spending now through those revenues. But the only way that works is if you have a product you can sell. So we do have to focus on that and make sure that we aren't penny wise and pound foolish, if you like, although we're not dealing with any pennies here, we're dealing with a lot of dollars. But I think the idea holds true. So whatever we do, we have to be cognizant of that. With great respect to my friend, Councillor Grace, I don't agree on the tourist camp strategic assessment. I think it could go. The facilities are operating, they continue to operate well. There's no great pressing need, I think, to reassess the operations. We could run them as they're running successfully, profitably, and to the benefit of all the tourists or visitors or residents, if you like, who live in them. So I understand that as staff has identified that as a high priority. I would reassign it as a low priority. I would cut it. Either that or fund it by increasing the rates that they are being paid by the tourist camp. I think that and I think that's worthwhile discussion. Right now, the tourist camp is fees are scheduled to increase by 2.8%. I don't think we've ever increased them. I don't, maybe last year they went up by 3%. I'm not sure, but I don't think we've ever quite factored in inflation, true inflation over the course of the last several years in terms of our costs and operating that facility. And so I'll, picking up some extra, a higher level of fee increase might not be a bad idea. So one way or the other, I'm not interested in funding that through taxation. And just before I move on, I just want to make sure I don't have any other, the other comment, sorry. I just wanted to comment on the priority you've given to the Southampton Cenotaph Rejuvenation as a medium. Council's not ever going to cut that. So you may as well class it as a high to protect it so that it doesn't end up on any list by accident that we might eliminate it. It's just not going to go. So those are my thoughts, and the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Can I just ask through you? I think Councillor Grace mentioned the revenue number. Can she just repeat that for me for the tourist camp?
Sure. Last year, or this year, 2023, as cited in the materials here, I think it said that the budget for 2023 for the net revenue or profit was 834,000 and something. And then the forecast for 2023 was 852,000. I don't know exactly what that will turn out to be. And then the forecast or the budget for 2024 is 894,000 and something.
Thank you for that. Just as an additional comment, many years ago when the mayor and I started on council, the tourist camp realized, and the vice deputy mayor might remember this too, the tourist camps realized about $1.5 million worth of revenue towards activities. So I don't think that there's I think there's an opportunity to look at the tourist camp and to consider the potential for what the fee should be and what the revenue should be, because we should be operating a facility with an expectation of a return on the investment, much like if it was a private thing. So I just I appreciate your reminder of the number that you said. It has been, has the harbor too, by the way. We have realized some nice revenue from those facilities over time that has fluctuated, but it generally we should be looking at a particular rate of return that doesn't have to be outrageous, but it should definitely be there for us to be operating a quote unquote business opportunity. Thank you.
I just want to clarify those numbers if I can, just because I'm a little confused by them, because what I see in the tourist camps operating budget is line 57,000 there. A 2024 budgeted license permits and rents revenue of $1.439 million. That's the income. It's $1.4 million, correct? Okay, everybody's nodding, so that's the income. Okay, Councillor Grace.
When I was citing those 800 and whatever, I thought that was the net profit. I wasn't talking about the overall.
I think maybe that's I don't know. I don't recall, and maybe, and I would concede to the deputy mayor, maybe she remembers better than me. I don't remember us actually netting $1.4 million, but maybe we did. Anyway, that's something that's we can. I thought it was about 600,000 years ago. Anyway, we can get clarity. Councillor Grace.
I'm just, as long as I've been on council since 2014, I think it was 590,000 up to 650 up to 750 net profit.
That's right. So that's my understanding. And so obviously we needed some clarity on that, and we'll get it later. We don't need to debate it now. Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. On Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority went through its campgrounds and increased its fees, and they increased them more than 2.8%. And I had that in my notes here too, that as we're looking at this budget, that's, the tourist camp could look at a higher increase. We're talking about putting all kinds of money back into the harbor. if you can afford a boat there, you can afford the slippage fees. And I also think that with our parks, we should make sure that we're not having unfair competition with the parks, other private parks that are within Saugeen Shores. And that should be considered when we look at our fee schedule. Thank you.
Okay, so a few items there that we can consider. If there's nothing more on that, let's try and do recreation and then we'll have lunch after that.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor. The Recreation Division is responsible for recreational facilities and programs, arena maintenance, active transportation initiatives, sponsorship programs, and facility bookings. Frequently known to bring the fun, the Recreation Division delivers a variety of programs and services that support a vibrant and active community. I'd like to thank our awesome and talented recreation team for what was a very busy 2023. 2023 was our first full year operating post-pandemic, and there's been strong demand across all of our recreational activities and services. Our work is governed by several regulations and codes, many identified on the slide that you see in front of you. Next slide, please. We have 4 division highlights that we will be working on in 2024. The ActiveNet membership module is identified as $6,000 and is a base priority, which is needed to support the membership based participation option at the Aquatic and Wellness Center. The module integrates into the existing recreation software service that the town is currently operating. The active transportation signage strategy is a carry forward project from 2023 with $45,000 in grant funding associated with the project. The strategy will outline a multi-year implementation plan, and the project was supported by the Bicycle Friendly Community Ad Hoc Committee as part of the 2023 budget. The third highlight is the provision of menstrual products in public facilities with an increase of $5,000 to our operating budget in 2024 and ongoing. This is identified as a medium priority. Council will recall that earlier this year, a delegation was presented from the period purse, and the town recognized Menstrual Health Day on May 28th, 2028. The addition of $5,000 has been added to the supplies operating budget to support access to free menstrual products throughout the recreational facilities, including the Plex Coliseum and Pool in 2024. The program will be evaluated and improved, enhanced, or expanded upon as appropriate, starting with those recreational facilities as identified. The fourth item is a public art policy that would be worked on in 2024 in partnership with our friends in the Clerks Division. The intent of the policy is to ensure that there is adequate space allocated in building and parks for public art, which is timely with the construction of the Aquatic and Wellness Center. There's no funding associated with this other than staff resources. Next slide, please. There are 3 capital highlights that the Recreation Division will be working on in 2024. The first highlight is the procurement of municipal hall furniture, identified with a budget ask of $475 and identified as a high priority. This furniture is for the newly renovated and constructed municipal office, including the council chambers, along with accompanying circulation areas such as seating or amenities in common areas. The office footprint with the new construction for the municipal office in the renovated area is approximately 6,000 square feet. Furniture, the open concept design of the office will require furniture solutions to support a hybrid workspace design, and an assessment of existing furniture would be completed in early 2024 to identify new furniture needs, as well as provide an inventory of existing furniture may be used at other facilities and or sold or donated as required. The next item relates to the fitness and pool equipment purchase for the Aquatic and Wellness Center, identified as a $300,000 ask and a high priority. This also includes an assessment of the existing aquatic equipment, which is currently underway. And then staff will explore options for the purchase and lease of fitness equipment and new pool equipment in 2024. The budget item would also include equipment for spaces like the gymnasium, sports nets, sports equipment, storage solutions, and that total kind of FF&E budget, which is furniture, fixtures, and equipment. And the third capital highlight is the Plex Arena seating handrail installation. This highlight is identified over 2 years with $15,000 related to the 2024 budget and $20,000 included in the forecast for 2025. In 2024, investigation will be required to identify the location of the in-floor glycol infrastructure that runs throughout the stands. The existing as-built condition of this infrastructure is not identified on as-built drawings, and identifying it is critical to the installation of the handrails. The priority area for installation of the handrails in the stands will be the center block in between the two large areas in the seating area where there are currently no handrails. And then installation will be evaluated with more handrails expanded to other sections in 2025. Next slide, please. We are highlighting 7 capital highlights forecasted from 2025 to 2032. These highlights are among several projects within the 10-year capital forecast. 4 of the 7 highlights are part of the community complex overall site and are amenities that are not included in the current AWC project at this time. They are important to consider in future phases for this regional recreational hub to be fully realized. I will touch on each one individually over the next 2 slides. Starting with the Plex Civic Square and Rain Garden construction. One note in this area is that the budget ask should be identified as $300,000 with consideration that the other $300,000 would be offset in funding or donations for the project. The Civic Square would be located in the northwest corner, creating a welcoming and informal gathering space in front of the municipal hall. As people come into the building. Design and site preparation for the Civic Square is included in the current scope of the Aquatic and Wellness Center project. And the future funds will be used to complete and implement the design, including a rain garden feature that will assist with flooding protection, stormwater runoff, habitat creation for pollinators, and water conservation. The next 2 items are facility energy audits. These are identified to be completed in 2026 with recommendations completed in 2027 and 2028. The cost of this project is offset by a 50% rebate. So although the cost of consulting for each project is $30,000, the implementation funds identified as $200,000 per facility would be offset with a 50% rebate for a total cost of $100,000 per facility. The audit will identify and evaluate a variety of operational strategies and establish a list of high impact energy saving improvement options. Next slide, please. The Aquatic and Wellness Center solar panel installation is identified on this list. Of note, there is not a budget amount identified. It is anticipated that a sponsor or funding opportunity such as grants will be attained to cover the capital cost of this item. The projected cost is roughly $500,000. The solar panel installation will occur on the south roof of the new Aquatic and Wellness facility, and the scope of the project includes the roof being constructed to accommodate a future solar array. And this project is identified in the future in 2028. Coliseum entrance improvements and elevator installation are identified in 2026 and 2025. These improvements build on the investment that has been happening at the Coliseum over the last many years. There are recognized accessibility challenges within the facility. In 2026, a consultant would provide a detailed design and accurate cost estimate for accessibility improvements at the entrance and within the facility, as well as options for an elevator within that facility. The project would review overall facility accessibility, and then construction would take place in 2027. The final 2 items that are projected on the future as future capital items I've combined together, and they speak to the active transportation amenities and the park furniture and landscaping around the community complex site where the Aquatic and Wellness Center is being constructed. These items are identified in 2029 at $100,000 each, and will continue to build out the community complex sites with amenities that support long-term use and enjoyment of the area. So really building out the green space around the facility to include a sheltered bike parking area that encourages users to travel by bike and securely stow their bicycles, as well as benches with shade areas, gathering places, and other outdoor seating, and enhanced landscape to support a complete recreation experience at the complex site. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So are there questions around those capital highlights from recreation? Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Lisa, my first one is, you know what? I think that mine are all related to the next section, so I will.
Okay, yep. So sorry, I said capital, but I meant division and capital highlights for recreation. So I got Doug at Stack and then the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, just a couple of quick questions for the fitness and pool equipment. Does that 300K include the accessibility, include something for accessibility into the pools?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question. We have identified a lift that would support individuals accessing both the lane and leisure pools, and that has been identified as supported through a sponsor.
Okay.
Yes.
And then just a general question. So do we have a list of the fitness equipment? I actually thought, I'm not saying it should get bigger. I just want that on the record. I just thought it for both pool and fitness, I actually thought that could be low depending on the number of fitness equipment in particular we're looking at. Do we have an itemized list that can be shared? Or maybe not an itemized list, but a summary of what we're looking at and the quantities, treadmills, bikes, weights, that type of thing?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do not have a specific list outlined at this point, but we recognize that there might be funding opportunities to enhance equipment as well.
Okay, thank you.
The Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Lisa. Lisa, on page 103 at the bottom, the municipal hall furniture purchase and installation of new office equipment. So you've got municipal hall furniture. So the municipal hall, that's not the Rotary Hall, that's the office out here, you mean? Is that what we're talking about?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. That's correct. The municipal hall is identified as the municipal office. So the municipal office, council chambers, the renovated municipal office, as well as the new construction that will occur.
This is all to do with the new wellness center, right? It's all in one package?
The municipal office furniture is part of the total project as part of the Workplace 2.0 component.
Part of the 49.5 million?
The CAO.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I think Lisa in her presentation called it furniture, fixtures and equipment. And I think that's a good way to look at it. I think we use the term furniture because in our budget process, we call it as a line item furniture, but it is to support the renovated, as Lisa mentioned, the renovated council chambers, some little renovations to the existing space, but there is a 6,000 square foot space being added to the second story of the Aquatic and Wellness Center that this would support the furnishing of.
That part of the 49 is the 475K part of the $49 million project, or is it over and above?
So when items are pulled out in this way and the division highlights, it's above the 49.9.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you. Under the Coliseum facility energy improvements on the next page, 104. Back in 2020, Lisa, we spent $1.1 million at the Coliseum, put the new refrigeration, new floor in, so on and so forth. But I also thought we put new lighting in, and $230,000 for an energy audit for the Southampton Coliseum. Why? What? I guess my question is, we did put I'm pretty sure we put new lighting in, correct? And new flooring. Where would we possibly spend $230,000 on an energy audit when we just put new light fixtures in? And it's a lot of money.
Yeah. Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So the $30,000 is for the audit itself, and then recommendations will come from that audit to improve the efficiency of those two facilities, both arenas. So it would look at things, you are correct that we did capital improvements there, looking at the arena floor, the board system, and lighting. The things that it also looks at is other energy consumptions, our refrigeration room, compressors, condensers, chillers, and that type of large infrastructure equipment where we could implement cost saving measures.
That's a good answer. So really it's $30,000 and $200,000 for the improvements.
Yeah, and all, sorry, and through you, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, $30,000 for the audit. We put that in as a placeholder. Sometimes we can get those audits done for free or
Right.
covered, and it's also included in a funding opportunity. We've estimated that the recommendations could be 50% funded. Sometimes they're 75% funded, sometimes not as much. It depends
Okay.
on the grants and availabilities at that
Understood.
time.
I thought it was 230,000 for the audit itself. but
No,
I
no,
understand
sorry
that
for
now.
the
No,
confusion.
that's okay. So on the next page, 105, I've always had a bit of concern. And I know the accessibility advisory committee will probably be all over me about this one, but the green room up at the Coliseum, you know, $750,000 was a medium priority to put an elevator up into the hall. And I guess what I look at is less than 50% occupancy use of the Southampton Town Hall, which is right across the parking lot. And we're spending $700,000 on an elevator up into the green room that has probably 10-20% occupancy. I see a lot of dark lights up there. I'm over there a lot for hockey, and it's really used, has been for 30 years. And the response probably will be, well, I'll put the elevator in, we'll see the use go way up, right? No doubt, probably would be increased. But is it worth the 700,000? We've got a facility at Southampton Town Hall that's readily available for users with an elevator, and that we're spending 700 grand across the parking lot for a facility that I'm not convinced of the future use for that hall.
Yes, thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor. The Coliseum Green Room is not accessible as it currently is, but nor is the lounge on the curling club side. We know that there are challenges within the Coliseum to try to determine where the best placement for an elevator would be that could serve the facility in its totality. But we have heard from the Southampton Curling Club about concerns related to accessibility to that lounge area, as well as the even the stands within the arena itself. Folks are unable to get into the stands in the current condition.
Okay. I like that answer in terms of the curling club is a good point, and accessibility up into the seating area. So it's not just for that green room. There's much more than that. Okay, thank you. That's it, yeah.
Any further, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Could you give me a little more of a visual idea about what the Plex Arena seating handrail installation would entail? Would it have to carve out another access route down? Because I think this is a high priority. I feel uncomfortable sometimes in there because of the height and there is no support. So would it simply just be railings put in there, or would it require another sort of staircase to be down the middle with the railings there? I'm just, and I know it's not, you don't have the design or anything yet, but like, what does it really mean?
Sure. Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I think that's part of what our work will be in 2024 is to figure out what is the best approach for a handrail system to support individuals going up and down those stairs. It could be a matter of something down the center of the stairs or railings on either side. We have a few examples from other municipalities that have installed different types of handrails over time. So that's part of what we'll be looking at in 2024.
Okay, nothing further on that. I just note on that handrail one, I agree with the deputy mayor. I would suggest that's a high priority. I think we wouldn't want to see that one. At least I wouldn't want to see it removed from the budget. But I think I wonder if you included in here or factored in any opportunities for using those handrails as an advertising opportunity within the Plex and offsetting some of the costs through the sale of advertising on those handrails.
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the question. We haven't included that consideration in this plan.
Yeah, I think it's something to think about. It could be an offsetting revenue source, and it's a location that you could use. So anyway, a thought. All right, so that brings us to the end of recreation. So we will break now. We're going to try and do this fairly quickly. Let's try and be back by sort of 5 after 1. And we will, so we'll have lunch and then we'll be back 1:05. Lunch is in the committee room. or as we can get till 4 o'clock, and then whatever we don't finish, we'll finish in a week. So that moves us now on to Parks and Facilities, and we'll turn that over to Frank.
Good afternoon. Today I'll present the division highlights for Parks and Facilities. And one thing I would like to note is part of our reorganization very recently, as of last Monday, we've added facilities and parks together. So I'm going to present all the non-recreational facilities. And I'm pleased to introduce Adam Parsons, our new park supervisor, and Jesse Bedard, our facility supervisor that started last week, and they'll be key players in implementing a lot of this portfolio. Parks and Facilities Group oversees the operation and maintenance of seasonal amenities such as the harbors, tourist camps, and seasonal buildings. They operate and maintain all active and passive parks, including trails, playgrounds, and waterfronts throughout the municipality. And the operation of maintenance of all the non-recreational facilities is managed through this division. The non-recreational facilities tally approximately 60 facilities. I'll move into summarizing 8 division highlights for 2024. The first one, just notice it's not up on the screen there. That's okay. So to page 107. One more. Yep. Okay, great. So I'll summarize 8 division highlights here and then move on to the capital highlights. The first one is a carry forward. It's improvements to the South Street beach access. And this project will make improvements to the parking and accessibility and safety of pedestrian flow. It's quite a crowded area that we need to make some improvements to. The second project is working on a long-term lease with Chancer Island lease agreement. We've had some work this spring to get a 2-year lease agreement renewed with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, and thanks to some excellent work of the Marine Heritage Society that operate the light station, they made that 2-year lease sail through the process quite well. But we're going to look at establishing a longer lease with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, potentially up to 10 years, and we're going to work on that in 2024. The third item is a one-time cost for some tree maintenance at the airport. The approaches to the airport need some tree removal, so that will occur. That's $20,000 for 1 year. The next item, next page. This is Parks washroom rentals, an operating increase, and the bulk of this $35,000 asking for is for the nicer portable trailer for Lamont Sports Park. If you recall, this year we had them over a much nicer portable trailer. And we also have an increase in demand across the town for portable toilets, especially for special events. The number of events are increasing, and it seems to be a constant demand for additional portable toilets. The next one is beach and water wheelchairs. We don't identify any budget gas. We're looking for sources and donations for that, but that's to build on our Moby mats at our beaches, but provide wheelchairs for people to borrow to access the water and the waterfront. The next item is increasing the tree planting across parks, cemeteries, and roadside. So this is a $15,000 increase next year, and that's going to include expanding tree planting. We're also going to expand it into tree care, so the pruning and nurturing of the trees rather than just hazard tree removal. And that will increase in future years. The next one, next page. This is also related to public washrooms. There's been a request for improved washrooms associated near Southampton Town Hall. The Southampton Town Hall washrooms are not accessible. That'll be a part of the town hall renewal in the future, but in the interim, about adding seasonal portable toilets associated near town hall for public access. The next item is a wildflower area pilot program. And this is where we're going to select some areas of existing parks to naturalize, to include wildflower areas and possible tree planting. This is a little bit of almost an expansion. The butterfly Gardens, which has been a very popular program in Saugeen Shores for a number of years, run by volunteers, which has been very successful. This is not direct related, but it's again that similar approach of naturalizing by planting wildflowers, trees, shrubs, and getting away from highly manicured artificial environments. Okay, we're switching gears now into capital highlights. Next page, 110. There's a number of, and I can then summarize the components of Lamont Sports Park. I'll touch on them through this, and then at the end, if you want to, I can sum them very briefly just so they understand all the pieces. So this next project for capital highlights is adding public Wi-Fi at the park and also installing security cameras. That'll be a one-time ask of $100,000. The next project is Shipley Trail relocation. Shipley Trail is a critical connecting trail along the waterfront that makes the connection between Port Elgin and Gobles Grove a through pathway. And we've been working for a number of reasons there. One issue is there's a large hill associated with Blue Water subdivision that we're going to improve access down. It's a very steep hill. The trail that was built there is not working. So the preferred alternative appears to be stairs. The idea of making it fully accessible was just not possible. It was just too slope and too steep and too difficult to cut in a slope at a shallow grade. The second part of that is access across a private piece of property. We're working with the neighbors, landowners in that area to find a through passage that's going to work for all. We made some progress, but it's not complete yet. So we want to ensure that trail stays open. That is a critical connecting link in the town that allows that through traffic between Gobles Grove and Port Elgin. The next item is playground replacement program, and this year the first priority for playground replacement was replacing the playground at North Shore Park. We've undertaken a review of all our playgrounds, and there's approximately 30 playgrounds in the town of Saugeen Shores. Many of them are becoming at end of useful life. So we're again following the asset management model. We're looking at a complete plan to replace the programs or the playgrounds as required. Playgrounds can vary in cost greatly. We've put 5 new playgrounds in the last 2 years, so we have a good sense of cost. They can range from $50,000 to well in excess of $500,000. So we're estimating an overall average from $250,000 to $350,000 for a playground replacement. We've had a third-party inspector give us some advice on the importance of replacement and the prioritization of the placement, and also through the park master planning exercises that'll help inform the sequencing of what playground gets replaced when. So in the plan now, we have our initial review of what playgrounds are going to be replaced in what year in the 10-year plan, but that can be adjusted and modified as required. Another capital highlight, so next page, 111. Yes, another item related to Chantry Island Light Station. There's no funding associated with this, but there's been some condition assessments that have identified some significant costs to repair the light station tower predominantly. And we're going to explore ways to get that done in cost sharing. So that work will continue in 24. The next item is Chantry Center accessibility upgrades. We're going to improve the south entrance walkway. There's been some icing issues, some ramp issues, and it doesn't have an automatic door opener. So we're going to address all those issues, and we're looking for cost sharing grant for that to provide full accessibility to the Chantry Center in Southampton. The next one is the medical clinic in Southampton. We committed $250,000 in the ask to install an elevator to provide full accessibility to the basement of the Southampton Medical Clinic. And that's a requirement of the physicians group to have the building fully accessible. Okay, so next page. These are the capital highlights in the 10-year. So these are 225 to 232. And we'll summarize 11 of the highlights on the 10-year plan. The first one is the Port Elgin Waterfront Design Recommendation Implementation. And this is building on the Waterfront Master Plan of 2013, the Port Elgin Waterfront Design Concept from 2014, and many of the changes that have occurred on the waterfront in the last 10 years. We're going to connect it, ensure it's integrated with North Shore Park, the harbor. And the goal of that is to improve the vehicle and pedestrian circulation and destination development, ensure the beach and park amenities are what the public wants and that what we can maintain, things like shade sails, benches, that sort of thing. Improvements to parking design and parking flow. There's some drainage issues down on the waterfront area where water comes down Green Street. We want to look at explore options to better deal with that drainage. We're going to tie it in with some planned road improvements on Harbor Street as well, so it can be done together. And of course, looking at the long-term sustainability of the beach, including the environmental requirements, dune restoration. So that's a project which asset management team is going to help with. They will lead the work on that project, and that's planned for this year. And then we have a placeholder for the construction phase in future years. We've also forecast some estimates for capital improvements at the tourist camps associated with the potential removal of the ball diamond in Port Elgin Tourist Camp and some end-of-life requirements for the water, hydro, and sewer in the camps. We're looking at, there'll be some required upgrades to that core infrastructure in those camps to keep that camp operating. Another item we've identified here, again, related to Lamont, is the Lamont Park Pavilion construction. This is a plan for 2025, and that's part of the Lamont's overall plan. The next one is airport runway drainer improvements. Again, working with the airport committee, they've identified some concerns around drainage and soft runway. So we're looking at improving and addressing some drainage issues associated with the runway at the airport for $75,000 in 2025. Moving on, next page. Okay, the next one is the Port Elgin Harbor. And then overall, you'll see in the detailed numbers, the harbor continues to grow in occupancy. We actually had a full occupancy for a couple of years with a waiting list, which haven't had. I don't know if it's ever happened, but there's high demand for harbor use. It dropped off a little bit this year, but there still seems a very strong demand for use at the harbor. Our revenues are up. Our overall revenues over expenses are also improved. We're definitely in the positive, and we've done a much better job at tracking all the true expenses associated with the harbor. And also that includes the repaying the loans that we've borrowed money to do recapitalization, such as the docks, and we are paying those back with harbor revenues. So the big ask going forward is finishing the final phase of the dock replacement. That's the North Shore dock, North Side docks, which is known as H, F, and I docks. We're estimating approximately a total of $2 million to replace that dock, and that'll bring the condition of all the assets at the harbor into excellent condition. Another Lamont Sports Park related one is the next item, and that is the Washerman Canteen. We're forecasting that right now, an ask of $1.5 million in 2026. The Captain Spence reconstruction, the high water washed out Captain Spence Trail, which runs from the flag in Southampton north to the Pioneer Park. We're forecasting $50,000 to rebuild that trail, and we're going to explore where we can get it more inland away from the high water so it doesn't get washed out again. We haven't quite finalized that, but that'll be part of the design. And then the final, another Lamont Sports Park item there, that's phase 3 construction. And that is forecast to do 27 and 28. And a lot of the details of what phase 3 could be will outcome from the recreation master plan that we're going to plan to do in 2025. And I don't think anybody needs to assume that that means more ball diamonds. We're approaching phase 3 as we want to see what council and what the public want to see at Lamont Sports Park. And it could be all kinds of different things. There's a whole section between phase 2 and the entranceway of Lamont's. When you drive in, you'll see that big open area. quite a substantial area that is phase 3. So there's a lot of real estate to vision what we want to see in that space. And that's completion for me. I'll hand it over to my director to talk to facility items.
Great, thanks. Slide 88. So I'll just pop back into the presentation to wrap up the last 3 future year capital highlights for community services. Council will recall that we retained a consultant in 2023 to look at the basement of the Southampton Medical Clinic and explore a potential layout and determine the number of doctors that we could accommodate if the basement was renovated. So the consultant prepared a conceptual design that provided adequate space for 4 new doctors in the basement. The amenities of the design include a staff room and kitchen, records and reception areas, waiting rooms, washrooms, 4 private offices for the doctors with 8 exam rooms. The estimated cost of this project is $2.2 million, which includes design, specification, and construction. The design is forecasted to commence in 2025, with construction occurring in 2026. The town hall and library are in the heart of the Southampton downtown. These 2 buildings are iconic to our history and important venues that provide special events, services, community gatherings, and partner programming. In 2027, a prime consultant will develop a master plan for these 2 significant buildings, and surrounding areas will be recommended for council consideration. There are a few previous reports that have been completed, and they'll be reviewed and provide to the prime consultant for background and investigation. So the best budget estimate at this time for those 2 facilities is $9 million. That number will be refined by the prime consultant through public consultation, community partner consultation, detailed design, and the actual scope of work. The project, without any additional source of funding, is almost a 5% tax increase. If the project does advance, grants and other alternative funding opportunities would be explored. Would you like me to stop there before I get into KPIs, or I can
Do you have much
continue
to say
on?
on KPIs, or?
I have a couple of slides to speak to.
All right, yeah, just to finish it out then.
Okay, perfect. Good. Thank you. So slide 89, thank you. So I can't say enough about the leadership and dedication that Lisa and Frank bring to the table. I'm very fortunate to work with them and look forward to advancing the projects outlined in our 24 business plan. So I'll just provide a general introduction to KPIs for both the community services and the operations department, and then I'll highlight each department individual KPIs. I'll speak to the operations when we present their business plan. So the KPIs provide a focus for our strategic and operational improvements, offering a systematic basis for decision-making, and helps us focus on attention on what matters the most. So benefits of establishing solid KPIs include increase and improve communication on performance concerns, creates a motivation to achieve and surpass specific levels of our performance levels, supports collaboration, provides focus on desired key results and expectation, and clearly identifies goals. KPIs provide actionable information because they're measurable and quantifiable. In the 2023 business plan, it was our first attempt at identifying and measuring KPIs. We did well, and for awareness, we have adjusted and refined some of our KPIs in both the community services and the operations department for the 24 business plan. We needed time with our KPIs to gauge if they were measurable, if the data was actually good data, and what story did we want to tell with that data that we collected. So council will see that KPIs for both departments have been slightly modified for 2024 to ensure that we effectively measure, collect data, and report out on these important metrics. Some data for the KPIs are not available at the time of presenting the business plan, and relevant updates will be provided. There are a few KPIs that data will be fed from the citizen satisfaction survey that Jill spoke about earlier. I won't highlight those KPIs, and I'll skip over those. So I'll jump into the community services KPIs and discuss the operations KPIs when that department is introduced. But with that introduction I'll say ditto perhaps, and I won't go through it again. So the community services priority areas are service demand management, sustainable development and planning, and infrastructure asset management. So a few of the highlights of our KPIs, utilization rates during prime time and non-prime time hours for arena surfaces. So once calculated, 2023 will provide us with a baseline for these hours. So the data shown on the chart, which will throw everybody off because our arenas, that is not accurate. But that is 2022 data that was significantly impacted by arena closures still due to the pandemic. So both arenas were shut down for durations, impacted the overall utilization. So measuring the utilization rates for both arenas will allow us to work with user groups to ensure our ice availability is used to its best potential and provide accurate data when the request for a third ice pad is considered. I'll also note that it's important to measure the two arenas separately as they operate on different schedules and sometimes different user groups. The second one I'll speak about is utilization rates during weekday and weekends for ball diamonds. This is very important data for us to collect and analyze. With Lamont Sports Park opening in 2023, it's important for us to measure the utilization of the 4 lit diamonds at Lamont Sports Park and the other diamonds in the community that are currently being used. Play on Diamond 5 and 6 will commence in 2025, and we want to ensure that all 6 of the diamonds at Lamont Sports Park and the main diamond at Jubilee are utilized to their fullest capacity. This measurable KPI will allow us to work with user groups to determine proper allocation schedule and be a valuable tool for the update of the Recreation Master Plan that is forecasted to occur in 2025, as Frank indicated. Energy consumption of facilities. I tend to nerd out a little bit when it comes to the reduction of energy consumption at facilities, in particular arenas, but we selected 9 year-round facilities to track and report out on the utility consumption. Similar to the utilization rates of arenas, it's important for us to track the facilities separately and compare year over year for each facility. The data shown on the slide is the 9 facilities 2022 total consumption for both hydro and natural gas. In the background of this KPI are beautiful Excel spreadsheets that track each utility and each facility independently, and which allows us to compare apples to apples or arenas to arenas. The 9 facilities identified for KPI tracking are Coliseum and Plex, both fire halls, both medical clinics, the Southampton Town Hall, and both libraries. So the tracking of all utilities is done through corporate services and all town accounts, and it is complete, and additional data, if facilities want to be added later for this KPI, can be done easily. This KPI is also related to the town's energy conservation and demand management plan, which I believe is due for an update in 2024. So also identified in 2026, we had spoke about it this morning, is the completion of energy audits at both arenas. Council will note that consideration to implement those recommendations of the audits are identified in 27, 28, and 29. So budget performance for the tourist camps and harbor program areas, we talked a little bit about that this morning as well. So budget performance for both of these units is reported out through the annual business plan. So this data is easily attainable and valuable to measure against the upcoming capital investments and related business cases. As noted, a major initiative for our department is the completion of a strategic assessment for the camps. I don't believe that a strategic assessment has been done for the municipal camps prior. Recommended in 2026 is an update of the 2018 Harbor Strategic Assessment. And since that 2018 assessment, capital investments at the Port Elgin Harbor have been complete and more forecasted in years to come. So this assessment will be valuable for us to see how the leisure boating industry has changed since 2018, how our operations compare, and provide an evaluation of the overall business case for the operation of the harbor. Parkland and trail construction or protected land acquired with new developments. This is a tricky one to track, but we're going to try and collect the data and report out on it in a meaningful way. So with new developments, we discuss options for parkland, trail connectivity, and or cash in lieu. Our developers are generally fantastic to work with, and we see benefits from these acquisitions, both to the new developments and to the community as a whole. So guiding documents like our Rec Master Plan, Parks and Trails Master Plan, and also the Transportation Master Plan assist us in evaluating parkland acquisitions, connectivity links, park amenities, and also forested land, perhaps getting some attention on the east side as well. We'll come through that. So our intention is to measure the land that's acquired, the related service level changes that come with that, and also the cash in lieu exchanges. Slide 90, please. So the year-round trail usage data for main trail system connections. So the town invested in a trail counter system back in 2012 or 13. The system is very simple and it produces amazing data when we want to tell our trail usage story, which we don't do enough, but we're starting to highlight this type of community benefit. So we've identified 8 main trail locations where we're collecting usage to measure. So Beaner Trail, Shoreline Trail, 4 spots on the rail trail, Shipley Trail, and also Woodland Trail. So the data that's shown on that slide is collected to September of this year. And it includes 1,600 days collectively. So it's important to note that some trail counters experience failure, batteries or whatnot. So it's important to us to note the day count when we're collecting this data. So the number of trail users at these 8 locations for 1,600 days in 2023 is over 206,000 people, which is just amazing. It's amazing. Again, behind the scenes, Frank is a wizard at developing fancy charts and graphics and Excel spreadsheets that we can track this data. It's incredible data. It's important for us to have when we're looking at active transportation initiatives, operating and capital budget considerations, and methods of connectivity across the communities and main venues. So we want people in Saugeen Shores to have the ability to get from point A to point B with purpose, or just to get out and enjoy our trail system with an array of mobility options. So we're proud that we're able to provide trail users with fully accessible trails, hard and firm surfaces like asphalt and stone dust, or more recreational bush trails like wood chips and natural services. So you'll hear this every year from me, but Recce's continue the argument that recreation amenities is critical infrastructure. It's difficult to argue with this data that our trail system is not critical to our residents and our visitors in the community. So completion of the next one I'll speak to is completion of backlogs of capital projects. And this was referred to as well from the deputy mayor. So this KPI is identified in both departments, operations and community services. There are projects that tend to carry forward, and this could be for a few reasons: that the project is a planned multi-year project, delays or availabilities of impact delays or availability of supplies that impact the completion, contractor availability, or staff resources and project planning priorities. So this KPI is valuable to us when we're planning our future year work plans and the need to make our work visible. We cannot measure it if we cannot see it. In 2023, Community Services had 16 carry forward projects from previous years, and we've successfully completed 56% of the backlog. That slide has been updated, and we are anticipating to complete one more by the end of the year, which would bring us up to 63%. So Frank and Lisa, along with fantastic support from our friends in development services, in particular, Chris Thompson, who's been supporting a lot of the community services projects, has helped us move that stat and continue to clear the backlog of community services projects. So ideally, we would not have any unplanned carry forward projects, but it does happen. And we're making this work visible by tracking and reporting out on it. And with the preparation of the 10-year business plan, this assists staff to identify and prioritize our project and work plans annually. So if we could just go to slide 91, 92. So Lisa and Frank identified the division highlights for recreation and parks and facilities divisions. Slides 91 and 92 provide a summary of the community services 2024 operating budget. The budget change from 2023 is shown as $1.3 million. It's noted that through the transition plan correction, the pool operating deficit in 2024 is $1 million, not $1.4 million, which will improve the community services operating budget. The budget year over year change from 2023 is $900,000 for the community services department. So majority of the increases within that, the pool operating budget is about $600,000, which is allocated to $350,000 in debt payments for the legacy fund and $220,000 outlined in the transition plan. So other areas highlighted within the 2024 community services operating budget include administration, about $49,000 to the positive. This is mainly attributed to wage reallocations and corrections. Parks budget is $435,000 higher than 2023. This is mainly attributed to wage allocations again, corrections, and the approved park supervisor position. Also contributing to this is the $15,000 for tree maintenance, $35,000 for portable washrooms, and $5,000 for the wildflower pilot program. The complex is $160,000 lower than 2023. This is mainly due to wage reallocations again and corrections. And the town facilities account is $85,000 higher than 2023. And this is mainly due to the new facilities supervisor position that was approved by council, which Frank mentioned they both started last week as well. If we could hop to the addendum slides, and I'll finish up with the clarification for the Aquatic and Wellness Center staffing. And addendum slide number 5, if you could. Perfect. Thank you. So these slides are provided for clarity after the activation and transition plans were presented to council in October and the publishing of this business plan on November 1st. So we wanted to bring some clarity to the AWC operating forecast. And I do apologize for any inconsistencies within the documents. So we've broken out the transition into 2 years, 2024 and 2025. This slide shows the breakdown of staffing requirements and associated costs for 2024. The wellness program supervisor, maintenance supervisor, and aquatic program coordinator are estimated to work 24 weeks in 2024. And the fitness coordinator and program coordinator and customer service coordinator are estimated to work 12 weeks in 2024. The last 3 positions that start in October have been adjusted since the transition plan was presented in October. These 3 positions were reduced from 24 weeks to 12 weeks. So the published business plan included a cost of $656,000 for the 2024 transition plan, and the actual cost as shown on this slide is $220,000. So this results in a $435,000 reduction in 2024 salaries. So if you could go to slide 6, please. So we'll move into the second year of the transition, which is 2025. And I've split 2025 into 2 parts. January to June, when the Centennial Pool will be operating and the new Aquatic Wellness Center will not be open yet. The Centennial Pool will be generating revenue and incurring operating costs, but the Aquatic and Wellness Center will not be open to generate revenue, but it will be incurring staffing costs. The second part of 2025, July to December, is when the AWC will be open. It will be incurring operating costs and generating revenue, and the Centennial Pool will be closed with the existing staff transitioning over to the new facility. So I wanted to split 2025 into 2 to ensure that we have properly estimated the revenue and the staff estimates to reflect a July opening. So the revenue estimate applied for 2025 is a combination of 50% of both the old pool, because it's open until July, and 50% of the new pool or the new Aquatic and Wellness Center, because it will be open in July. The staffing estimate applied reflects the full onboarding of new Aquatic and Wellness Center staff as outlined in the transition plan and the existing Centennial Pool staff in 2025. So the corrections to the 2024 staff cost and the 2025 operating forecast results in a $113,000 improvement compared to the published business plan on November the 1st. And just slide 7, please. So this chart is familiar to council, almost. And to 7, please. Yep, sorry, thanks, Don. So this chart is familiar to council. This shows the estimated operating forecast of the Aquatic and Wellness Center for 2025, 2026, and 2027. The revisions are highlighted in yellow, which are just in 2025. So as described, the 2025 numbers have been adjusted to reflect 50% of the revenue of each facility, and the staffing costs were adjusted to reflect the full onboarding of new staff resources for the Aquatic and Wellness Center and the existing aquatic staff currently working at the Centennial Pool. This resulted in an increase in the operating deficit in 2025 of $322,000 since the business plan was published on November the 1st. There have been no revisions to 26 or 27. We just finished on number 8 now, Dawn. So even though the 2025 operating estimate creeps up over $1 million, the 2024 transition plan cost corrections of $435,000 provides an overall improvement of $113,000 between the 2-year transition. The impact on the tax levy is outlined on this table. Our existing pool operates at an estimate $346,000 deficit, when that's pretty much our 5-year average. We use our existing operating deficit of 346 as a baseline. So in 2024, we're adding $220,000 into our operating deficit to support the first round of staff onboarding, which provides us with an estimated net operating cost of $566,000. So in 2025, which is our heaviest year, the estimated net operating cost is $1 million, which is $688,000 over our existing deficit of 346. So the last column shows kind of that cumulative or running total of expenses that we're incurring on top of our existing deficit. In 2026, things are looking better when the facility will be operational for a full year. The estimated net operating cost is $472,000, which is only $126,000 over our existing operating deficit now. What looks even better than 26 is 2027, where we're showing an annual net operating cost improvement of $218,000 compared to the existing pool. So the cumulative impact in 2031 is the key to this chart. So by 2031, the startup costs that have incurred for the transition will be fully recovered. It's anticipated that a 1% positive impact on the tax levy will occur in 2031. So for council awareness, in December 2022, when council approved the design and budget approval, it was estimated that the positive impact on the tax levy was going to be in 2030, and it's now in 2031, 1 year later. The 1-year interval in seeing the incurred costs recovered in a positive impact on the tax levy should not be seen as a change in the projected successful operation of the Aquatic and Wellness Center, but more as an adjustment to the schedule of construction completion, facility opening, and transition plan requirements. So I guess I can wrap up. So that it's an incredible amount of information presented to council. And it's hard to find a suitable way to close the presentation. What I do know is 2024 will be a tremendous year. And I know that the highlight of that will continue to be the construction of the AWC and us planning to open it. This department is responsible for many, many aspects of the services provided by the town. The design of this business plan, including the 10-year capital program, allows us to show all the wonderful and necessary projects that are managed by this department. So we're looking forward to 2024.
The CAO has a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On slide number 8 that Kristen has up in front, and I'll just look at my finance friends across the room too, in case they want to provide some added clarity. It may have been we just mislabeled this slide, and when you see it presented, you realize it, because I wanted to clarify that the transition plan as it's been presented, and Jim highlighted it in the introduction this morning, is being funded out of the tax stabilization reserve. So the title of this slide implies it's an impact on the levy. I think why we wanted to use that language, impact on the levy, is because we did want to demonstrate that while we will be drawing down the tax stabilization reserve for the few years of the transition, we then start in 2027, where you start to see the negative 218,000. We start to then pay back what we drew down. And by 2031, we are then making a positive impact on the levy. So I just wanted to, if I've described that correctly, I'm getting a thumbs up from the director. So I just wanted to clarify for council that that's not a drawdown or impact on the tax levy, but we wanted to make sure it was clear that there will be a positive impact by 2031.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for the report. I might just point out another way to look at that chart is that in 2029, the tax levy impact starts to be less than it is right now of the running a pool, right? Like we're right now, or about the same.
2027, yeah.
No, but that cumulative impact on the far right is $816,000. That's what it'll cost you that year to run it, right? And then, but then that'll be the net deficit, if you like, in that year. But by the time you get down to 2029, the net deficit is $386,000, right? Like it's less than what we pay for aquatics today.
I'm sorry for the confusion, but there's two factors going on that we're trying to demonstrate. The column that is titled existing deficit factor, that is showing in the given year what our net expense will be compared to the baseline of today, which is a deficit of 346. And we are going to be favorable to that by 2027 by $218,000. The last column, called the cumulative impact, is showing we're having a transition plan where I'm going to call it investing. We're investing in that transition in the early years. We hit a high of the investment of just over $1 million in 2026, and then we start paying back that investment. Yeah. So by 27, we pay back 200,000 towards it. So that gets us down to 800,000. By 2031, we have fully recovered our investment. And at that point, we're able to then go to the taxpayers and say the $200,000 of improved performance on the Aquatic and Wellness Center versus the old center is going to allow us to reduce taxes by 1%.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. Yeah, very good. All right, so we're going to be taking questions now on parks and facilities, as well as the KPIs and the director's conclusion to that presentation. So, Councillor Mayette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, just before we get off this last chart here, I'm assuming this is all in 2023 dollars, because as the years tick on, cost of wages goes up, the cost of electricity goes up, there's going to be a 20 or 30% inflation factor by 2031, right?
In the chart that is up on the screen, we are keeping the 346 at a constant factor. But the actual cost in each of the years is going up. And that's why you see that we show the best performance versus the existing pool in 2027 at 218,000. And then we're saying by 2031, it's only 208. And that's because we factored in actual inflation, or not actual, but forecasted inflation on the new pool. It's a little bit of a mixed bag, and maybe we could adjust it and it would change the number slightly, but not significantly.
Put this slide in the pool time capsule and we'll pull it out in 2031. See, oh,
yeah, sounds good.
All right, that's a good idea. Further questions or comments about parks and facilities or these concluding items? Grace and then the deputy mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thanks, Frank and Kristen. My first question is about the beach and water wheelchairs. Something that the Accessibility Committee has been talking about for many years. And I think you're right to say that you anticipate getting sponsorship for this, because I know that when we've talked about it as a real possibility in the Accessibility Committee, we've had several organizations and individuals come forward to say that they would sponsor this. One of my question about this is, though, another stumbling block for this is the management of the program, of how those wheelchairs would be managed, would be loaned out to people, the practical aspect of that. And you said that we anticipate 12,000 will allow us to purchase 2 chairs and develop the program. Is that program development management going to be, in-house? Is that 12,000 going to be, is that accommodating the development of the program? I mean, it's going to take some kind of staff to figure out how to make these available to people.
Yes, thank you for the question. And through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we haven't sorted out the exact detail of the program, but we aren't anticipating any significant costs. The logistics and signing out and security of it between existing waterfront staff, the beach house, and the harbor. We think we could probably explore some arrangement at the Port Elgin Main Beach, for example, but I think we can do that without any additional cost.
A couple more things. The annual tree planting initiative and wildflower park program is listed as being low priority. And I understand I asked staff about that, and I understand there are a lot of competing interests there. I'm wondering if there are any opportunities for sponsors, volunteer organizations to take on these programs, because I think there'd be a lot of interest. I'd like us to just maybe try to explore that.
Yes, thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I think I'm optimistic there too. We know Saugeen for the environment. We know the tree program. We had the success with the grant at Eastwood Park this fall. And a lot of the work was done by volunteers there. So I think some of it certainly could be done by volunteers. Managing a volunteer program and coordinating that also has a staff cost, so we have to be realistic. But this grants certainly are a source of money for tree planting for sure.
Okay, a couple more if I can. Going forward into the future, the mention of the Captain Spence pathway reconstruction in 2026. As beautiful as that was at the time, I guess I just wonder about the feasibility of that, because of the fact that there are certain sections of that trail that doesn't seem like there's a lot of room between the private properties and the trailway. So I just hate to see a lot of money put into that only to have it washed out again.
Yes, I think if we reconstructed that, we'd have to have high confidence that high water does not impact it again. One opportunity maybe is what we did at Gobles Grove this year. You notice I'll call it the Moby Mat Promenade. That seems to work quite well, and that creates a fully accessible path that can be removed in the off season. So that might be an option. But certainly, yeah, we don't want to build something that gets washed out.
One more question, and that's to Kristen about the medical clinic expansion. I think in your comments you said, did you say that you retained a consultant in 2023?
Thank you for the question, and through you. Yes, we did. We brought a report forward that I can't remember the date of it, but it had to do with some improvements to our condos that we use for doctor recruitment and the medical clinic. And one of those requests through there was, I'm going to say it was $9,000 or $10,000 to have the consultant or the architect that worked on that facility that constructed it to have a look at the basement and just do a very conceptual design in nature to know how many doctors we could get in there. So that work has been complete.
So then in this proposal, it says retain consultant in 2025. So that would be a much more detailed design.
It would. Thank you for the question, and through you, it would be more of the detailed design and specification for tendering. Yes.
Thank you.
The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Further to the medical clinic question, is there any possibility of a second floor being put on that building? If an elevator is going in there, that's great. But is there any potential to build up there too?
Thank you for the question. At this time, I can't answer that, but we can definitely ask the question of the architect.
Okay, what I wanted to highlight though was, I think with the tree planting program, this, what is here as $15,000 is an addition. So there's still, even if this doesn't happen, there still is some funding within the budget related to some tree planting. Is that, thank you, I'm seeing a nod over there. I did want to speak up on behalf of the portable public washrooms near the Southampton Town Hall. You know, this has been a situation since the washrooms there have been pretty disgusting in many ways, but certainly accessibility wise, they're just not pretty at all since the 50s and the 60s. So it's definitely time for something there. And the market that goes on there on Fridays is very successful. There's more events downtown. So at the very least, I would, you know, not want to see this stay as a low priority. It's a relatively low cost, but it's certainly in downtown Southampton, there are no public bathrooms. And there's enough activity in that area now on the main street and also around the Coliseum that it would just be a really nice gesture to have something there that is at ground level at the very least. I also wanted to ask for a little clarification in following along. I'll come back to the airport. When I look at the consolidated charts for the operating and the capital budget, on the operating budget, it looks like the airport has it's expected that the forecast at the end of the year will be $17,000, but then the budget for next year is $47,000. So that's a 30% jump or $30,000 jump, which then when I look at what was presented, it's $20,000 for tree stuff and $75,000 for something else, which is $95,000. But then when I look over at the capital budget, and I believe the 20 and the 75 were operational expenses, but on the capital budget, there's nothing showing there for the airport. Can you just I would be appreciative of information about how is the airport used? You know, how many tie downs happened this year? How many regular attendees do we have who have rented space in hangars there? And you know, just what kind of visitor capacity are we experiencing? I just you know, almost $100,000. I'm not convinced that taxpayers should be on the hook for this when it's very much a very limited use and a very selective clientele. So if we could have a report at some point or some information just about the usage at the airport, you know, I'm willing to be surprised if it's a lot more than what I think it is. But without any information, it's hard to tell that. Thank you. But I definitely would appreciate consideration of bumping the priority for the portable temporary public bathrooms in downtown Southampton, going from low to at least medium, if not high. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further comments on these items, Councillor Halpin and then Mayette.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Just to echo a couple thoughts on the airport. There is very limited amount of planes there. And I did some work out there with my high school class, great group of guys, and it's a great addition to our community. But, you know, when it's 20,000 a year, that's one thing. But now when we start putting 100,000 a year into, you know, into those projects, perhaps the airport should be more self-funding like the harbor is. The thought, okay, should be more self-funded. And those using it should pay more. For one way I'd present that also is I like departure taxes on airports, because that way people that use the airports are paying the taxes and people that don't use airports aren't paying as much as those taxes. That sort of approach. I'm sure I won't make any friends out there asking for a departure tax at the airport. The other thing, oh, let me flip my pages. Is municipal hall furniture almost $500,000? Like, is it really gonna, that seems like a big number. Has there been costing on that, or is it a placeholder?
Yes, we're back. We're one section back on that one, right? So I guess that goes up to
I can
oh,
speak to it
yeah,
if
to the
that's okay.
director.
Thank you. Thank you for the question and through you, Mr. Mayor. So we currently, we actually just had a meeting with a potential supplier as well to investigate what those firm costs will be. This is an estimate at this time. This is what we think that it will be. We're also going to do an assessment of our existing furniture to see if there's some that we can repurpose either to other facilities or perhaps even keep in the renovated city hall or town hall as well. But we'll be able to firm those numbers up.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to stick up for the wildflower area pilot program and ask it to be a higher priority. I think it's a small investment, and I think after that, it will really kind of look after itself the way the butterfly gardens did. And I think it might be like some smart spent target money that volunteers from there will go and make that program be very successful at very little cost, like they did with the other butterfly gardens. And one more. The playground replacement program, is that something that we could delay a little bit? Like, I think it's an important thing, but is that something that could be put off? Like if they're depending on the shape that they're in?
I think because playgrounds are so critical to ensure they're safe and a good condition asset, we need to follow best practices and inspections. So some of them are getting dated. Where there is flexibility is how much we want to invest in each playground. And again, the rough feeling is a small, simple playground would cost about $50,000, and quite a nice playground. The higher end is more in the $500,000 range. So for example, the new one at Lamont is closer to the high end. So that gives you a feel for how much investment per playground. So there is flexibility there, but once the playground becomes in end of life, we have to dismantle it. We can't leave it out there in poor condition.
Okay, and I know this is going back also, but the tourist camp, the $2 million they needed would really be self-funded. Is that correct? Like, I mean, it's something that makes money. It would be.
The answer to that would be yes, if we had been putting money aside from the tourist camp into the tourist camp reserve. However, the past practice has been that we have treated that, I'll use the term loosely, as a dividend that we've used to keep our taxes low. And so we've been taking that dividend every year. So there is not money sitting in the reserve to pay for that investment. So there's two ways of looking at it. We're either paying for the investment out of tax dollars, or we allow the tourist camp to pay for it, but we would have to stop taking the dividend, and we would then reduce our dividend by the 800,000 and put that into the reserve so that they could ultimately pay back the investment.
Okay. And one last comment is on waterfront maintenance at the beach. And, you know, if we do a little less grooming, that is a potential to save a little bit more money. Just putting that thought out there. I understand that it's forever the balance between those who want like a well-manicured lawn and a well-manicured beach, and those that like more rustic lawns and more rustic beaches. But my little comment would be is a little less grooming would cost a little less money. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Mayette.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to speak to the Shipley Trail, the slope, and I've hiked those trails a lot actually over the past few years, and it's we built a stairway at the very north end, which is the one that comes out of the trailer park, and then if you get right down to where the trail ends, pretty much there are two steep hills, and it's true, they are steep hills, and I've gone up those hills and I've gone down those hills, and I will admit that I have to take a break when I get to the top of those hills. They're a little steep. But I also, when I compare them to, I was out in BC this past summer and I did some hiking on some of those trails, and our hills pale in comparison to what people hike out there. both length and steepness. So spending money to fix those trails, certainly if there are certain people that are not going to be able to use those hills, and I'm getting to that category myself pretty soon, but I don't think we should spend estimated 200K on that, right? To clean up those hills. Butterfly programs, butterfly gardens. I don't see how we should spend any money on that. There's naturalized areas throughout our municipality. We have a large municipality. I personally have 100 acres of naturalized area that is just chock full of milkweed and different wildflowers that the butterflies hoard into. So if it's a matter of trying to attract butterflies to the more populated areas so more people can see them, that's one thing. But butterflies are not running short of habitat. I can tell you, I got tons of it. So I think that priority should stay the way it is, or if not, be lower. And there was one more thing that I was going to bring up. Oh, the airport. So the airport trees, are we talking about dead ash trees that are in the way at the end of the airport?
I think it's a combination of dead ash and other trees growing up on the flightway at the departures.
The far south end, I guess, right?
I believe so, south end, yeah. The airport committee has some preliminary identification of where they are.
Yeah. I mean, I just had a logging company come in and pay me to take my dead trees out. So there may be other opportunities besides hiring a tree company to take out some of those trees. They are worth money, even if they are dead. And for the drainage, I know the Gore drain where it travels parallel to the airport strip. It's routinely dammed up by beavers. And last time I was out there, there was a large beaver structure in there. And I think by improving the flow in that existing ditch, that we may not have to put more expensive tilage and things under the runway. So just, matter of maintenance as opposed to new construction, I think we should be looking at, because yes, it does seem excessive to spend $100,000 on improvements to the runway, which has been operating in the condition it's in for many, many years. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Stack, and then the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Just two quick questions on the Wi-Fi and cameras for the Lamont Sports Park. Are those tied together? Do you need to have the security cameras? Do you need the Wi-Fi? Is that the?
Yes. So through you, Mr. Mayor, we're gonna have Wi-Fi connectivity to the Lamont, and then the security cameras will use that connectivity. So it's going to be public connectivity for Wi-Fi for when people are there at the playground or at an event, and then we use that for the cameras as well. So it can be high quality footage.
And then, thank you. And so maybe I'm naive to the risks, but is the need for cameras related to an insurance requirement, or is it just something we're fearful of? I'm just surprised we're investing in security cameras in a public park.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Mayor. We do now have a camera surveillance policy. I'm not sure if they're the right words, but we're seeing more and more vandalism in our public spaces, and that's what we've implemented in a few locations. And we already had some vandalism at Lamont's, and with that significant investment out there, we felt it was prudent to have some security.
So I'm going to ask a follow-up. Is there, do we notify, like, again, there's a concept around deterrence. I'm not sure that a security camera doesn't need deterrence. If we're still seeing do we see vandalism in locations with security cameras?
I don't think there's a perfect relationship. It's a complicated area, but it's part of the whole mix of how do we secure those public spaces.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, then I would just note that I understand the basis. I know I'll just put it on the record that I don't think that's a high priority. In my mind, a public space is vulnerable to vandalism, cameras or otherwise. The location itself makes it more vulnerable to vandalism because it's a bit more remote than somewhere more central. And I think when I look at across some of the other priorities, I would certainly put cameras and Wi-Fi at a sports park lower on the list of priorities.
If I may add, Mr. Mayor, cameras might cameras and signage might not be a deterrent for vandalism, but what we have seen in some areas is that it's helped us catch those that do the vandalism, and we go after them for the costs incurred in order to fix or repair what's needed. And that has happened a couple of times over the last few years with the help of cameras. So that's also another way just to look at it. Thank you.
Okay. And then just another comment. So thank you for that. That's helpful feedback. I didn't even know we had an airport till about 3 or 4 years ago. So when I look at the cost, I just find it a bit odd, and I don't know the whole history, but for such a limited usage, a limited use facility, it strikes me as odd that we continue to fund it. When it seems like to me a fairly low public good. When I look at the other services, we need that sort of funding. I know it's not huge dollars, but to me, I don't know that I necessarily need a response. I'm just saying it's from an outsider's perspective, as a non-aviation enthusiast, it's a bit surprising that we're funding such a small and low usage airport.
Okay, thank you. We'll get to the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's really two major things. It's around Lamont Sports Park and and also around the Aquatic and Wellness Center, which I read in detail the section on wellness, and I was a little bit confused in the beginning, and then I got the addendum. I even got a little bit more confused. No, today I'm even more confused about the numbers. But I guess the question I have to you, to Kristen. Kristen, you talked about there was a $435,000 reduction in 2023 wages, so the operating deficit was projected to be 1.3 or 4 million. Now it's $1 million. I heard you say that at the beginning of your presentation. So there was a wrong number put in there, so that the operating deficit has been reduced by 435,000. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question, and through you, if you could put up slide number 5 in the addendum, Don, if you don't mind. When the business plan was published, the activation plan or the transition plan was estimated to cost $656,000.
Right.
And slide number 5 outlines the breakdown of those positions, the number of weeks, and the cost is $220,000. So that cost estimate in 2024 is $435,000 less than what we
Less.
anticipated.
So my question is to you, to Jim, perhaps, maybe it's you, but Jim. So when we saw this package, it was around 6.6% tax levy increase. That $435,000 in savings, is that tax stabilization, or does it actually affect the tax levy, that reduction?
The choice that we made with the transition plan is that it would not impact taxes. The position, I believe, from council was that this is ultimately self-funded. It does draw upon the tax stabilization reserve in the short term, but refunds those monies back into that reserve over time.
So when I talked about earlier, those positions, which I still feel that it's too long out, I think they should be reduced. I really do, whatever that, maybe it's only a month or two. I just think it's too long of a lead up time. I think it's, I just think it's, so if we found $50,000, $100,000, whatever the amount is, with the transitional funding, that's not going to affect the tax levy, is what you're saying. It's going to, that's all tax stabilization.
That is correct. So I'll say in theory, it doesn't impact the tax levy, but to go back to the point that a couple of the councillors made, is there is a risk to the revenue side downstream in the future years. And if we do cut back on that initial investment in the transition plan, we are putting potentially at risk the revenue in the later years. And the one slide that we had showed that that was slide number 8, that we were hoping to have a 1% improvement in 2031 on the tax levy. And there is a potential that we put that at risk if we go too lean on the transition plan.
Mr. Mayor, I really hope I can convince council to, rather than build the Lamont Sports Park washroom in 2026, opening up in 2027, 4 years from now, it's going to be built anyways. It's going to be built anyways. And I know staff are busy and it's not possible probably to build it in 2025, obviously, but could we at least in 2025 prepare the tender document, go out to tender, get the price. And so that we can get this thing underway late 2025 or early in 2026. I really hope I can convince, or 2025, I should say. And so that we can open it up in the spring or summer of 2025 or 2026 rather than 2027. You know, and the ball groups, there's about 1,400 ball players in town. And one of the major complaints I receive about Lamont Sports Park is the lack of, some of the people just won't use portable toilets. And we did have that flushable unit. It's not that accessible. Well, not accessible. And those 65 to 75,000 people went through Lamont Sports Park in 2023. We're opening up an accessible playground in 2024. And I dare say by the end of 2024, we'll have probably 100,000 people go through Lamont Sports Park. And that's where all the tournaments and league games and like all the people that patronize Lamont Sports Park. And without, in perfect world, Washington should have opened when the park opened, but and I know that the argument's going to be, well, we've already spent $12 million and there's another 1.5 million. And I'm not convinced it should be 1.5 million. For a washroom canteen. I don't think you necessarily have to equip the canteen right away. You can find a contractor to run that, make a little money on behalf of the town. But, with 6 women's toilets and 6 men's urinals and 2 toilets, I don't know where the 1.5 million, I look at what we've done at, Lakeview Ball Diamond at 250,000, I think, or $300,000. And I'm not saying we should have something identical to that, but I just think we should really move up the implementation, the construction of that washroom facility. So I'm hoping that council, we could have a little bit of discussion. I don't know when we do it, but that we can at least get out to prepare some tender documents to get some pricing in 2024 and get underway, so that would be, that's my request. I think if one thing I hear a lot of is Lamont is the washroom situation. So how can we have some discussion on that, or how's that work?
Yeah, we can have some discussion, but was that was in here? I guess that was in this piece, the washroom facility. I guess I'll make a couple of comments. I think that is the right way to look at it. Like $1.5 million. We have to put some water in our wine on what we're building, right? We need washrooms down there, but we don't need $1.5 million worth of washrooms. We need a washroom facility. And I think the way the Vice Deputy Mayor described what that would be was pretty accurate, right? And so I think that I think we could advance that. And I think just to sort of dovetail a few comments, I think the comment that Councillor Stack made about priorities around whether you're going to prioritize a washroom or over Wi-Fi and security cameras, I know which one I'd pick. And I think that you can start to pick up some savings if you reevaluate your priorities in the budget to redirect at a $250,000 washroom facility. And I feel like if you started around that number and looked at, building a facility similar to what's at Lakeview down there, a more permanent facility, I think that you could start getting to a washroom facility that would be quite serviceable. Wouldn't be the Taj Mahal, but nobody's asking for the Taj Mahal. So I think that, I think it would be worth staff going back and having a look at that as something we could prioritize sooner than prioritize for completion sooner than 2027. I think the community would like to see it. And so that would be my view on that one. I'm going to make a few comments right now just to complete my comments on this section. I think so the Director of Corporate Services talked about that the 2 alternatives, the 2 ways we could deal with that tourist camp, electrical and water upgrade. But I think there is a third way, and the third way is to make that project contingent on a decision to expand the park so that it would be funded entirely by new revenues, by additional trailers being put in place of Lakeview Park. So my suggestion on that one would be you only spend the $2 million if you're going to expand the park. Otherwise, you don't do it. And then you have new revenue, additional revenue to pay for it. So from my perspective, we could pull that off any tax levy impact sort of permanently. I would push Lamont Sports Park Phase 3 beyond the year 2032 and take it right out of the 10-year capital so as to reduce the overall capital demand. And in terms of the airport tree removal, have we looked at the airport's accumulated surplus? They have $33,000 in reserves as an accumulated surplus. Perhaps those projects could be funded from airport accumulated surpluses, and that we could look at, because I think there's some interest around the table, looking at airport user fees. We could look at working with the airport committee to structure those fees so that they can continue to contribute to accumulated surpluses over time through user fees, so they can pay for ongoing maintenance like tree removal and other things in the future. So if we took 20,000 out, they'd still have 13,000 in reserves, and they could build their reserves over time through their user fees. So I would suggest that we look at that accumulated surplus to fund that $20,000. So those are my notes on that one. And also, just one more thing, sorry. I think with it's a very small item, the butterfly garden thing, $5,000. I don't want to debate it too much. I think we should just do it around $5,000 here or there and see how it goes. It can be included it's a low priority item. I wouldn't change the prioritization. It could come back for review. But I guess what I'd say now is that my vote will be to fund it. All right, so we'll take the deputy mayor and then we'll come back to the vice deputy mayor.
I wasn't finished. Anyways, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. You weren't finished with your comments? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that, Mike.
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, Mike. Honestly, I apologize. I didn't realize. So go ahead. Sorry about that.
Didn't mean to be rude. So just to finish up on that conversation, there's another thing about Lamont Sports Park. So I hope that staff, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate your comment that we could maybe, rather than spend 1.5 million, maybe we can look at $750,000 building, a lot less than 1.5 and move it up. So it opens up in 2026 versus opens in 2027. So I hope there's appetite around the table for that. The second thing I want to talk about was that we're opening up the in 2024. They've built 2 nice batting cages for minor ball and gorgeous facility. It was a $30,000 donation from the Southampton Golf Club actually, and but no storage building. So they have batting machines, they have helmets, they have balls, they have bats, and we're opening it up. But there's no place for there's electrical plugins, but there's no place for them to cart their goodies, their equipment in and out to use the facility. So I'm just asking, Mr. Mayor, if staff could work with minor ball on this, but I know it's scheduled for 2025 or 6, I can't remember. But there was a storage building, but I'm just wondering through the high school, I'm going to turn to Bud Halpin here for a second, but Councillor Halpin, but I'm just wondering if minor ball could work with Habitat for Humanity or the local builders or the high school. I mean, maybe Councillor Halpin might want to chime in, but to get that building built sooner than later, so that when the batting cages open this year, they've got a place to store their equipment to wheel in and out. So I'm making that request, Mr. Mayor, for staff to work with minor ball and local contractors. And can I ask, Mr. Mayor, could I ask Bud to comment on, is that something a high school maybe would take a look at, Bud, do you think?
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Yeah, I'll advocate with the high school. That's something that also Spark residential construction could be involved with. There's certainly the high school contributed to those in the past, and the new teacher there Dominique has done so well. And her first year there, she did way more than I did in my first 3 years. So good for her. She hit the ground running.
Okay.
And I will advocate for that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say minor ball did donate $25,000 towards that storage building. And I know I've spoke with them and they're a little bit disappointed it's not being built this year. So when the batting cages open up, so I'm still optimistic that could be done. So I just want to pass that out to staff and council. Hopefully staff can work with them on that. About the Shipley Trail, Frank, the $200,000, we can't lose Shipley Trail. I mean, I know the Schemmels are really good about, they own McKinnon Lane. They've made it very clear, reroute the trail or the trail shuts down. We're going to lose Shipley Trail if we don't do that. I know you're working really hard on it, Frank. My question I have is this, in the $200,000 number, Council mentioned this about the steps coming down. Is the $200,000 include that steep hill for steps and rerouting the trail? Is it for both projects?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, there's two aspects. It's that steep trail, which is will have a very significant stair because of the length. And then it's rerouting, which will have to cut new trail and granulars through the side of the creek, and other expense is another bridge to cross the creek. So it's a fairly complicated piece, but the 200 is for all the components of it.
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, again, Frank, what I would suggest, one voice, but $200,000 for the steps down and then the trail rerouting. I believe that the $200,000 initially, the cost estimate does not include the bridge.
The 200,000 is our estimate that includes all aspects, the steps, the rerouting, and the bridge.
And the bridge as well?
Yes. Yeah.
So we could do all of that.
That's correct. When we find our optimum route, we haven't got the challenges the bridge crossing, which we're working on with the neighbors.
Because that could be an expensive bridge.
Potentially.
I guess
yeah.
all I'm suggesting is that the stairs coming down that steep grade, you know, if it's not enough money to do both projects, it's more important to keep Shipley Trail open, spend more money on that bridge and get it done is my view on it. But I'm sure you're, how soon would you be back? Is it something that's going to happen in 2024, the rerouting of the trail?
That was, once we have a landowner agreement in the neighborhood, yes, it can plan for 24. Most of the design work is completed now already.
Okay. Just want to make one comment about the key performance indicators, strides, if I could. Thank you for correcting the 54% of prime. It just boggled my mind when I read Plex and Coliseums only use 54% of the time, because minor hockey, I keep hearing from them, there's about, and Rob Lamont was here a year ago, talked about a third ice pad, said they're short 30, 35 hours a week. Then I read it's only used half. So that's because of COVID. Is that what you were saying?
Thank you for the question, and through you, yes, that our 2023 will be a baseline for full year operation at both facilities.
Okay.
That will bring some clarity to that number.
Okay. It's an old number. And the last question I had was about the third ice pad. And in the 10-year capital forecast, I didn't seem to see it. Maybe I missed it. Is it in the 10-year capital forecast or not?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's not currently included in the 10-year forecast. I think that in 2025, we have the recreation master plan slated, and I think that will help us with having that conversation.
So just as a follow-up, I thought it might be in there because I think we've heard, at least I have, from the community about the need for a third ice pad. Not saying it's this year or next year, but I thought it might have shown up in the 10-year. If the recreation master plan says we do need a third ice pad, Jim, the 10-year capital forecast, it can be a moving target, right? We're able to move things in and out, right?
Absolutely. The only part that is locked in the plan effectively is the 24 capital budget. But council has the ability in future years to reallocate money between projects that were previously proposed. There's always the possibility of adjusting what was previously announced as the tax increase plan to fund the capital plan. Those are all options that council has at its disposal.
Okay. And just one last, FDOC, IDOC, Frank, was that you, I think? Is that definitely happening in I've had a couple of people ask me that in the last few weeks. Is that definitely happening? And if council approves this in 2025?
I'm just double checking the years. We spread it over 25 and 26.
Which order? Just curious.
It'd be a multi-year project. The plan is to do all three at once. The new design means we have to do all three in a coordinated way, but it's a big job, so it'd be over 2 fiscal years.
2024, 2025?
I think it's 25, 26.
Maybe I'll help out
Yeah.
just a little bit.
Yeah.
In 2023, council approved funds to to look at the design of that, and that includes electrical and dock layout. So we have currently been starting to work on that. I know Chris and Frank have been working on that. We need part of 2024 as well to do that. And then so we've identified that G, F, and I docks would be repaired over 25 to 2026. The sequencing that you're asking for, we're not sure yet
That's fine.
as to which dock would be in which order.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's it. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Maybe just to clarify the point though, that Jim was just making about adding big ticket items, whatever those items might be, to the capital plan in the next 10 years. The capital, the funding model that you've proposed to council is based on the capital plan you've presented here, right? So it's just important to remember that if we add a thing like a third ice pad, which is probably a $10 million, $15 million hit, right? $20 million hit, very large ticket item anyway. A thing like that would, if you were to drop that in, would blow those numbers right out of the water, right? You wouldn't have the money to pay for it without shaving off a lot of the other things that are in this plan, right?
That's correct. And the other thing I'll stress again is that because we're suggesting to ramp up the tax over the 10 years, that we aren't raising the money until 2032, council is sending a message to the community that you will see this level of tax increase in each of the next number of years in order to fund the plan as proposed in the 24 business plan. So if you throw something on top of that, some members of the community may say, you told me one thing, now you're doing another. So it doesn't mean that you can't do it, but it's definitely a risk that you need to be aware of.
Okay, the deputy mayor.
Thank you. Three things. It was mentioned that related to the harbor expenses that, and you used the word dividend. And somewhere else in the document that we have, there's an indication that the dividend from Westario is basically being half this year. So I would just request that at some point in the future, the mayor, our representative on the Westario board, that we receive information specifically to, what that really is reflective of. Because we own a quarter of Westario, I believe, approximately. And, that does represent a revenue source for us. So to have the dividend halved, there is an explanation, I'm sure. And I just would invite you to provide that to us, because I'm challenged by the idea that, the harbor, we would look to cover millions of dollars of dock extensions or dock upgrades by reducing or assuming that we would just reduce the dividend. We should expect a return on investment too from our investments. So I don't think we should just automatically assume that, whatever money comes in as revenue from the harbor, we can just forego that for a number of years to cover off millions of dollars of dock upgrades. I don't think that's the way that I see how we're supposed to do budgeting. I did want to, though, come back to this Aquatics and Wellness Center transition staffing, because every time the vice deputy mayor asks a question about it, I think I get a little clearer understanding, and then I look at something else and I get a little confused too. So, like you, it's like you think you've got it and then you see something else. I'm challenged by the sense that, there's an indication that if we try and impact some change on the timing of this so that it's a reduction from 50 weeks of lead time, down to half a year or whatever, that there's no impact on the tax levy. Well, perhaps I'm misinterpreting something here, but the tax stabilization reserve money is tax money that's coming from taxpayers. So if in my mind, if we were to realize $50,000 to $100,000, let's say, of savings by responsibly and appropriately, maybe manipulating the timeframes here, wouldn't that $50,000 to $100,000 potentially be available as either a 1%, 2% reduction on the tax rate for the taxpayers, or alternatively, that those funds would be available to do something else that might be, you know, a low or a medium priority item. So I'm really confused by this sense that it's no impact because it's all tax money, is it not? It doesn't matter what it's called. Doesn't the Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund come from taxpayers contributing to it? So if we could realize some improvement here, that should, in my mind, mean something, either in terms of doing something else or it would have an impact on the levy amount. Am I really not understanding what this all means?
You've got some excellent points there, and let me try and elaborate. One key point is that what we're proposing is borrowing from the reserve. So we're not asking for money from the reserve, which will not be returned. It's borrowing. So in that sense, in the short term, we're saying there's no impact on the levy because it's just a borrowing. In the long term, your argument is true. There would be an impact on the levy if we could take out, say $100,000 out of that request. What that would mean is that we would then in 2031 or 2030, we'd be able to implement that 1% improvement in the levy just slightly earlier. But that's something that we're talking about out in future years. So it does have an impact, but I look at it as a more far-reaching impact once the monies are paid back, and it would just be a slight difference in timing of when that would happen.
Okay. Yeah, it shortens the payback, essentially. Yeah. Any further questions or comments? I just wanted to kind of support what the deputy mayor was saying in her first comment about the harbor dock replacements. You see that there is being projected as a tax impact. It shouldn't be a tax impact. I mean, we should construct the harbor dockage fees to cover to carry that. So we borrow from the reserves, but we get the pay just like the Aquatics and Wellness Center, borrow from the reserves and the harbor pays it back. But there should not be a 1% tax levy increase. The town's dividend or return on investment should remain constant or preferably increase over time, and we should get recovery from the fees at the harbor. So I think that's something that could be adjusted in this, reducing that tax levy impact of that capital spend down the road. Okay, so we've had lots of conversation on that, so we're going to move on now out of community services and on to 5.4, which is operations. So we're going to have a look at the operations business plan, and we'll turn that back over to the director. Oh, well, let's take a 5-minute break and we'll reconvene at 3:15. to operations and the operations business plan. So we'll move that over to the director.
Great, and thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So we could start on 96, Don. So as mentioned earlier, the operations business plan is presented as its own department, working with all of the operations and public works staff. Learning more about the services we provide has been an eye-opening and extremely rewarding experience over the last 20 months. 5-minute business plan introduction will not be able to capture the value, expertise, and pride that is within this amazing department. In 2023, we completed one-on-one interviews with all staff in the department, and a strong and consistent trend amongst staff was very evident, and that's pride. Our staff day in and day out work in the envious, beautiful summer weather or the nasty, blistery winter weather of Saugeen Shores, and they have pride in what they do and how they do it. So I introduced Matt Prentice earlier today. He brings with him a very extensive knowledge and background of public works and operations. So he's fortunate to work alongside Pete Nechtel, our manager of public works, and Larry Gill, our manager of operations. So with Matt only starting a week ago, we felt he would have left the building running if we asked him to present the 24 business plan. So here he sits. Matt will jump in and pop in when required. So on to the orientation of this awesome department. So there's 2 divisions in the operations department, which is public works and operations. The Public Works Division leads the effective and efficient service delivery of existing infrastructure, including roads, water mains, stormwater management, and sanitary wastewater collection. We provide winter control and support for community assets like trails, parks, downtowns, and waterfronts. So they're a great partner for us in community services. The operations division provides water, wastewater, garbage, and recycling services, as well as long-term waste management planning. And we also oversee the cemetery operations and maintenance, electrical, plumbing, and locate service. So slide 97. Oh, you're ahead of me. Well done. So the areas of responsibility for the operations department include but are not limited to 450 lane kilometers of road, 75 kilometers of sidewalk. 50 of those are maintained in the wintertime, 18 kilometers of waterfront, 13 bridges, over 150 pieces of fleet that we maintain with our 2 mechanics, 1 drinking water system, 2 wastewater treatment facilities, and over 120 kilometers of pipe infrastructure, 5 zones for curbside garbage and recycling pickup. And we complete an average of over 2,000 locates annually. We also operate the town's complete traffic control system and street lighting program and our cemetery operations. Our priority area has areas and objectives that are tied to our KPIs, which will be highlighted, are shown on this slide. Similar to community services, our objectives are identified as priorities that can have a positive, significant impact on our performance and user experience. So the objectives are divided into the same 3 priority areas: service demand management, sustainable development and planning, and infrastructure asset management. Slide 98, please. So how do we do all of the, how do we provide all the maintenance and operations to the critical infrastructure and services described? We do it with our people, our dedicated, committed, and skilled people who take pride in what they do day in and day out. Slide 98 provides a department overview identifying the core customers being residents, visitors, businesses, council, and staff. The community partners are highlighted as our service providers for water supply and distribution, wastewater collection and treatment, which is Aqua, garbage and recycling collection through Basra, utility companies such as Westario and Hydro One, and suppliers for winter maintenance materials and roads materials. So slide 99, please. So I find it very suiting that this is slide 99, the greatest hockey player of all time. Somebody? Wayne Gretzky, right? One of the greatest teams of all time, Public Works and Operations team. So this slide shows the new operations department and the 2 divisions of Public Works led by Pete and the operations division led by Larry. They will be taking over the mic shortly to discuss their divisions and exciting projects they are planning. I'll highlight for council awareness the consideration of an additional operator 3 in the Public Works division. This position would be 75% funded from the landfill, so only 25% would be impact the tax levy. We anticipate that this position would primarily support the landfill operations and assist with public works maintenance when required or available. Currently, we have one dedicated operator too at the landfill, and a shout out to Greg, who's just fantastic out there. There is a resource issue for key tasks at the landfill, and public works staff currently backfill, which pulls them off their responsibilities. So the tasks and responsibility that the proposed position would support at the landfill include, but not limited to, compactor operation, front-end sorting logistics, including proper diversion and bin transportation, wood grinding and product of cover material, compost maintenance and increasing material turning, covering materials and general maintenance. So you might ask if these tasks are completed now, and they are, but only partially. So we've identified that an increase to the staff resources at the landfill will improve the compliance and standard work that is required, and also prevents us from pulling PW staff off their critical tasks, which will eliminate that domino effect that we're currently in. So the compaction, I'll just highlight just a couple of key functions of that job. The compaction operation. So compaction is one of the most critical elements to landfill operation, especially when we're in the situation of declining capacity and exploring options for expansion. So shortly, Pete will describe the replacement of the compactor that is recommended for 2024. This piece of equipment is essential for the operation requirements at the landfill. With only having one operator dedicated to the landfill, the compactor does not run as often as it should, which then impacts our compaction, leading to leaving airspace in the debris and a rapid increase to us reaching our end of life capacity. Front end sorting and logistics and diversion. So the new landfill entrance will be open for operation soon. It's looking really, really good up there, and we're excited to shift over to the new scale house and bin sorting area. It's been a high priority for the town for waste diversion, and we're doing pretty well, but we can always do better. Doing better might be to add new initiatives for diversion, but it's also an opportunity to properly manage the waste diversion activities that we currently offer. Right now, it's safe to say that for the most part, folks that use our landfill and compost sites are reasonable or responsible users, and there are some that are not. And those that are not, some of that is on them, but some of that is also on us. So we need to provide communication, education, resources, and direction to allow people to participate in our diversion programs. Increasing the sorted waste bins, bringing back recycling bins, and providing proper and easy methods for diversion will help us increase our diversion rate and the initiatives that we currently offer. So the last one I'll talk about is wood grinding and cover material. So one of the great things we do at our landfill is that we grind wood that is disposed of up there, and we use the chips for cover. This practice eliminates the need to burn, uses the waste wood that is accepted at the landfill, and reduces the quantity of cover material that is brought into the landfill. So if you've been to the back end of the landfill, you're likely aware of where that location is, because it's huge. We can't keep up with it. It's a weekly task that we pull a PW operator in to grind wood and produce cover. And again, we do it, but not at the rate that we should be doing it at. Besides fire trucks that Ed and Rob have, the landfill has two of the most expensive pieces of fleet in our equipment, and they currently do not run at their fullest potential, which impacts the efficient operation that is required up at the landfill. So I know that was a longer description, but I felt it was important just to highlight kind of that perfect example of how we're striving to continuously improve within our operations. So slide 100 and 101 are the major initiatives for the operations department. So all four of them are related to water and wastewater infrastructure. So slide 102, please. Saugeen Shores has one water treatment plant. It's located off Island Street in Southampton. The expansion is a multi-year project that was presented to council in last year's business plan. Components of the project include project scope definition, EA process, design, specification, and construction. It's anticipated that construction will start in 2025 and be complete in 2026. The total budget cost is $5.7 million. This is a great opportunity to highlight the project management resources Kara spoke about earlier as well within the Development Services Department. Mark and his team, shout out to Rahul, Chris, and Colin, who support the majority of our operations capital programs. Slide 103. Our second major initiative is the review and update of the water and wastewater master plan. So this update will also include financial plans and rate study review. So the 10-year capital forecast for water and wastewater is extremely detailed in a comprehensive plan. We've been collaborating with members from Aqua, town staff from Public Works, Operations and Development Services to establish this thorough strategy. The previous master plan was complete between 2018, 2019, with final presentation occurring in 2020 to council. The recommendation to review and update the water and wastewater master plan was triggered by the amount of growth of the community, the upcoming Bruce Power expansion announcement impact, and current capacity of our systems. So as mentioned, the financial plan and rate study plan is also included in this major initiative. 104, please. The expansion of the Southampton wastewater treatment plant is another multi-year project that was included in 2023 business plan. The Southampton wastewater treatment plant is located off town in the requirements and specifications that will be included in the expansion project. Currently, the business plan is showing $350,000 over the next 2 years to begin the planning process and $33.5 million for construction between 2026 and 2029. So as mentioned, the master plan will assist us to verify the scope of work and the related project costs. The expansion will be funded through the wastewater reserve. 106. So I'm pleased just to turn this portion of our presentation over to Larry and Pete. Thoroughly enjoyed working with Larry and Pete. It's managers like them that make being a director a little less stressful. Simple words with, I got this, don't worry. Anyway, it really shows the type of support that we have here. So I'll turn it over to Larry first, and then he'll turn it over to Pete.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor. To begin, Kristen, our team would just like to thank and make special acknowledgement to everything you've done for us. Your great leadership and support as our director over the past 20 months. Your countless hours and dedication to our operations and public works group was nothing short of amazing. Thank you very much for that, Kristen. And with that note, we are excited to welcome Matt Prentice as our new director and are excited for the future under his guidance. As well, thanks to Dan McLeod and his team at Aqua for the important work that they do ensuring that Saugeen Shores has the highest quality drinking water and superior management of our waste treatment program. On our household waste side, we thank Vince Cascone and his team at Basra for the great collection services they provide. And last and certainly not least, to our operations team for their dedications to each of their roles. As highlighted on the right-hand side of this slide, I'd like to highlight that our operations department is heavily regulated and governed as outlined on the right-hand side. Meeting these day in, day out requirements requires a steady and precise annual capital program to ensure equipment is maintained and or updated as required, to support meeting the requirements. Next slide, please. Our 2024 operations division capital highlight, there's just one of them, and I think Councillor Grace will be excited, is our food cycler program. Saugeen Shores ran a very successful pilot program in 2023. Results from the 316 participants showed a diversion rate of over 21 bags of curbside garbage per household. These results are simply amazing. Not only are they saving critical space at our landfill, we are also increasing our waste diversion through the program. It is proposed that we develop and expand on the program to offer more units at a discounted rate for our residents. The total budget would be $15,000 per year for a 3-year period with a 50% subsidy of the units. Staff will work with Food Cycle Science to develop a program that will be brought to council for approval. This would be budgeted through landfill reserves. Next slide, please. In 2024, we have 10 operations capital highlights. The first one is the Port Elgin wastewater treatment step screen replacement. The step screen separates foreign material from the incoming waste stream as it enters the treatment process. Parts are no longer available to repair the current screen, causing it to be inoperable. As such, these objects travel through the treatment plant and cause operational challenges. The project was approved at $500,000 in 2023 and is currently underway. Through initial engineering and planning, it has been identified that the total budget for this project will run to $625,000. For this reason, staff are asking for an additional $125,000 through the 2024 business plan. The funding would be through wastewater reserves. Port Elgin water reservoir generator and electrical upgrades. The Port Elgin Reservoir is a storage facility for the treated water to support the Port Elgin delivery system. The facility is located at the top of Mill Street beside the Port Elgin standpipe. The generator and related electrical components are original from 1978 when the facility was constructed. Many of these components are becoming obsolete and parts are extremely difficult to source. Currently, our development services project management team are working on the design of the new system and RFP. The total budget for the project is estimated at 1.3 million. 500,000 was approved in the 2023 business plan with a 2024 ask of $800,000 for construction of the project. The funding would be through water reserves for this. Southampton Pioneers Cemetery remediation and preservation. As council is aware, Pioneer Cemetery, which backs onto the slopes of the Saugeen River in Southampton, has had slope erosion issues for many years. In 2023, a budget request of $50,000 was approved to complete a soil study. The results of this study and potential options will be brought to council in December for consideration. In 2024, staff will work on project planning, and more importantly, look for financial partnerships to support the recommendations that will be included in the December report. Currently, we are unsure of the recommendations and the financial impact. The $2 million budget estimate provided is a placeholder until the report is presented. As mentioned, we will be exploring funding opportunities once we have the path forward. At this point, we are estimating that 50% of the preservation project could be funded, but this will be confirmed in 2024. Slide 109, please. Replacement of the landfill compactor, as Strides indicated before. The landfill compactor is a critical piece of equipment used for compacting waste brought to the landfill. This unit compresses garbage, which is the primary factor in maximizing the remaining useful life of the landfill. The unit is a 1996 and was rebuilt back in 2011. The transmission and hydraulic drives are getting weaker and will soon require expensive repairs. New technology and a heavier unit will increase compaction, reduce the fill rate, and be equipped with GPS tracking that will support efficiency and precision of the compaction process. The budget asked for this is 1.4 million and would be funded through landfill reserves. Port Elgin wastewater treatment plant blower upgrades. As outlined in the wastewater master plan, the aeration blowers used at the plant struggle to maintain the optimum dissolved oxygen concentration of 2.0 milligrams per liter. This concentration is key to keep healthy aerobic activity in the tanks. As demands continue to grow for this system, it is important that we increase the blower's capacity to maintain the proper concentration of air. Current limitations could result in process problems and a failure to meet the facility effluent requirements. Our development services project management team is currently working on an engineering study to determine the appropriate sizing and scope of the project. Construction is slotted for 2024. The budget requirement for this project is $400,000 and would be funded through wastewater reserves. And the last one on this page, the Southampton low lift pump station generator replacement. The low lift pump station is located at the bottom of Bay Street. This facility pulls water from the lake and pumps it up to the water treatment plant for processing. The existing generator was built in 1978 and requires replacement to ensure drinking water supply can continue in the event of power outages. The scope of this project will include a new generator, upgrade to the louver system, and a new fuel storage system. The budget asked for this is $500,000 and would be funded through water reserves. Slide 110. Port Elgin wastewater treatment plant headworks building air quality and HVAC system replacement. This project is one that some councillors who went through the tour will be very aware of. The headworks building receives wastewater from the collection system, and it's where the initial steps of screening the grit and removal occur in this building. Through this process, a high level of hydrogen sulfide is created. Hydrogen sulfide is toxic, can be fatal to humans, and is extremely corrosive to most equipment, especially metal. The high-tech air quality and HVAC system circulate the air makeup, and scrub or clean the air to make the building safe and reduce corrosion of the critical equipment and components in the building. The current system was installed in 2009 when the building was constructed and was rebuilt several years ago. The system has failed a second time and is in immediate need of replacement. The total budget for this multi-year project is 2.25 million, with an ask of 1.25 million for 2024 and the remainder in 2025. The project would be funded through wastewater reserves. Port Elgin Harbor Street Pump Station Generator and Electrical Upgrades. The Harbor Street Pump Station is located at the bottom of Green Street near the beach. This station collects roughly 2/3 of Port Elgin's wastewater, which is then pumped up to the treatment plant. The 1989 backup generator and electrical system are at the end of their life cycle and require replacement. These components are critical to ensure that in the event the power outage, the system will continue to operate as normal and ensure there is no risk of a spill into the lake. The budget for this project is 1.6 million and would be funded through wastewater reserves. Next slide, please. Southampton Pump Station number 1 upgrades. Pump Station number 1 in Southampton pumps a large volume of sanitary waste to the wastewater treatment plant. The station is located at the intersection of Saugeen and Front Street near the mouth of the Saugeen River. This station requires electrical, pumps, piping upgrades and replacement. The multi-year project is currently underway with our development services project management team. They are working on exploratory work and engineering for the scope and RFP. The total budget for the project is $2 million. In 2024, the budget request is $1 million, which would be funded through wastewater reserves. The next one is a landfill site optimization expansion. Council will recall that the October 23rd staff report that Colin Saunders brought for the landfill site optimization expansion update. Stage 1 work was identified to be completed in 2024. The work will include initial public open houses, development of the terms of reference, and initial provincial submissions. The multi-year project will have an annual ask over the next 3 years totaling $600,000. The 2024 budget request is for $150,000 to support the work noted earlier. This would be funded through landfill reserves. Slide 12. 112, sorry. In 2024, we move on to our 5 future capital highlights. The first one identified is a leaf and yard waste tub grinder. As many of you will be aware, our leaf and yard waste program has continued to grow as our population grows. Residents are also taking great pride in the beautification of their properties, cleaning up debris to maintain beautiful yards on Saugeen shores. With this continued growth and the amount of compost coming in, staff have recognized that the current program and process will need to change. First step in this will be to purchase a leaf and yard waste grinder. Processing leaf and yard waste through this machine will reduce volume and increase the rate at which the products break down and decompose. The current estimated budget for this machine is $718,000. This will be part of the 2026 business plan and would be funded through development charges. Between now and then, I should also note that staff will work on a full vision for the program that would be presented through the same future business plan. Next project is the Southampton Pump Station 3 upgrades. The Southampton Pump Station number 3 will undergo upgrades to include electrical pumps and piping, much like Pump Station number 1. This work will be outlined in the 2025 business plan as a multi-year project worth $1.6 million. This would be funded through wastewater reserves. Next one is a transmission line upgrades for the Port Elgin water reservoir and standpipe. The current transmission line that carries water from the water treatment plant to the Port Elgin reservoir and standpipe is also used as a distribution line to feed many of the subdivisions along the way. As the town continues to grow, so does the need for more volume at our Port Elgin reservoir. It is anticipated that this need will be identified through our water and wastewater master plan review, which is slated, if approved, in 2024. A potential second transmission line and reservoir would create resiliency and stability for the Port Elgin system. The current reservoir was constructed in 1978 and holds 4,500 cubic meters of potable water. The standpipe was constructed in 2019 and holds a volume of 2,300 cubic meters of water. The multi-year project will be very detailed in scope and potentially begin in 2026 with an estimated value of $12 million. This would be funded through water reserves. Next one is the Southampton wastewater treatment plant aeration rotor replacement. The aeration rotors at the plant operate 24/7 to help with aerobic digestion. They are nearing the end of their service life and will require replacement beginning in 2028. This will be a multi-year project with a budget of $3.3 million. This would be funded through wastewater reserves. Next slide, please. I'm getting close to the end. So the last project identified is the Southampton Residential Water Meter Replacement Program. In 2019, the Port Elgin water meters were upgraded through a replacement project led by town staff. Southampton was not part of that project and as such would benefit from a similar upgrade of the water meters. The multi-year project is budgeted as part of the 2025 business plan with a request of $1.2 million to complete the work. This would be funded through water reserves. This concludes my portion of the presentation, and I guess would this be a good time to take some questions, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, why don't we take some questions on those operation division highlights and capital highlights? So we'll start with the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for your presentation. Well done. And I'm just wondering, the $12 million expense you're looking at for the installation of a transmission line from the water treatment plant, Port Elgin Reservoir, is that, Larry, that's not a replacement, that's a second line, correct? That's to increase capacity. It's a second line, is it?
Yes, it is a second line. And I think we need to highlight a little bit on resiliency. So right now we have one main transmission line that comes over, and it is also doubled as a transmission line. As we grow and as our need grows, so too does the risk of what happens if that line ruptured. Right. And how do we have a plan in our current that's identified in our current master plan. But as we grow, that demand has limitations. And so it's a piece that we feel will be identified as the review comes for the master plan.
Thank you for that. And this is a Southampton water plant question. Can I ask you that question too? I'm just curious, at our rate of growth existing today, if that trend continues and our water plant build out become full build out, what year are we actually at full capacity in terms of based on our current rate of growth? In what year does that water plant reach its full capacity? Is it 10 years, 20 years, 30 years? Where are we
So
at?
you're speaking the water plant?
Well, I'm saying it's a water plant.
Yeah, the water plant. I might turn to Kristen Schreider for that.
Thank you for the question. I think at this time, it's hard to estimate that. And what will help us bring clarity to that is that water and wastewater master plan that we're going to complete in 2024. Right now, we have data on what the capacity of, so the plants are rated at a certain capacity, and we track annual daily usage, and we also track what that maximum flow. So in the summertime, we know that our water consumption and our processing of the wastewater treatment plants peak during those summer seasons. So we also track that as well. But that water and wastewater master plan will help us answer that question, Mike.
We're in certainly no trouble at all in terms of capacity. I mean, we're in good shape, right? Like the new membranes we've added and the current today's capacity, if we're operating at full peak capacity in the summertime, because we had a problem 2 or 3 years ago, but I think it was a broken, something happened with I think it was a hydrant or something, I can't remember, something was hit. But we're nowhere near danger zone for reaching our water plant capacity.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Currently, there is no risk. Right. In fact, yes, the report that came out this past year that I presented, actually, I think we're around 10,500 was the highest per day, and the plant peaks at about 13,500.
So lots of space.
So we have space. And we're good for a few years, but this plan that we're presenting is a long-term plan, and as long as we continue to stay focused on it, we will never have a risk of a water shortage.
Larry, I was part of a presentation with Councillor Help and Councillor Mayat for the Southampton Pioneer Cemetery back with Association Municipalities of Ontario Conference in London, and our CIO was there as well. And we made a presentation and said we really could use $1 million to help with the cemetery work that what needs to be done there. And it was met with a bit of apprehension, but what they asked for was those soil tests and more of a plan, so that we could submit something to them with all the background data. So is that the report that's coming in December that will have that information now that we can make that submission to the government?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, that is exactly what that report's going to bring. Colin Saunders is spearing up that project. He's very passionate about it, and he will be bringing the results through. And the reason we have put a bit of a placeholder with the zero costs in 24 is because we understand that this is going to take a lot of planning. And we also heard from council that, they would really like us to find partnerships. So we're going to take that year, 2024. We're going to try and find partnerships. I hope we're going to go back to some of our different levels of government and just advocate to try and get some support for this, because it is a lot of money.
Yeah. And you're smart about the zero because it takes a lot of time, right? Applying for funding and finding partnerships. On page 175, it was $1.6 million for the existing generator. The existing generator related infrastructure is not reliable. The Port Elgin Harbor Street pumping station, 1.6 million, high priority. A lot of breakdowns, Larry. We experienced a lot of difficulties, and do all of these pumping stations, do they have backup generators or not? Or is it just the one we use? How's that work?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, all of our stations have backup generators. It's just a critical component to each of those plants. What we have identified is, I don't know if many of you have drove down by that plant, but you'll notice there's a portable generator set that sits outside.
Saw that.
The reason that's there is because we don't have trust in the current generator within the facility. And the last components that we had to replace, we had to go to our neighbors to the south and wait weeks to try and find parts. So we're very concerned about it.
That's why the backup, that's why it's outside.
Yes, and I might also add that just the electrical components in that also need to be updated. So that is why the budget ask is a little, you'll notice it seems like a higher budget ask than some of the other generators, but the electrical components as well are original equipment. So,
but all of these projects are funded from reserves.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct. All through reserves.
Thanks for all your good work.
Thank you.
I got Grace and then the deputy mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Larry and Kristen. My question is about the landfill management, I guess. And I'm wondering, do we have, I don't think I've ever seen signs at the compost site. Do we have a policy that says that only Saugeen Shores residents should be using it?
I can maybe field that if you want, Larry. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. We currently do not have signs to regulate that, and it is open. It's open 24/7. We don't staff that facility. Part of the conversations we've been having over the last month or so has been that perhaps we look at including that within the gated part of the landfill with the relocation of the scale house. It would be quite easy to do. That way it provides a little bit of security, make sure that we have proper usage, but it also allows us to track what's coming in and out over the scales as well, and weigh what that compost is. Compost material, I should say. Sorry. Thank you.
Is the intention though that it is only supposed to be for Saugeen Shores businesses or residents?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would say yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the deputy mayor.
Thank you. I just wanted to, since the manager was giving thanks to everybody on behalf of those of us that went on the tour of the wastewater facility in Port Elgin and the water treatment plant and the pump station in Southampton too. That was one of the best ways to understand all of the verbiage that's here on these pages. So any member of council who hasn't taken advantage of a tour of these facilities, if one comes up again, make sure you get out there. So thank you for that. I also just wanted to acknowledge that something that jumped out at me from the presentations on paper anyway is even though we've made a decision to split operations and community services, there's still references on both sections of the budget documents to downtown beautification and beach maintenance having some shared responsibilities. And so I just challenge you, Mr. New Director, to continue that good thing, because I know that was something that was a reason for the coming together. And I think there was some real success that came out of that. And, there's a good reason why they're separate again, too. But certainly I was very pleased to see the shared stuff in there. I also just wanted to speak up about the cemetery. So really appreciate all of the work that's going into preparing something for us to see. It's certainly been something that the problem or the situation has been there for many, many, many years with the erosion on the shores on the bank of the river. So it's good that it's finally getting addressed. But really, I just wanted to thank you for the tour, because I don't have any questions about some of these things, because we saw what some of the component parts with the wastewater and the water system were that were at the end of their life. We smelled the smells that were the nasty smells that are harmful to human health and harmful to metal. We saw the metal being eaten away. And we also, Dan from Aqua provided a lot of good information too about the capacity at the water treatment center. And then when we went down to the pump station, we heard about some issues there that you're working on too. And it just makes it all very, very more vivid in terms of just seeing it on paper. So thank you. No questions.
Okay, Councillor Mayette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to comment on the one item, which is the Southampton Cemetery. And the first question is, are we bound by regulation to remediate this situation in the cemetery? I know earlier on we heard that cemeteries are regulated greatly in the province. Is this something that we are bound to do on a certain timeline, or is this just something that we feel the obligation to do?
Thank you for the question. So through the process over the last few years where that bank has been eroding, we've dealt with the Bereavement Association and seeking guidance from them. This year in 2024, part of that planning will be to determine what is regulated, what we're required to do, and perhaps a third option of being, what do we want to do?
Right, because I've had some time to think about this, and I've spoken to a number of citizens about this. And for me, what it comes down to is, if my bones are buried somewhere in Saugeen Shores and 100 or 150 years from now, the bank gets eroded and my bones get washed out into Lake Huron, I'm okay with that. That doesn't bother me that much. And and especially if I have no relatives left alive that really care about what happens to Dave's old bones. I would just rather see us spend money on things that benefit the living than $2 million on things for bones whose relatives we don't even know if they exist anymore. And the more I mention that to people, the more people go, yeah, me too. Maybe I'm just hanging around with like-minded people, but there's worse things to happen to your bones over the centuries. And so as the more I think about it, the more I don't like the idea of spending millions of dollars on things for people that died 150 years ago. And we have lots of good projects to spend money on for people who are alive and maybe aren't even born yet, that we can have things in our community for. Thanks on that.
Thanks, Dave. I sure don't want to see your bones washed out to sea. I like to see you remain safe. The Vice Deputy Mayor. Oh, sorry, Councillor. Oh yeah, sorry, I had Davinsky next. Sorry, Councillor Davinsky. I'm getting lost here, and then others.
That time of day, I think. Anyway, great report. Thank you very much. In regards to the capital highlights for 2024, the replacement of the 12D compactor. funded through landfill reserve. Have you ordered that? Or is this looking for the go-ahead?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, good question. No, we have not ordered it. We've got a fairly solid budget. That's why the number seems a little bit odd. It's a very accurate budget. But no, nothing has been ordered.
Okay, so by time we approve the budget and it's done, will be sometime next year, I would think January, February, March. How long will it take you to get a new compactor? Because you said that was an important piece of equipment that you need at the landfill.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. Again, another question. I think if we could have a ball or a magic ball we could throw in the air that would help predict that. But just given the way the delays have been since the pandemic, it's hard to predict. But we are probably, I would maybe turn to my neighbor here, Pete Nechtel, to the right to confirm, but we'll probably be a couple years. It would be into 2026.
Yes, and through you, Mr. Mayor, we are talking to suppliers and getting estimates of timeframe for replacement if the budget is approved. So we would hit the ground running and move as quickly as we can. Today, I can't give you the idea of how long it would take.
Okay.
The CAO would just like to make a comment. CAO.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think that maybe I'm optimistic, but right now we're targeting December to bring back a final budget for council consideration. And I also am aware that staff are working on a pre-budget approval report. And so we could take that under advisement. Maybe that's something we consider as part of that report in December for council consideration.
Okay, so that would speed things up, but you're still looking at a 2-year timeline. Will the compactor we have last that long?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we hope. It is on its last legs, to be honest. So as soon as we have approval, excuse me, we will be moving forward in purchasing it, tendering it, and then purchasing it. So let's hope. Let's hope it does last.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, I don't know how this works, but if this became a pre-budget approval thing, I would say yes, let's go ahead with it, because we don't get that compactor, we're going to lose our landfill.
You want me to comment to that, CAO?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. We'll commit that before no later than December 11th. We'll bring back a report for council consideration.
Excellent. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So I get helping and then I'll come back to the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Just very briefly, I'm really glad we went on those tours. That was worthwhile. And if there's another one, I would go back again. And, you know, all these things are rightly high priority. I have faith in you guys, and this is something that we can't mess around with. We need to look after it's our duty to make sure people have clean water and that we have water treatment. And like even that generator down at the beach, a couple blocks from my house, you know, if that generator went out, that main beach would be a mess, you know, so important work you guys are doing, perhaps the most important, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
The Vice Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to pick up a couple things that the Deputy Mayor said, and also Councillor Halpin, and it's about the tours. And over my 9 years on council, I've been on those tours twice to the wastewater plant and water plant. And if you haven't been there, members of council, I also urge you to go, because we're just really enlightening, and a lot of money is being put into those plants, and rightfully so. They have to be the dollars. So anyways, try and get on those. And to Matt Prentice, our new Director of Operations, I want to pick up on that too. You know, I came out of the Parks and Recreation sector, and in the province of Ontario, Parks and Recreation and Public Works and sometimes do this and unnecessarily, in my view. And when we split, Deputy Mayor's right about this. When we split the position with Stride, it's not, you know, it was a big portfolio. Brought in new Director of Operations. I also want to say and agree with our Deputy Mayor that please don't, and I know you won't, Matt, I know you won't, but don't undo what's been done, because there's been a lot of great work done between Public Works and operations and community services, and geez, don't undo it. I know you won't. But I just want to reaffirm and confirm what our deputy mayor is saying. We've got a really good thing going here. So anyways, I think keep up the great work because you're working together nicely, you know.
The Director of Operations has a comment.
On my 8th day of employment by the town of Saugeen Shores, I'm proud to say that so far, I've been present at 2 interdepartmental communication cooperation meetings, which Strides had set up. They're going forward. We're going to continue that tradition. And I can say that at least for sure to address the concerns that have been raised twice here. So I hope that's satisfactory.
Yeah, that's good. I know council had been eager to see that happen, so I'm glad to see that it is happening, and I'm sure it'll be a positive thing. So thanks for that. Are there further questions or comments on the operations items, or can we move on? What's next, guys? Is it Public Works? All right, on to the Public Works then. Pete?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to quickly go over some of the Public Works scope of work, and I will try not to repeat some of the stuff Kristen talked about at first. So up to yesterday in 2023, Public Works has received 700 service requests from residents. And that does not include trees, which are another 200 plus. So you add the two together, we're almost hitting 1,000 service requests for 2023. And it's a very busy operation. We do maintain the 400 lane kilometers of roads and 75 kilometers of sidewalks. And we this year are adding another 10 kilometers in Port Elgin. So we will be winter maintaining 50 kilometers of those. We have in Saugeen Shores, we have over 120 kilometers of sanitary sewer that are flushed by our own staff on a regular basis. So we flush 30 kilometers per year. It's done on a quarterly basis. Our vac truck staff also cleans out over 2,100 catch basins in Saugeen Shores. So that's how many catch basins, and those are done annually. So again, that's a huge operation. Our 2 mechanics service and repair over 150 pieces of equipment. This does not include the handheld stuff like chainsaws and weed eaters, etc. And I also want to bring to council's attention is that, and I'm not sure how many are aware of this, Saugeen Shores, we own 2 licensed municipal pits, and they're very important to us. We crush our own gravel for bases for sidewalk panel replacement and gravel lanes. And if we were to buy that material, it would be $18 per ton, and we have crushed it for $4. So significant savings to the town from buying the material. The big one is the winter sand. So we have never purchased winter sand in Saugeen Shores. We've always taken it out of our pit. We're 25 years old now. That was part of Saugeen Township's pit. So when we took it over, so to buy winter sand this year, it would be 13 and change per ton. And we screened it for $2.70. So this year in 2023, when we mixed our material for winter maintenance, it would have been a cost of $40,000 more to the taxpayers if we were to purchase that material. So having those pits, licensed pits, is huge in Saugeen Shores. And the other thing is that we haul material from our road construction to our pits to store it. And that's a savings when we tender our road construction, because it could cost $100,000 more per street for the contractor to haul that material away. We haul it to the pit, and a prime example of where we reuse it is Lamont Sports Park. We hauled a huge amount of material out of that pit that was stored from road construction to the Lamont Sports Park, and that was a savings of that overall project. So it's I just wanted to bring to council's attention the how huge it is to have your own pits. I just want to finish by saying that we have a very talented and versatile works department. Public Works allows us to do a lot of work in-house, from brickwork to panel replacement of sidewalk. We have our own red seal carpenter on staff now, and that's huge. And those same people switch over and do the winter maintenance, so a very versatile operation. So we'll start by my first slide there. The road patrol replacement, the software was replaced this year. It's called Iris. You'll see on the screen there that it says 27,000. The actual cost is less than that. It's 16,500 going forward. So that was a bit of a typo there. So we've had great success so far with it. The tree inventory and GIS update. So when we remove trees or maintain trees, it goes into our GIS and it's tracked through that process. So we're basically up to date on the tree inventory and removal. The next one would be the road paved condition index. So through this Iris software we have for the road patrol, we can use it to do the PCI in 2024. We can use our own software for the road patrol to do that in-house. So that 25,000 you see will be 2024. 3 years later would be another 25,000 in 2027, and then 2030 would be the next one, because it's done every 3 years. It would be that cost plus whatever the inflation would be. For the tree maintenance operating, we're asking for 5,000 more. Trees have become a huge part of our operation. We had one spot on the river road where we removed 50 trees in one section. So we're still trying to get caught up from the ash borer. We basically have a tree crew that goes full time from spring until late fall. So we're looking for a 5,000 more increase there. Roads, line painting. We're going to do a little more painting on some of the side streets. We talked about Southampton along Victoria Street. It always has been a request to paint some angle parking lines up both sides over there. So that's would be a 5,000 increase. The road signage, it's another 5,000 increase with the amount of road closures we're doing more and more all the time for events. We're spending a lot more on signs. So that's the 5,000 asked there. And then I'll switch over to the fleet. You'll see the single axle plow truck replacement. It is a 2013 unit. The next one is the backhoe. It's a 2014 unit, and we're starting to have some maintenance issues with it, transmission problems and that. The next one is the replacement of an existing trackless unit. It's a 2014 also. So it's up, its life cycle is over and it's up for replacement. You'll see the, excuse me, the next one is a new Southampton trackless. That would be a council decision whether we move forward with providing more sidewalk maintenance, winter maintenance in Southampton. That would be the cost of the unit, around 372,000. Now we have in for an operator 3 this year in the ask for staffing. So that would be that position in the winter if council approved this. Otherwise, we still need that staff member. So whether council has an appetite to increase the winter maintenance of sidewalks in Southampton. And I think that's pretty well it. I'll turn it back over to Shrides for the centralized operations.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Pete. Slide 118, I'll just finish up the last capital highlight. So this project straddles both the operations and the community services department. So a centralized operations center is something that was first discussed quite a few years ago. It could have been 2008, 2009. And at that time, an operation shop consolidation was of little to no interest, so it never really went anywhere. When the consolidation of the community services and operations occurred a couple of years ago, we discussed this option and thought that we should identify identified as a potential future project. So even with the separation of the two departments, our management team supports the investigation and conversations to see if there's merit in exploring this option. This is placed on the capital forecast for 27 and 28 and anticipate that we'll just begin some internal conversations regarding this soon. So currently we have 3 shops. Peel Street is in Southampton, Concession 6 shop is the south end of Port Elgin, and then at Market Street shop for community services. So we'll look forward to those conversations and exploring what positive impacts we may present with the logistical centralization of the workshop. If you just go to 19, I'll just finish up if you don't mind, and then we'll take Public Works questions. So I'll just touch a little bit on the KPIs. I won't do the introduction, just ditto if you remember from this morning before we had lunch, is I'll outline the operations department's KPIs and just pick one or two just to describe. Locate compliance. This is one that I do want to talk to. I love this KPI. So we transitioned to a software program for locate ticket management. DigSmart is the platform that assists us with locate planning and scheduling, data capture and collection, and prioritization and compliance. So over the last 3 or 4 years, we've averaged just over 2,000 locates annually. This year in 2023, from January to July, we completed 2,011. So we hit our annual average halfway through the year with our locate program. So meeting compliance is that locates must be complete within 5 days of receiving this request. Our operations staff complete water and wastewater, storm and electrical infrastructure locates. So for the 2011 locates that we've completed in the first part of 2023, we were 94% compliant. This is a great improvement from where we were with our previous program, which we were at about 46% compliant. And this is no fault to the staff. What this shows is the benefit of introducing a new program that makes the work visible, allows for prioritization, and provides efficiencies with the work being digital. So we'll continue to track and find efficient ways to reach that goal of 100% compliance with our locate program. So we're also going to be tracking a few citizen satisfaction through the engagement process that we described earlier with Jill. We're also tracking our flow. We talked about the water and wastewater treatment plants as well. Our annual diversion, waste diversion, which is great. And then I'll speak to on slide maybe 120. I'll touch a little bit more on the PCI. So the pavement condition assessment, which was complete in 2019. So we have included funds, as Pete said, in the 2024 business plan to complete this in 2024 and then every 3 years after that. So in 2019, when our paved roads were inspected, at that time, we were 77% of our inspected roads were in fair to good rating. So Pete also discussed, and just as an efficiency and improvement, is the new roads patrol software that assists us to improve the grading of those roads. So that new technology provides inspections, real-time work orders, and proper tracking of deficiencies so that we can get to those deficiencies and those risks in a quick amount of time. The last one I'll speak to as well is just the completion of backlogs, so of capital projects. So we had 12 carry forward capital projects in Public Works and Operations in 2023. And right now we've completed 6 of those, which we're at 50% completion for that KPI. So slide 121 and 122. So we'll wrap up the operations business plan with a summary of just the operating and capital. So slides 121 and 222 provide details of the operating budget. So the operating and Public Works 2024 operating budgets is 117 less than 2023. So contributing to this reduction is $260,000 increase in water, wastewater, and landfill revenues, which assists to offset some increases in traffic control and streetlights program areas. Wage reallocation between roads, maintenance, and winter control is also highlighted for council awareness. So we want to ensure that we're allocating and then charging the time spent depending on where staff spend their time. So it's important to note that those wages are not gone or removed from Public Works budget, just that they're moved around depending on where staff spend their time. Slide 123, the capital budget outline. The water and wastewater projects obviously make up majority of the 21.5 million that is forecasted in 2024. The average spending for the next 8 years is $10 million. And again, a majority of that is water and wastewater. So that wraps up kind of the operations business plan. So the funds that are required to maintain our assets are high. And these numbers are not meant to scare council or the public, but the numbers are the cost of being in the critical infrastructure business. So we're fortunate here in Saugeen Shores to have an amazing asset management division led by Jessica Rogers that builds our plan, allows us to outline our forecasted investments, and with our 10-year program, and most importantly, identifies the need for master plans, financial plans, and rate study plans. So it's safe to say that building a 10-year business plan was overwhelming, and I assume receiving it and reviewing it was overwhelming as well for members of council. But what we've done and what we have in front of us is our framework for the next 10 years. It will be a living document that is tweaked and massaged every year, but we have our framework. So thanks to all the staff and Jim and Dan for their support.
Well, thank you, Shrides, and thanks to you for bringing us this budget this year. I know you're still pulling double duty for the rest for today, and we certainly appreciate all of your work on this and your work at leading the department. So thank you for that. And we'll look for questions or comments, and we'll start with the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I also want to echo thanks to you, Shrides, preparing two budgets. That's just a huge task, and appreciate all the great work you did. And I also, before I have some questions of Pete, but Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to congratulate Pete and thank you, Pete, for over 30 years of your contribution to this community, and hopefully it's for another 5-10 years. 30 what? 36 years. I said over 30. I didn't, because I didn't want to make an error. Yeah. But when you hear the public works, you think of Pete Nectal, and the community really recognize you as being a real leader in this community when carrying out public works projects. And I worked with you for 10 years and thoroughly enjoyed it. And I just hope you stay for a few more years, that's for sure. I'll try and get to that 40 years at least. But thanks for all you do, Pete. You really have done a great job.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for that. No promises for 5 years.
The new position, Class 3 operator, with growth brings new roads and new sidewalks and a lot of extra work. And you're asking for that $372,000 trackless replacement. Those two go hand in hand at all, Peter? Is a Class 3 operator required? That's just a replacement. It's not an extra trackless. It's replacement of the trackless. So that Class 3 operator, what are the kinds of things that they would be picking up in terms of duties to warrant that brand new position?
So and through you, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, one trackless is a replacement. The other would be new.
It is
if
new.
Council decided to
Gotcha.
Sidewalk in
So
Southampton.
Pete, are they tied together, the Class 3 operator and the new
That
trackless?
person would in the winter run that piece of equipment if we decided to
Gotcha.
add that.
So I guess my question is that new operator, the trackless, you're not going to probably get it in a month. Is the trackless going to take 3 months, 6 months, 1 year as well to have delivered? And if we're funding a new Class 3 operator in 2024 without a trackless, is the Class 3 operator going to be operating that new trackless? Is that what you're saying?
Thanks for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, if council moved ahead with that, we find it a struggle in public works to keep up with the demand for service and the daily operations. And so that person, there's no issue finding that person work.
That was my question.
Yep.
So regardless of whether the trackless is here or won't be, because you probably won't get it delivered summer, fall, or next year from now. So they won't be operating that second trackless, but you need that position in it. You need that position regardless.
Absolutely. And to be honest with you, Vice Deputy Mayor, is that Public Works is working with 2 less staff members than we had in 2015.
Right. Good.
So it's been a struggle.
Yeah, I totally understand. Just wanted to clarify. The the new yards depot, and I know it's 25 in 2025 and beyond, but Shrives, have you any idea, like you talk about a centralized, I remember back in 2008, 2009, the whole study was done. Do you have an idea when you talk about centralized? Is centralized, can that be classified as being located in Southampton to service all of Saugeen Township and I know it's 2025 and beyond, but something that could be handled like, if it's like acreage wise, could be accommodated at the Southampton site?
Thank you for the question and through you. So some of our preliminary internal conversations would look at each site that we have right now. At Peel Street in Southampton, that is the largest of the PW shops. But also there too is that we are, there's only so much room that we have there. Concession 6 on the south end of Port Elgin is we're full to the max
Right.
there. There's no more space for
Right.
expansion there. I think the initial conversations will surround around what is our needs, what would be a suitable location, and does the town currently have land in that area that could support a centralization?
If there's, I'm thinking ahead here, but a consolidated facility, if it ended up hypothetically in Southampton, that potentially could make the lands on River Street and Market Street surplus?
That is correct. Thank you.
Correct?
Yep.
Okay. In the operations budget on page 187, the roads maintenance budget, it's probably a simple explanation, but it's increased by $381,000 from 1.5 million to 1.8. So it's a $381,000 increase in operations on that line. What is that? What's that represent? That's a fair big increase.
Yeah, and thank you for the question. So majority of that is through wage reallocations and corrections.
And maybe the class 3 operator?
Yeah, it would, sorry, thank you for the question. 25% of the proposed operator 3 would be included in that. 75% of the new operator 3 would be allocated to the landfill.
Oh, you mentioned that earlier, right? Thank you. And Pete, the new sidewalk construction for 2024, we get lots of questions. Where's the new sections of sidewalks happening this year? What are you proposing for that 75,000 or 100,000 you're spending on sidewalk reconstruction this year?
That'll be in the development services budget, I assume, right?
Oh, I got the wrong department.
I can maybe just provide a little bit of clarity is through Public Works as we carry an annual repairs and replacement capital program, and then through Development Services is that they carry a new sidewalk program. So Mark and Rahul would speak to the new sections that are added in town.
That'll come up later. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Pete. My question is probably not surprisingly about the new Southampton trackless unit proposed. Other than, well, first of all, let me ask you, if this was to be approved, would this complete winter maintenance on the remaining kilometers in Southampton?
Thanks for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, basically
And
another
that's
unit
like
would.
8.9
Yep,
kilometers or
that's
something, right?
basically what's left, yes.
Okay.
correct.
I'm just wondering if it's not approved. I mean, I can think of Huron Street, for instance. And Huron plowing, I think in the winter stops around Adelaide or Peel or someplace. How much more would it cost to go down the rest of Huron to Bay, for instance? Doesn't seem like that much if we didn't approve this.
Thanks for the question, and again, through you, Mr. Mayor. It would, the problem with that first section of Huron Street is it's what we call a curb face sidewalk. So in those sections, the road plow and the sidewalk plow are always fighting each other. So it's not a great section to do with the existing unit. It would put a lot of pressure on that. So to go down right to South Street to complete where we've had a lot of the requests for would be adding a lot onto the existing unit. And we're always afraid to take on more because when you have a skiff of snow, you could get through it and it wouldn't be a problem. If you got 2 feet of snow, then you're not getting there. And then you get people calling saying, well, my sidewalks to be maintained and you're not getting here. So that's why each unit is around 10 kilometers. We found that is a middle ground for the small bit of snow and the huge bit of snow to keep up our level of service.
Yeah, it's a quandary because the fact that we do some and we don't do all seems immensely unfair to some people, the people who don't have that service in front of their homes. I mean, I don't know. I just know in the place I used to live before, you had 24 hours after snowfall to get your sidewalk plowed and cleared yourself. And if you didn't, that expense got tacked onto your tax bill. So when I look at this service, I mean, it's really a nice thing to have. But and I think that's our issue, is that we do part of them. So it's just.
Thank you. So we'll get the director.
Yeah, sorry, and just through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe just to clarify as well, is that as Pete had mentioned, the ideal length of a route is 10 kilometers. And I think outlined in our winter operations plan, the route in Southampton is about 12.7 or 12.5 kilometers. So it is a little bit higher than what we normally do as well. So even adding a couple of blocks or maybe a kilometer or so from Adelaide to South Street, when you think about that, expanding on the already higher length of route poses some problems. And like Pete said, just to maintain that level of service would be difficult for a route over 13 kilometers.
Okay, I'll get the deputy mayor and then I'll get Stack.
Thank you. On page 191 of 354, I just wanted to ask for information about why there's such a difference. It's about crosswalk equipment upgrades, and Clarendon and Albert Street is mentioned. This is some future stuff, was $5,000. Then Morpeth and Albert is $10,000. And then when you jump down to the McDonald's restaurant on Godrich Street pedestrian crosswalk, it's $115,000. I'm just curious why such variance between the upgrade costs. And it's okay if you don't have an answer today, but it's just jumping from $10,000 to $115,000 when they sort of seem like the same pedestrian crosswalk situations to me in all those 3 locations.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it would depend on what each crosswalk needed. One might be a total overhaul where all the equipment's replaced. Another one might be just a computer unit itself. So that could be where the cost is.
Okay. Can I also ask too, when should we anticipate the report coming about the results of all of the efforts surrounding the potential for some intersection improvements on the highway in front of the beer store in Southampton? Is that coming up in December or early in the new year?
Okay, it's really properly belongs to the question for the Department of Development Services.
I'm focused on roads.
Yeah.
Okay, then my other comment is I really appreciate the comments and the funding associated with making sure that a good estimate of the tree inventory is always available. I also recall that somebody, I think it was probably Frank, made mention of the fact that there's more efforts being made associated with pruning trees and not just cutting them down. So whatever we can do to make sure that the folks, this crew that's involved with tree work, has the proper training and just the equipment that enables them to prune as well as cut down, because sometimes pruning can do a lot of good too, instead of an outright removal. So I know it was mentioned about some pruning activity, and you've got trees in here too. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Stack. Oh, sorry, Pete.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we have a certified arborist on staff. So he is fully trained on that, and he inspects and decides whether it's a cut or a prune, but he is very proactive when it comes to pruning. If he can prune the tree and keep it for another 5 years, he does, and he will give you a answer as that tree will have 5 more years, or no, that tree's pretty well done. So we rely on our arborist a lot for those inspections. Thanks.
Thank you. Counselor Stack.
I'll be honest, I'm not sure if this is totally appropriate for the budget, but I'll ask it. And I think this happened before I know it happened before I was on council, but I'm just curious how, without having the benefit of just finding the information now, if there's a summary of how we pick which sidewalks get cleared.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we have a winter control, or winter maintenance plan that's approved by council. We'll forward that on to you. Okay, yep. Okay, perfect. So the history behind the prioritization, I think that Pete can speak to.
Yes, and through you, Mr. Mayor, what happens is as these requests come in, they go into City Works. And then when we decide we're adding a new unit or revamping a route, we look at those and where's the most requests from? And part of the new route in Port Elgin is that Devonshire was huge. We got call after call after call for Devonshire Road over here. So we start there by the amount of each street and what makes sense, because it's good to tie them in instead of having one section of sidewalk and then you don't plow it for 3 blocks. So those two factors are taken into consideration as to what the new route would be.
Okay. Counselor Myatt.
Motion to adjourn.
Sure. Okay, well, that's motion to adjourn takes precedence. So I guess, is there a seconder to adjourn? We could, well, motion to adjourn takes precedence. You guys can approve it or not, but I have to consider it because it's a motion to adjourn. Is there a seconder for it? We'll only have a couple more minutes at work here. I don't see it. Yeah, I know. And so do I, but so we'll just wait one. Can you give us 1 sec? I think we're done. Is there Councillor Davinsky, do you have a question? Yeah, go ahead.
It's on the track lists in the Southampton sidewalks. So if we ordered this, it's certainly not this winter. So you would be looking to have this in place hopefully by next winter?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, actually, when last time we bought sidewalk units, we got them within a couple of months. So it would depend on the supplier. It could be a year or it could be a couple of months.
Okay, so it could be used this winter. I'm like Councillor Grace, we've been fighting for this for years and it's a pretty hefty cost. But I think it's an item whose time may have come in Southampton. So keep that in mind, Council, when we're looking at what to cut and what not to cut. We need a trackless in Southampton. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything further? If not, we've had some good discussion on these couple of divisions today, and so we'll return in a week's time, at which time we will deal with what's left and then have a conversation. Hopefully, the administration can come to us with some thoughts, a consolidation of some of the things that we've talked about today so that we can hopefully have at least a preliminary discussion about how we might proceed beyond next Wednesday. So anyway, we will adjourn for today. We'll take a motion to adjourn, moved by Councillor Myatt, second by Councillor Stack. All in favor? Committee stands adjourned, and we'll see you all, I guess, next week.